All right, guys, it is Rational Geek Driver here, and we are back for another week of suffering and pain and whatever it brings us in our quest for 100. So, as you know, we had an unfortunate reset situation on Thursday. So, today is on Friday. Every delivery we did on Friday, and I'm going to go over exactly how many of those were officially from DoorDash. Counted towards the new 100 that we needed to reach 100% deliveries. So we're going to be sitting at 99% for quite some time this week. Probably, I would anticipate if we can do an average of 20 orders a day, we should make it by Friday, just in time for the big showdown. I don't know if you guys follow Dashing with John, but we're going to be meeting up. He's in a market right up from me, and we're going to be meeting up, and we're going to do a little dash off. So should be fun times on Saturday. So stay tuned for that. Um, but I want to go over something with you guys because it was something I was curious about, and I did research over the weekend. And that is, do you get priority of any kind on earn by time? Are you giving that up when you do earn by time? And the answer to that question is yes, you are giving up priority, in fact. And this is coming directly from the DoorDash website. Um, they make it clear that when you're earning by time, you are not getting the priority access to larger paying orders. So you are on the same playing field as any other earn by time driver. Your AR does not matter, and you are going to get, so therefore you're going to get whatever anybody else is getting. Proximity to restaurant might matter, whatever's out there. So if some of you have clicked over into the earn by time and thought, okay, well, I've got priority, I'm 70%, 80%, none of that matters. The only thing that the only thing that matters in regards to this to the platinum status is your access to be able to dash now. You've got other little perks. But if you're an earn by time driver, you are not getting access to anything else. Now, it may allow you to get a large order program, but that's probably why when I got a large order program on the earn by time platform, it never even flashed up as if it was large order. It just showed up. Um, so, uh, something to keep in mind there. So, due to that new revelation, today we are going to just try to realize our priority. And last week we spent a lot of time on earn by time. So, I think this week we're going to spend some time doing earn by offer at 94% acceptance rate and see how it does. See if it's a terrible experience or see if it's a better experience. In the past, I've run into the issue of it not being as busy on earn by offer, even with higher acceptance rates, but I've never been in the 90s. And we're going to accept every order because that's what we've got to do. But we're going to see if we can do it. And we're assessed daily, uh, on our opinion on whether or not it's worth continuing on earn by offer or whether or not it would be better off to go back to earn by time for purposes of just raising your acceptance rate. So it's important to understand that if you're on earn by time, it's not to say you won't get a big order or a nice payout, as you saw some of my payouts last week, getting $30 or $25 for delivering a couple of smaller fast food Chipotle and a Panda Express. Um, so it's possible, that you can um, get nice sized payouts on earn by time, but you're not getting. How you doing, Cassandra? Thanks for stopping in. But you're not going to get that priority. You are not going to. You're not going to get the priority on the larger pay items or anything like that. So it's just something for you to keep in mind. So it looks like we're at 82. We're going to need 82 deliveries this week. So again, 20 deliveries a day. We should be there by Friday. we'll definitely be there by Friday, if provided we don't run into any more issues at all this week with this. So, um, we're gonna get started here momentarily and get dashing. And it looks like we're red. Of course, that doesn't matter for me because I can dash anytime I want. Earn by time is available, but we're going to go earn by offer to start out today. Given the newfound knowledge that you don't get any priority. So if you're below 70%, it doesn't matter. You know, you're not getting, or below 50%, I guess is where the priority begins. Now remember, what you're giving up if you're a platinum dasher is what the tier system has essentially broken the priority down into three different uh, categories of priority. So it's important to understand that as well because you're giving that up. Uh, how you doing, IDK? Nice to see you. Um, but you know, if you go on earn by time, all that goes away. Now, of course, earn by time is giving you the guarantee of $13, $25, $15, $17, you know, whatever it is in your area. So I guess in a sense they feel like the priority isn't needed to hire tip orders because the goal of earn by time is for you to interact with customers that aren't tipping as high, but still get paid similarly to earn by offer. So we're going to test it out. We're going to see if that actually happens or not. So give me a moment here, guys. I do need to do one thing here. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get started, guys. We're going to go ahead and fire it up. We're going to put it down to dash. It's 10:50 right now, so it's 11. I put 11 to 10 in. I don't think we're going to be out that long today. We normally go out for a maximum of 10 hours. But what I found is on earn by offer, if you put in the longer time, I believe DoorDash, believing you're out for a long period of time, is going to give you the ability to get that bigger orders to make up for the money that it believes it needs to give you during that period of time that you're telling you're going to work. So if, say, it wants you to make $20 an hour, you know, it would want you to earn it would want you to earn, say, $220 if it thinks you're working 11 an hour or 11 hours. So this means that obviously you know, during lunch, during middle of the afternoon, if a bigger order comes in, they're going to want to try to get you to that guarantee or to that amount that they need to get you to as fast as they can. And they can sit you, or if they need you, they will bring you in really, really busy times. But it'll give you access. They're gonna give you access to the bigger orders when they come, knowing that they need to get you that money. And of course, hopefully, the other hope obviously is that the priority will kick in here, the infamous priority, and it is 11 o'clock or close to 11 o'clock. So my hope, it says 3 to 11 minutes right now. How you doing, Caleb? I was just explaining, if you're out there dashing this week at all, but I was explaining I've done some research, and we're on Earn by Offer this morning, because what I learned when I went in and was reading through DoorDash's materials and settling it out, is that the priority that you should get when you're in a higher tier does not actually exist on Earn by Time. That is confirmed. What's up, yup? Boom. Yup. So I don't know if you missed this earlier, but I did confirm you do not get any priority at all on the Earn by Time program. So I don't know if you knew that. They suspend that feature. So whether you're at 70, 50, 60, 85, 99, 100, you're treated like any other dasher when you're earning by time for the DoorDash platform. So we're going to see. Because we're now back on Earn by Offer today, and we're going to do Earn by Offer all day live. Here we go. Well, of course, what do they want me to do for the first order of the day? But do a Dollar General. That's fun. So it looks like they're going to run me all the way into Maryland to the Dollar General in Maryland to then deliver right back at the exit I'm at, right to a neighbor of mine. DoorDash. Makes no sense. No, well, actually, no. It still holds it up there. It still even gives you the warning. Like it'll tell you when you start. You know how it'll hang it up there and say you have priority over 70%. Um, it still sits up there. So that's why I thought, well, you don't see any of the labels now. Well, Earn by Time, the main benefit of Earn by Time, Sigma Skydasher, is going to be in the pay guarantee. They're going to guarantee you $13.25 an hour, and you're going to be interacting with the lower paying customers. So, or whatever your pay is. Yeah, James G, I agree. Spark is definitely better than Dashing. I think it is. I would agree with that. But that's the main benefit. I mean, that's what appears to be the main benefit of Earn by Time is it's just you're getting that guarantee. So the more you work, the more you earn that base pay, and then they can sprinkle in some tips here and there. And it doesn't mean you won't get a high-paying order or what would have been a high-paying order on the other side, but it's just you're not going to get priority to those. You're getting a priority to the low pay, no tip, no, no tip orders. That's what they're going to have you doing. And also, as you can see, I haven't done a shop in weeks since I've been doing Earn by Time. And first order of the day, got a Jersey Mike's right over here that's rocking and rolling and ready to go, I'm sure, at lunch. And first thing they hit me with is to go to Maryland. In fact, to go to the Dollar General in Maryland. Yes, yup. You will. No, you're 100%. That's what I did last week. If you want to, I mean, you have to, right? I mean, you can turn down an offer, but it really makes no sense to turn down any offers on something like it was like 23 miles, and it was a advanced auto parts, where you know there is no possibility of a tip, that doesn't necessarily make any sense. Um, Especially if you can do it much quicker than whatever they're going to tell you. Good morning, Kevin. Thank you for stopping in. If they're going to, if you're going to be able to get the order done much quicker than what they're saying on the screen it's going to be done in, because all you're getting is base pay in an order like that. So that's the downside to earn by time when you're doing merchant deliveries that you know there's no tips on. If your earn by time is really low, then you're going to be stuck with it. But the point of earn by time is it's meant to keep you busy doing the orders that normally other dashers wouldn't want to do, but you're getting $13.25 for it, and so therefore you get the opportunity to earn more consistently. Whereas an earn by offer dasher is going to spend some time sitting. I guarantee you today there will be a time when everything will kind of go a little bit slow. Whereas with earn by time last week, I was moving all the time. Even though I might have tracked that I worked 80% of the time, 20% of the time I was moving back, but I was hired by the time I got back to my hotspot area or the nearest hotspot. And it felt like I was working 100% of the time. There was no thinking, there was no worrying, there was no stressing over getting an order. It was just, let me get back to my hotspot and get the best order. Or hit the next order, and then boom, off to the races. And you're not worrying about any type of issues like, hey, it's a $4 offer and I'm sitting in traffic, or the customer's taking a while, or the merchant's taking a while. You're going to have a lot more moving parts when you're doing earn by offer. So it's simple dashing. It's dashing made stupid, is what I would say. It's just so easy. A caveman could do it, right? Like the old Geico commercials. You just hit accept, and that's how you should do it. But if you want that experience, I showed last week. Worked 46 hours total time, and 36 hours dash time, and we made $860 hitting accept on every single order, and for the most part just following the hot zones on the map. In other words, just driving in the direction DoorDash is telling me to drive in, following the nearest hotspot, and then when the next order comes, hit accept. So today we are going to do it a little different. So I do apologize, guys. I'm not going to bring you into the stores due to the new regulations and things. I'm going to be a bit conservative. So I apologize. You guys are going to get a little time in the car here alone. So talk among yourselves. Come back, check back. This is an 8-item deal, but it's not really. Actually, it's not too bad. Looks like we're getting a Best Way Sidewinder AC electric air pump, whatever that is. Well, you got a Sigma Sky Dasher. You've got to set it. I mean, that's the issue. I mean, the no profit part is because you should be setting aside money for your car. So the idea. See, this is the thing. You don't profit. The profit gets killed if you're looking at these profit breakdowns. Go watch a show on profit breakdowns. Or, like I said, I'll show you my number. And I've set aside money. The lack of profit comes from the fact that you should be setting aside money for your car. So you should be setting aside a certain amount. With the increased miles comes increased amounts that you should be setting aside. So thereby, the lack of profits you should be realizing every single day you're dashing. Because if you go out and have an unprofitable shift, allegedly, then you would say, okay, let's say you made $200. If you had an unprofitable shift, then all $200 is allocated. Okay? And you should have put aside that all the money in different places, and you're left with nothing. That's an unprofitable shift. You have nothing that you can spend personally. So the money should already be there because you should be setting it aside and taking it out. If it's not, then obviously, yeah, that's going to be a problem if you're spending your money or you're putting it aside. So the issue at hand is clearly unprofitable shifts, unprofitable actions, unprofitable behavior should be caught early on. Um, well, you can set aside the Sigma Sky Dasher. You're forgetting the fact that there is no profit. You're not setting aside your profits to fix your car. You don't have profits because you're creating additional expenses that you need to set aside. Okay, when you're allocating your funds that you're earning. So in other words, the when when individuals are you should be in theory setting aside 65.5 cents. A lot of people use the 65.5 cents that you're writing off for taxes to say, hey, you're not being profitable, because that's being allocated towards depreciation of your vehicle, car expenses, etc. You're using that in lieu of doing an exact itemized expense. So in theory, you should be setting that aside towards that. And that's why people will come in and say, okay, if you look at it, you ended up with nothing. Because by the time you set aside your 65.5 cents, which you're not really, like, it's not going anywhere, it's just you're not paying taxes on that portion of your income. So they say when you take out the 65.5 cents and but technically speaking, what you should be doing, if you really want to get down to the nuts and bolts of it, is you should either be setting aside, if you can determine, like in my case, I've determined that my car expenses thus far for the tires, the wear and tear, the replacements of what I've had to do comes in at less than 65.5 cents. So I'm setting aside an amount in excess. I'm setting aside an amount, but it's not 65.5 cents. So I'm able to retain some of that 65.5 cents that I'm able to write off on every mile I drive for dashing. So as a result, I have money ready that if I need tires, if I need an extra oil change, if I need whatever, I've got the money set aside because I'm sitting here dashing. Every time I dash, every time I get to the end of my day, I know what the money is that I need to set aside, so when it hits my bank account, I'm moving it into my car maintenance fund. I'm moving it into my gas fund. So when I go get gas, I'm able to use that card and boom. So you should be prepared. If you're not prepared, if you don't have the money and your car breaks down, it's because you weren't prepared. You might be spending all the money that you have. And obviously, that's never a good thing. That would be like being at a W 2 job and spending all your money that was, instead of you getting withholding, you claim whatever the maximum withholding is, and you say, I want all my money from you, W 2. So you spend it all. And at the end of the year, you owe the government taxes. Why? Because you told your payroll that you didn't want anything withheld for your federal taxes. So you kept it all. But you have a responsibility, if you're going to be doing independent contractor work, responsible for your own taxes, responsible for your own finances. You have a responsibility to set that money aside. And if you're not, it's not the app's fault. It's not the world's fault. It's just the fault of the fact that you didn't have it set up correctly and you weren't setting the stuff aside. And if you say, well, I can't afford to set it aside, well, then you probably need to figure out a different way to earn, because you're going to run into financial problems, whether it's not having the ability to fix your car, not having the ability to pay your taxes, and all those are going to be serious things, because if you can't drive, then you might not even have an option to get another job because you can't get to it. Because we all know the car is almost more important than any other expense you have, because it's the thing that gets you to your job, which unlocks the money to pay your mortgage, electric bill, light bill, etc. So, you've got to be able to organize yourself, and that's one of the most important things that you got to be able to do when you're an independent contractor. But a lot of people don't realize that. They don't even realize, as I've read through Reddits and Facebook things, people just aren't aware of what the actual responsibilities are when you're an independent contractor. All right, guys, I'll be right back. What's up, Demon King's Ace? Yes, that's exactly what you're watching. So James G says, I'm not accepting bad orders on any platform. Well, Sigma Skydasher, no, not necessarily. Obviously, if you work, the experience is not such that um, as I showed last week, we profited accepting every single order, accepting every single order on the DoorDash Earn by Time platform. So, you know, it's it's not as negative as it seems, as many people would very haphazardly or very just knee-jerkily suggest. Oh, if you accept every order on the platform, in certain situations, you're going to you're going to lose money. You're not going to make as much money necessarily as if you multi-app. But as we showed last week, it's very possible to accept every single order and still make some money. Not a lot of money. Maybe not the money that some people would make if you were allocating your time between multiple apps and being able to put yourself in a better position. How you doing, Shaquille Ahmed? Very nice to see you. Thank you for stopping back in. We're on a shop and pay order right now. We're doing earn by offer. So as a result, we're doing shops today. So Jonathan H. earn by time rates are $13.25 an hour in my home market. Right next to me, about I'd say 8 minutes away, I can earn $15 an hour. If I go about 30 minutes away, I can earn $17 to $17.50 depending on the time of day, an hour. They have like some sort of dynamic pricing type of situation going on. If I go 30 minutes in another direction, it's $14.50. In about 40 minutes in another direction, it's about $15 again, just like the market that's 8 minutes away from it. So I have a whole slew of different options and opportunities if I want to go earn my time. As I was mentioning earlier today, one thing you're giving up if you do have a high acceptance rate, you're giving up any type of access to the priority orders. So the larger orders that you might be getting on earn by offer, you're giving up. So again, that definitely further feeds the idea behind making earn by time a certain time of day deal. Because on earn by offer, you're gonna get to a point where you might be seeing some $2 and $3 and $4 and $5 offers that you might not want to take, or it might not be worth your time. But on earn by time, you might get an opportunity to do those offers and make more money, especially if there's a $3 or $4 or $5 tip, or if they let you do 2 or 3 of them in a row or stack them together. Then you can really realize a higher hourly potential during certain times of day. It's also a good mechanism to increase your acceptance rate, much like I've used it for, and keeping it high, maintaining it high. So again, I think that lends further credence to the strategy of letting it go down, to a certain point, using earn by offer, see if you can maintain it and keep it up. When you hit a certain point, raise it back up again using earn by time. And you have to find it out. Turkey, not particular. No. Not in the pineapples. But some other things we learned about last week, to recap for those of you who were not here, we learned about the Dasher priority or VIP priority that dashers get when you're on a platinum level status. And what did we learn about that? One big feature is you can call in and request, provided it's not that the reason for the rating was due to an order not being delivered. That's a totally different situation. You're not going to get that removed, and you're going to have to go through a totally different review process. But provided it's for, like, for instance, I had to do a couple of substitutions on that shop. That was a little bit of a tough shop because there was an air pump. I had to ask. Lady took me right to it, thank God. No, well, yeah, I want you to do that. I want you to share what your thoughts are now, because obviously, the inclination right off the bat by myself, by anybody that's a cherry picker, is this strategy is a failing strategy from the onset. And again, it might be, it very well might be. But that's the initial inclination of every dasher, because we've been so conditioned, mainly by YouTube. I mean, not by DoorDash itself certainly, but by YouTubers, by our own, and then going out and doing a short-term amount of orders, which it could be short-term confirmation bias. In other words, we have a couple of bad shifts, but the question is, in the long term, would we have gotten a better result? And perhaps the answer to that is not originally. But now we have, again, one of the things that's made me want to try this out is, allegedly, according to the DoorDash literature, if you go in and look at the tier program, there are 3 levels of priority now. So allegedly, they're locking off orders based on your acceptance rate, tiering them off into 3 different tiers. So when you get to a certain tier, now, for instance, when you get to the 70% tier, you're getting top priority. Well, that's what I think will potentially be it. That's correct. There, yes, and yep, that's the force multiplier in there, is the ability to use multiple apps, and we should use multiple apps. And we're going, but here's the thing, yep. When I get to the next phase, once I hit 100%, I'm going to start using multiple apps. So we're going to use a multi-app strategy, because that's what I'm going to be comparing it to. So I'm going to be comparing it to, am I getting more from DoorDash at using a multi strategy, which is what I've always used. First of all, can I maintain the ratings I need to maintain? 2, am I seeing better results on the overall? Because that's where the majority of my numbers are all based on a multi-app strategy. So that's what I want to see, but I've got to get there first. All right, guys, so we got a $3 tip, $6.25 base pay on that. Now, the question will be is, how fast will I get an offer? Because most of the time during lunch, it's just back to back, back to back, back to back. Now, it's more difficult for them to find an offer on earn by offer sometimes. I think because they're trying to. Well, yep, here's what I would tell you. I think that it's a matter of this. There's like three questions to answer. First of all, yes, by design, DoorDash tells you you're supposed to decline. It wants you to decline because it needs feedback because it knows we're working again. We're working for a computer. It learns from information. So if you just provided a one-sided experience, you tell it you're accepting everything, then you're going to get a very randomized experience. So if you've got to customize it a little bit, and that is decline. Now, if you're declining everything, then you're going to do the opposite. So that 0% dasher is getting, it doesn't know what to do with it. So DoorDash's theory is built into the ratings. They believe that the optimum experience for Dasher and DoorDash together, in other words, where DoorDash realizes whatever its potential is and the Dasher realizes whatever goal DoorDash has for the Dasher, lives at about 70% acceptance rate, 95% completion rate, a 4.7 customer rating. And they believe well, for platinum status, 100 deliveries a month. And they believe you need to do at least 100 deliveries a month in order for you to get the optimum experience. That's how you should take that. So the question is, though, for me, is not that you should sit around and never decline, but it's will you decline less with a higher AR and good stats and working the system optimally, following DoorDash's, you know, own guidance. What will the system do with you? Now you've got to provide some feedback because there are times where it might be sending you, like it's done for me before, and I'm fearful of that happening right now. Where this Taco Bell up here operates with Clear Spring, Maryland, and they will offer $6.50 for 23 miles. It has happened multiple times on multiple occasions that I've hit the decline button. But if I'm going to commit to 100% AR to get it up and then work it back down and see where we're at and see where things, are at, um, that's um, that's going to have to be taken on the upfront. Now, the idea here is the reason why I want to go to 100% AR is because I want to see if I can work it down, but instead of getting clumping like I have right now where I'm clumped. One of the reasons why I've got to do 100 orders is because I've had to do so many orders in this experiment is because I clumped together like 5 turndowns. So when that happens, the AR knows that. So you have no ability to turn down a lot of orders. If you get up to 100 and then you immediately go down to 75 over the course of like 30 offers, and you turn down, and you turn down 25 and only do 5 out of the 30 offered to you, you're going to have a clump. Now you're stuck. So now you're essentially stuck doing what I'm doing for 70 orders. So the thing is, if you're going to maintain an AR, you're going to end up doing it. You're going to end up to some degree doing a 100% accept day because you're not going to be able to do it because otherwise you're going to fall below. And then eventually you're going to come back to having to do that because your AR is going to get so low that you're going to eventually have to go, okay, it's either going to have to drop way low and then you can try to work your way back up, which will be a long process, but then you're without the priority. So the idea here is can we, uh, do we see better offers, or can we get to a point to where you're high enough and you get up there, and allegedly since the orders are locked off, as you can see right now, I'm in a 1 to 5 minute hotspot zone, and I've still got nothing. Now it's telling me I guess I need to move up to the Wendy's 6.1 miles away. So I guess I need to get to driving because that's what I've committed to. I'm still going to drive to the hotspots. So I guess I need to start moving towards that Wendy's. Although, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, no, hotspot just updated. Thank God, Tokyo Sushi is bailed us out of having to make that drive. So, we'll see if Tokyo Sushi delivers something to us. But, But that's what I want to try to do, is see if I can deal with the clumping issue by randomizing the turn downs and trying to get them more staggered, and thereby not creating the scenario where you have to go and accept 100% orders in a day. Because, if you do 3 orders, decline 1, 2 orders, decline 1, you know, and you can more randomize your AR, then you're going to avoid having to ever come out and do a 100% day. And then if you can stay between 70 and 100% by being able to increase your acceptance rate every couple, by paying attention to it and randomizing it on the way down, then hopefully, my hope is that once you're kind of in effect doing a reset in a way. But that was kind of the diabolical thing about the acceptance rate reset. Uh, when DoorDash did that, they were setting it up so the Dasher had to a degree, um, do to get it up there. They had to do a majority of the orders that were coming. So now you had the priority, but everybody was getting the priority at that time. The $1.50 a mile rule, I definitely, yep, I think it'll still work. I mean, I think it still works. I think it should still be applied across the spectrum. But again, what I want to see though is could we improve that? Maybe it could be higher, you know. All right, let me get caught up here. Yup's got some good stuff in it. In my experience, the system seems to like you when you exercise and when your AR goes up and down. If you are not worried about where you go on a dash, you potentially could accept any order that's above $1 or more and just follow wherever it goes. You might drive out of your zone, but you will be constantly making money. By that I mean $1 a mile minimum, but also an order value minimum, say $5 or $6. Steve, I think the $1.50 a mile rule works out. The question is though, does it work out? Here's the thing: the $1.50 rule works when you're getting the full access to the DoorDash platform and still getting the opportunity for the larger orders. So if you end up down in the 50s and 60s and 70s, that's what I want to see. Is it how good is it up there? Is it really that good, or is it like, well, they're staggering out the large order programs in my area, so it's not really that big of a deal. And I guess we'll find out today as we pull through. Well, it just depends though, yup. The biggest thing, like I said, is them locking you out of certain programs. And I don't know what that impact's going to be. Remember, I don't know if you were in here, I think you were in and out Friday night, but there's another element that we learned about being a Platinum Dasher, which, by the way, guys, check out right now. I am getting nothing. Okay? Nothing. Now, I'm near Tokyo Sushi. It doesn't mean that something big can't come in. It doesn't mean, I'm on there by offer. It doesn't mean that I won't get a large order catering program to go take sushi somewhere. But right now, I'm getting nothing. And it's been a while. So that's just something to note. I'm going to go ahead also and hotspot myself into my T-Mobile phone, because T-Mobile tends to be better up here. So we want to make sure it's not a connection issue. Let's go here. The ratings, yes. The ratings forgiveness. So 2 a week. If you're a Platinum Dasher now, you get 2 ratings forgiven a week, as long as it's not related to not delivering an order. A missing item. Now, as was also explained, there's a lot that they go in and automatically do. So even when you get a bad rating, if a bad rating shows up, they say, I was told, wait a week, because I got an email with this whole thing. I guess I could read it online. But they said, basically, in the future, wait a week, and if the rating hasn't come off, give a call. But I'm going to probably call as soon as I see a bad rating go on. Well, no, but what I'm trying to say is, even if you do, it shouldn't be a fear, because a lot of people's fear is that you're going to be dealing with a customer that's more willing to rate you. I've not really had many problems. Like I said, I got my 2-star removed. I got my 1-star removed. So those were outliers. The 1-star was something that I, as she said, it wasn't even related to me. It was a 1 star of the restaurant. So that shouldn't have even been there in the first place. It was missed in their review. That's what she told me on the phone. If you go back and play it back. So those are good things to know about, because I can call in and get them removed. And it sounded like the 1 star wasn't even going to count towards my weekly amount of 2, because she said it should have been caught and removed in the first place, and it hadn't been, so she processed it. I'm still waiting for it to happen, but she said it could take up to 7 days to get out of there, so I'm going to wait and see, and if not, I'll give them a call back. I've got the email that I can reference that it was supposed to be removed on. But the point is that one of the concerns about accepting more uh, accepting more orders is that you're going to expose yourself to unfair ratings from customers, or customers that are going to rate you poorly. Well, the order's not received, as I've said, and again, I don't want to be overconfident on this, but I've had 3 of those, and every single one I've had removed because I had, as I always do, I have my timestamp video. I think you do a screen recording, and that actually works really well too, because you can have the customer's address up right on there, and then open your camera up and record the entire interaction. When I've sent those in, I had 3 occasions that I had to send them in. 2 were due to nighttime. 1 was a teacher, and I had it right on film that I dropped it off and followed her instructions. And I sent them my dash cam and my body cam, or I call it body cam, but it's the stuff. So it's not that I understand. I'm going to probably have to deal with that inconvenience again at some point in my lifetime as a dasher. But I'm pretty confident if I follow my normal steps to protect myself, I'm not going to have. It's not going to be a major problem to me in terms of, you know, so, and for, like I said, for me, what I do is, is if you're screen recording if you're using your Z Fold, what you should do is download the timestamp app, and what you can do is have that playing, have that docked off to the side, and that way when you pull it up and you go to take your picture, you can take the picture with the timestamp app, and you can also see right on the screen if you do it as a floater. I've kind of changed up a little bit how I do it based on your suggestion to screen record. You can have the screen recording of the address of the customer, the timestamp app, which shows you're at the correct address, recording your interaction with customer. And then if there's a major problem or something like that, or if it's one of those customer comes out, I can just quickly hit record and dock it over, and I'm still screen recording the entire interaction. But now I'm getting a recording and it's screen recording, because you can actually record and screen record at the same time. That's why I love Samsung devices. These are the best devices in my opinion for gig work, better than the iPhone, because of the way you can handle them and the different modifications you can make, which make them really, really nice. So here we are, guys. We were 1 to 3 minutes. It passed us. We're now 2 to 6 minutes. It still passes. We're at 94%, 99% completion. I've been waiting. Yep, let me tell you. I'll tell you how long I've been waiting. Give me one moment. I've been waiting. I have now been waiting 14 minutes. 14 minutes. And my payout on my last order was $9.25. So I am not on earn by time. If I was on earn by time right now, I guarantee I'd already been off. I'd have been off on my next order. This is the downside to earn by offer in my area. It's just long waits. And then it'll be made up by big payouts later on when they can send me a big payout. So, you just have to keep the faith. Now, what might be happening right now is I may very well 14 freaking minutes. Yeah, 14 minutes. And, you got to wonder, like, what the hell? And I was on that order, for 28 minutes. So I've made 9:25 now since 11 o'clock, which is when we started this. Although I didn't start the app at 11. I start the app at 11:10. I started the stream at 11. So it's like, sorry, I started at 10:55. I did start at 11, a little before 11. I thought I did. I was reading when I arrived at the store. So, this is ridiculous. They're about to give me a $9 first hour. That's not supposed to happen, right? I mean, in theory. Well, exactly. But what I'm comparing it to right now is, you know, the earn by time experience I had last week, where I just didn't have to deal with this issue at all. I was like, it was just constant work. The only time I had any wait would be at the beginning until I got my first order, and then when I got my first order, it was like boom, off to the races. What was the $25 rule? Yep, I may have missed that. What was this $25 rule? Enlighten me. What was this $25 rule? I mean, my order value on that first order was $12.91. Well, $25 mark per hour from the time you actually started. So, well, if that's the case, then they should have already given me some more offers, because I'm either in some sort of blind pause or something like that. I have no idea. It's weird. Maybe it's a cell phone connectivity issue. Um, I mean, allegedly I have priority. Now, Tokyo Sushi is gone. So now it's telling me to go move up. Well, yeah, but the question is, where right now I've now been going for an hour, and I only saw one offer this hour of 9.25 for 6 miles or for 7 miles. So where was my $25 worth of offers? I mean, I'm sure they are trying to do that. I mean, their goal is to try to get you their goal is to try to get you $25 an active hour. Um, which we're far off on that, because the last shop took me a little longer than, that order took me longer than that. Um, but I've made 9.25 now. I think what I need to do is get off this island, or what I call the island. Or maybe I should turn on Spark right now. Let's see if we can turn on Spark and get something to go somewhere else. Try to offset this. I agree with you, Young Drizzle. I agree with you. Absolutely. It is that. It is 100% time of day. It's how much you work. The longer you work, the more you're going to flatline towards whatever it is that DoorDash wants you to make per hour. So that's why what I try to do is I try to take, again, what I did here is I put in that I was working to 11 o'clock tonight. So what I might be seeing right now is there's other dashers out there that are getting off maybe in the next hour, next 2 hours. So they kind of look at me as, well, he can make some of his money later. Exactly right. Mondays are tough days. Now, last Monday, what did I make last Monday? I don't know. I need to look. See what I made last Monday. would have been the 17th, I believe. So I made $200 last Monday. So last Monday was a good day for me, but I believe I did a lot of earn by time. I'm pretty certain. Judging from, yes, that's exactly what I did. Judging, I can already tell by the offers. They're not crisp. So I put in the amount that earn by time ends up having. Now, and I made, now to do that, it was a rather rough day in terms of time spent. It was 12 hours it took me. That was a brutal day. But I made 200 and I worked a large amount of the day, but it was just bad earnings per hour, 76% of the time. So again, what I found is earn by time is going to keep you busy. You're not going to have to worry about weights. You're not going to have to worry about keeping your mental sanity while you're sitting in a parking lot like I am. And it's just going to be, and we're going to let's turn on Uber. Let's see what we got. Let's see if we can get something else. Whereas earn by time, they're just doing the same thing to you. They're going to keep you moving because they're going to send you 10 miles outside your area. So instead of you waiting in a parking lot, you're waiting while you drive back, right? So you're driving more than you're driving while you're waiting because they're keeping you moving while they're keeping you waiting. Uh, well, yes. The question, of course, I think again, especially if you've got the priority and you've got the ability to get large order programs, you've got the ability to get the higher pizza payouts, the higher tips. So I think really, in my opinion, I think the difference between earn by time and earn by offer is going to come down to, are you in a good tipping market? If you're in a bad tipping market, or you've got a lot of low tip offers, earn by time is going to be your ticket. If you're in a great tipping market, then you're going to, and you decide to work earn by time, you're probably giving up some money because you're not going to have the whole idea behind the earn by offer now is you're getting priority to the high tips. So therefore you're going to get to spend more time with the higher tipping customer and collecting those if they exist in your market, and thereby that can make you a lot of money. Now, if you're in a lower tipping market, then you're not going to have a lot of those. You're going to sit more because you're not going to have access to the priority that you're seeking. So, for instance, right now I'm complaining that I'm not getting an offer, right? But the question is, if DoorDash is doing what they should be doing here, which is I'm a priority driver. So DoorDash has its earn by time drivers working right now. They're moving all over the area. I'm sitting here, and when a premium in theory, now I'm speaking in theory, I'm not speaking in actuality, because this might not be actually what happens with my next order. But in theory, if DoorDash's program is acting the way it's supposed to, I'm waiting here, and when that order comes that is worthy of a platinum status driver, they put me to work and I get that offer. So now I get the $15 payout. The problem obviously is if I'm in a market where those orders are few and far between, I might be sitting. So in DoorDash's eyes, it's like, okay, great. Yeah, you get your dream. You get to drive just for platinum customers or platinum level customers. And occasionally we might ask you to do some lower tier offers if we need to. But in the meantime, if it's a busy time, you're going to get priority on those. The earn by time driver is going to be driving all over your community doing the low offers that you would have never done in the first place. So I think, it's, if you're going to do earn by offer, I think it's got to be complemented with some sort of other app that you have that can help during times like these. But then you also have the idea that, depending on what DoorDash is going to hook me up with, which very well could be a shop. There's a food line right around the corner that they do, that I've done shops for. So, it's possible if I go off driving with another app, I'm going to relocate in a different area. So when that big premium order comes, I've already left. So now I'm in another section. And I never see what they thought could get. Yes, it should. Yes. I, so when you took the account from 23 to 80%, um, what was your experience, Drizzle? Was it difficult to get up there? Did you just accept every order until you hit 80%, or how did you do it? Did you have to take a lot of shit orders? And one of my theories about my market here in Martinsburg is that this is a shit market for tips because it's always been a struggle to find good orders. You can find a lot of medium orders or on the what I would say on the border mortar orders, like for instance, like yep, you were talking about if you're still out there. Uh, hey, you can do $1 a mile. Yeah, if you're willing to drive at $1 a mile in this market, you can find some business. But you start to up that standard, it's going to be more difficult, especially on earn by offer, because the tips are harder to come by. Now at dinner time, you can find on occasion you get some customers depending on the position you're at. Um, you can do it, but on the whole, I guarantee you right now, if I went up to Hagerstown, and maybe I should relocate to Hagerstown, I'd have no problem right now getting an earn by offer. No problem. Yeah, well, this is like I said. I don't know what the issue is right now. This is kind of crazy. I'm wondering if it's related to maybe my cell phone connectivity. I think what I'm going to do, because I'm not getting anything on Spark, I'm not getting anything on any of the other apps, and it's just completely deadened out. I am getting updates, like my time is updating, so perhaps it's something else. So we're gonna move. We're gonna move. Oh, so you took 30 days. So you did it over the course of 30 days to get it up to 80%. Okay, gotcha. You didn't kind of just jump right in and go, let me accept the next 80 orders or whatever and move it up there. All right, so let's see if we move towards the next hotspot. Let's see if, because we've been bypassed now twice when hotspots came alive up here. So we're going to move down towards the next hotspot where it tells us, and this is where it had originally told us to go, down into this area. So my thought is we're in the wrong area. Everything up here is dried up. There's not a lot of options. So we're going to head down there and see what it finds us. I'm sorry, what's that, Shane Epley? I don't understand the question. Do you have a cell phone? Do you have a cell phone store? Yeah. 279.30 days. Oh. Well, actually, yes, that's funny. I'm sitting right near a T-Mobile store. Yes, I was sitting right there. Yep. And I was, that's why I went ahead and hotspotted into my T-Mobile phone, because a lot of times AT&T up in this area sucks, but I have my T-Mobile phone over here. I hotspotted into it. Oh, there we go. We just got an offer from Taco Bell behind us. All we had to do, I guess, was pull away. So we got 850, 5.8 miles. I guess maybe it was the idea that we were sitting and it didn't like that. I don't know, because I've kind of so I guess it punished me for sitting, I guess is what it was doing. It detected I was sitting and said, well, that's good, man. 352 deliveries. Yeah, I did. According to, of course, I'm on the platinum tier, so it tells you what you've done in the last 30 days. On Friday, I was at 318 deliveries in the last 30 days. I don't know. I don't have the exact count of how many deliveries I've done. Looks like Grubhub's getting into the mix now. with $11 for 15 miles. So Grubhub is definitely not helping us at all with whatever they were trying to offer us. But we are, let's see here. So now we are heading back to the restaurants. We're 4 minutes away from the Taco Bell. So the frustrating part obviously is that, you know, while the offer was not negative miles or anything like that, so hey, we'll take it. But to have sat now for, to have basically had to sit as long as we did between orders. Now it's 12:08. The first hour we just made $9.50. Now we've got $8.50. So of course, DoorDash world, in DoorDash's world, remember, I've only worked, what was it, 10:55 to 10:28. So in DoorDash's world, this will still keep me around $17 an hour, depending on how long it takes me. And I don't think it's going to take me long. I'm sure this order will probably be close to ready, if not ready, when I get there. And then it'll take me maybe 8 to 10 minutes. So I'll probably get, in DoorDash's active time world, I'll probably get 3 orders in an hour and be close to $20 to $25, depending on how well this order goes or doesn't. Now the active delivery order value of the last order was only $12 or $13 an hour. So we've got some making up to do here. But I think DoorDash would view that more as my inefficiencies in trying to shop that order, because we had a couple substitutions I had to wait on the customer to get back to me on, and then we had one item that was tough to find. Yeah, well, I think that's what it was, Young Drizzle. I think I made the mistake of parking. But yeah, it's I think that was the mistake I made. I think what I should have done, instinctually, looking back, is I went ahead and parked up here because I saw that Tokyo Sushi was saying that it was hot. So I said, okay, this is the new hotspot. So instead of driving into it, I parked. And I think if I would have started driving in the direction of where I was originally going to head, I'm quite certain I'd have gotten right down the road, and they probably would have hit me with an order, either to bring me back to this hotspot or to bring me to the new hotspot. Because I think what I found is DoorDash likes to give you offers just as you're getting into a new hotspot or going towards it, But obviously they weren't ready for an order at the time. When I got off the first order, it was telling me I needed to head towards the Wendy's, which was up the interstate. I passed the interstate exit, came down here, circled around the Walmart parking lot, and then made the decision. And I was getting ready to head down towards the Wendy's, and then that was when they switched the hotspot on. So I don't know. We're sick. We will see what, Now again, you got to remember too, when you come out and you're dashing, you've got to look at the longer term over the time you're planning to be out here. So obviously, if I was planning to be out here for 2 hours, this would be not a very successful dash. But since I'm planning to be out here longer than that, then you've got to really look at the entirety of the time that I put into the system. Said, hey, I'm out here to dash for X amount of time, which was, I think I said 11 hours. So therefore, DoorDash, again, as I said, I believe will route you accordingly based on the perceived availability in the system. All right. What's up, Tommy Sisson? All right, so we've arrived. All right, so 9 items. Of course, we already know what we're getting, so no mystery here on the tip. All right, so here we go. Let's see here. Looks like Spark is sending us our first order offer of the day. It's a Sam's Club in a different area. So for now, I'm going to turn off Spark. Would have been nice if it would have been something we could have maybe built with or built towards, but I would have maybe considered it given the low first hour we had. All right, I'll be back, guys. All right, guys. So, a couple things there to note about that experience in that store. I guess there's a new employee in there. So, get in there, and there was only two of my three drinks ready. He was a little freaked out because he thought he got it right, and then there was no cup holder, and so of course one of the experienced people back there said, "Hey man, you got to put a cup holder with that." So they got me my third drink. So always check your order. Make sure you know. Um, Next, an older man came in. It had to look like he's in his 70s, and the poor guy was having a pretty bad day because he steps up to the counter and orders himself a double quarter pounder with cheese with a Coke, and the young man there had to inform him that he was not in McDonald's, he was in Taco Bell, and the guy looked so confused. I don't know how you would mistake a Taco Bell for McDonald's, but he did that. And then it was explained that the McDonald's was next door. So then he kind of confusedly looked around and said, "Okay, well then I guess I'll order something from here." So I don't know. He's having a bad day. I don't know if he was suffering from dementia or what. But that was going on when I left. I felt bad for him because he really did look confused. It looked like it was legitimate. Now it could have been a joke. I don't know. But he did seem to legitimately believe he was in McDonald's and just looked so perplexed and confused when he was informed that he was in Taco Bell. I thought, man, that guy's driving out there and he doesn't even know where he's at, and he can't tell the difference between Taco Bell and McDonald's. I mean, there's a huge difference, and they are next door to each other. But I mean, perhaps it was just my dad used to like to do jokes like that with people when he would come into a restaurant, or he'd go into Bob Evans and try to order a vodka martini or something stupid like that just to break the ice, and it was just something he did. So maybe this man was doing that, but he looked as if he was just legitimately confused when he was told, "Hey, you're McDonald's is next door." And he was like, "What? I'm not at McDonald's." But maybe he was just acting really weird. But the big takeaway on this order is always check your description. Always be aware of the amount of drink you're supposed to have, because a lot of times these especially in the fast food restaurants, these guys will miss it because they're going quick. Because for them, they're just trying to get the DoorDash orders prepared. And remember, the DoorDash order, like back in the day, when it was downtime, you were working in fast food, you'd be standing there bullshitting, talking to your coworkers. Now a DoorDash order comes in and interrupts that. So they're just trying to get through it as quick as possible. And then if a customer walks in and they're working on fulfilling that order, then they're really trying to get through it quickly because they've got a customer staring them down, wanting their attention, and they're trying to get this through before the dasher shows up, and they don't know what's walking in the door, whether or not that dasher's going to be understanding or pushy or come flying over and get the phone in their face and demand to know when their order's going to be ready. So a lot of times they forget things. They'll forget a drink, they'll forget an extra drink, they won't see it. So it's important you take the time to go down your Dasher app before you walk in the store. And I know when you're on Earn by Offer, like we are right now today, oh wow, okay, so we have a $22.40 Grub order, and it's going 16 and a half miles. It will bring us up to, oh wait a minute, that's actually a catering order, because it says a Wednesday pickup at 11:48 a.m. Huh, interesting. I've never gotten a pre-scheduled order before. So they're actually offering a catering order to me for Wednesday. It says it's going 16 and a half miles. That's from where I'm at now. I'm almost inclined to accept that for $22.40 because it doesn't look like it's going too far. I think we're going to hit accept on it. I mean, let's see what happens when you do. Because I have a catering bag through them. So we've hit accept. Now we're scheduled for a Wednesday pickup for $22. This is a scheduled order for Wednesday, XL, and 14 items. Hey, got ourselves a catering pickup scheduled for Wednesday. We'll do that. We can do that. That works. Now I know, so Yeah. Well, yeah, Young Drizzle. I recommend the catering bag. It's the best bag in the business. The Grubhub catering bag is one of the best. You pair that with their drink cooler bag. It's the best combination bag. It's the only stuff you need next to having to get the pizza bags. And I buy one bag every 6 months. Now I've got two of them, two of the combo. I lost my little divider in the one. It dropped out of the customer's house, and I didn't realize it until later on. I didn't really feel like I was wanted to go back to the customer to get it, but I got to remember that. I'm gonna have to put that on my schedule and make sure I remember. But it's the best bag. It really is. It's what I use. It's why I have it up. People were commenting on why you go into your trunk. I have it set up back there, and it's perfect. And I put my I have two drink coolers. So one of them will house my food. One of them will house my drinks. Like in this case, I got three drinks back there. You could fit up to 10 drinks in that drink cooler, depending on how you do it. And it's the best value in food delivery, in my opinion. It's great. It's a great buy. So if you're on the Grubhub platform, even if you're not on the Grubhub platform, I don't know if they'll let you shop at their store or not. But if you're not, pick it up. I think you can pick up similar bags on Amazon, but they're a little bit more expensive on Amazon because if you're a Grubhub driver, they're giving you a little bit of a discount when you go in to shop in their store. So, and I just do it I'll buy one every 6 months, write it off, and I hope they don't get rid of them anytime soon. And even in the catering bag, they have the ability to put drinks in. So, you really have a lot. It's very versatile. It's like the pocket knife of catering bag of delivery bags. All right, so now they're giving me a Subway order, 683 for 5.9 miles. We will promptly decline that order because that's just not worth going back. I'm going to offer too low for distance. Appreciate Grubhub being willing to send that to me. That's the first time I've ever been scheduled on one. Now I did get a $78 one before, where it was delivering to, and it may have been it may have been a pre-scheduled order. In fact, I never saw it because what happened is I was doing a Spark Shop. I got like a $39 Spark Shop. Feeling pretty good about that. It was only going a few miles, so I do it. And at that time, I was using multiple phones, so I left my Grubhub phone in the car. Normally, I turn off my apps, and sometimes Grubhub doesn't always turn off. I was using the Maxymo apps, so I come out, realize it's on. I check my Maxymo app to turn it on, realize Grubhub's not on. I'm like, let me check and see what we got. And sickeningly enough, it was a $79 offer for Firehouse subs going to the Procter & Gamble plant. And I was like, holy shit, how did I miss that? But if you invest in their bags, they will automatically put you in their catering program without any of the bullshit that DoorDash does. Now, they will prioritize you, based on your status. So I don't see a whole lot of them, but I've got them. One particular random evening, I was in the Hagerstown market, and this is when I was a driver in the Hagerstown market. I switched off of that market, but the Sushi Bomb restaurant up there, which is not active on the DoorDash platform, but it's active on Grubhub, gave me a $64 offer. And it's nice, because guess what? You don't have to see a plus sign. You knew exactly what you were getting. So I knew I was getting $64. I was going, it offered it at 11 miles. Of course, I took it, $6 a mile. I mean, there's plenty of money in it. And that made for a very nice earning evening once I added that in. Got that order finished and completed. It only took me like 40 minutes. I got it. It was during a rainstorm. So I think what was happening was there was a lot of Grubhub drivers that are going home. I was out. They know I had their bags. Boom, I got it. Otherwise, I think the premier drivers would have gotten that an opportunity at that offer. And I was like, oh, heck yeah, man. I love it. So it's definitely worth it. Like I said, some of the best bags, in my opinion, that you can use for gig work or for food delivery work, grocery delivery work. And on top of that, it makes you eligible automatically for the catering program. Depending on where you're at with your ratings, will depend on whether or not you see any orders or how frequent you see the orders. But it's always nice to have that sitting there, like I just had today. I'm going to have a $22 setup to go deliver 14 items on Wednesday. So I've already got $22 scheduled right now on Wednesday. I mean, that's awesome. So we will be starting our day off strong on Wednesday. We just got to find, oh, there it is right there. Back up a little bit. Pull into the driveway. Let's go drop off this order, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys. Got that delivered. Now we're waiting on the order to process. So we got some cell phone connectivity issues going on. So hopefully when we pull up here and get to the top of this hill, we will, I hope, be allowed to process this out and get an opportunity to get another order. We are in Martinsburg, West Virginia. I am just me. That's where we're at. Come on now. Cell phone. It's probably due to turn off the hotspot. There we go. That's exactly what it was. So apparently T-Mobile is not good up here. All right, so $2 tip, $6.50, $2 base pay, $6.50 tip. As I've pointed out numerous times, a lot of times the program, it's weird how it appears that a lot of times Earn by Time will mirror the payouts of Earn by Offers, but in reverse. So it's like a $2 tip and $6.50 base pay. We probably see $6.60. Well, there we go. We're going to Dunkin' Donuts. Beautiful. Now there it is, guys. This is the shit right here that we don't like. This is the garbage. $2. So boy, DoorDash is playing with me, aren't they? So now they're gonna send me to this Dunkin' Donuts up here, probably to pick up like a coffee or something, and go 4 miles. It's $2 for 4 miles. So there it is. Order number 3. This is what DoorDash has got for me. I mean, this is not very acceptable. Now I could do one of two things with this. I could pull up here if the order's not ready or there's going to be a wait time. In 10 minutes, you get the complimentary worry-free cancel. That's one way to handle an order like this. Use your worry-free cancel, and then you can still get your acceptance rate up. But you gotta wait. You gotta give up 10 more minutes of your time, or grab the order, deliver it, and move on to the next one and collect your $2, and maybe you get a cash tip. We've learned there are cash tips out there. So what should we do here? Deliver it or take a worry-free cancel? Let me know. I'm hoping maybe they're stacking it with something else. Maybe this is one of those reverse stacks. Um, but man, how horrible. I mean, this puts me at 1975. I understand DoorDash is going to say, in their time, in their weird time frame, they're going to say, right. I agree with you. In normal times, Young Grizzle, that would be a decline. That would be one that would sit in there. And I think the algorithm would expect it to be declined, and then they would, you know, move it into the earn by time people. Um, because again, what I see, and again, it's kind of funny. The same pattern has emerged. Okay, when I was doing earn by time, accepting every offer, first two offers, add moderate tips. All right. Now in this case, it was kind of reversed. I had the $6.50 tip on the second offer and a $3 tip on the first offer. Now the third offer is always one that was a low tip or a no tip, and that has played out in the last 2 weeks, almost like clockwork. I've been able to predict it, and that's exactly what we have here. Now the difference is on an earn by time order right now, this no tip order would be able to be worked up to maybe $5, whereas unfortunately I'm going to be limited to $2 base pay. There's no working it up. There's no increasing it. There's no getting it better. There's just pick up whatever it is that they want me to pick up, which is 3 items. It's an ice latte. It's basically 2 ice lattes and a half dozen donuts, and then go deliver it to this customer, who again, it's a leave it door, so I don't think they're going to be tipping me. So, you know, I'm kind of stuck with it. So now I'm stuck with that decision of what I want to do here with this. Whether or not I go forward with it, but either way, I'm going to move on down the line. Of course, DoorDash has recorded it as an accept, so it's going to be, the algorithm's going to learn that, yeah, I'm willing to accept $2 orders. Now, what I do with it, whether or not it gets accepted. Now, obviously, if I come in here and this order isn't ready and there's a long wait, then worry-free cancel is absolutely going to happen the moment it can happen on this order. There's no reason for me to keep a $2 order longer than I need to. But if it's ready and I can move it and I can collect $2 and I'm moving back, the only nice part about this is, and I guess this is the way DoorDash would look at this, is it's traveling me back down towards the hot spot I was at. So in that sense, pretty sure this is the one. Yep, around the store. There we go. So in that sense, it's a travel. I mean, you can almost look at it as a travel order. In other words, I was going to be heading in that direction anyways, potentially. There's not any stores up here. I was going to have to get down there. So in DoorDash's algorithmic mind, it's like, well, you want to make $2 on your way? Go check out and see if the order's ready. Essentially, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the point, young Drizzle. If it isn't ready, then that's where, like I said, that's where they're kind of, so to speak, the rubber meets the road. We're gonna have to get rid of it. Then you can use a worry-free cancel. So, young Drizzle, I'm assuming you know about the worry-free cancel, or maybe it's not in your area yet. But DoorDash is rolling out in areas where the acceptance rate requirement is at 90%. That you can wait 11 minutes. If you wait 11 minutes on an order, then you get a worry-free cancel. On any order you got to wait on. So, it can be used, obviously, for a multitude of reasons. It can be used when you have an actual wait, and for those that want to take the chance that DoorDash doesn't ding them or pick up on what they're doing, you could, in theory, wait 11 minutes on an order that you don't like, worry free cancel it, and then that way you get credit for the acceptance if you're trying to get your ratings up. The only thing you're doing is just you're giving up 11 minutes of your time sitting at that store. Now, if you're sitting in an area where there's a lot of good offers, or say you have Walmart Spark, or you're multi-apping, that's another element to the multi-apping tools that you can use, because you can use that as to wait on another order. And in the case of a Walmart Spark order, you can get accepted on a Walmart Spark. Boom, you can head over, you can accept that order, wait out the rest of the time you need to, worry free, cancel the order, and pause your dash, and head over and do your order on the other platform. So, all right, so I got to finish this. Oh, I know what I do. Hold on, maps. So I'm taking my time here on this order from the standpoint of, we'll see if it's ready. The other thing is there's an 11-minute rule. Uh, is Well, that's why if you go in there and you hit the help button, it'll tell you whether it's affecting your completion rate or not. Then the other thing on the 11 minutes is if you wait 11 minutes, then it will protect your ratings. Rating protection already automatically kicks in, and they can't rate you below a 5-star rating. They can only rate you 5 stars. So they won't you if they rate you 5 star below a 5-star rating on that order that you've had an 11-minute or longer wait on, then the order automatically gets knocked off to the other ratings, and it comes out of your ratings calculation. So the 11 minutes is a great thing, because on a low tip or non-tip order, it's going to give you the rating protection that you need, and it's also going to give you the ability, if you need to get out of it, boom, you can get out of it if you need to. Thank you, I am just me. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. So, um, it's just, now, one of the also things to keep in mind too is, for me, I don't think I've delivered to this person. It does not appear I have. But a lot of times, if you're on, say, earn by time, you're going to attract non-tipping orders. And as a result of that, it's very possible, if you did a good job and you're getting a good rating, that the system will now attract you back to that customer if they put an order in, because you did a good job on the order, you accepted their order, and the customer gave you a 5 star. So now you've got the problem of that customer's going to keep coming back in. So you want to be aware of that too. That's a downside to the Earn by Time program, because it's going to introduce you to customers that aren't tipping very well. All right, so where is this going? So although this is heading in the general direction I want to go, this is actually really not a very good order at all, because it's actually taking me down to the river. Okay, so it's taking me like 4 miles, but I'm going to get up and I'm going to go all the way down, and I'm going to end up in a area where the cell phone connection is going to be terrible and all that stuff. So we're going to walk in here. We're going to see if the order's ready. If it's not ready, I'm going to probably try to use a worry-free cancel if it will let me do that, because this is one of those deals where there's no upside to this order whatsoever. It lands you in a terrible location. I'll have no cell phone connection down by the river. I'll probably lose the stream. But not only that, I won't be in a position to get another follow-up order, and I'll have to follow those probably 3 of these 4 miles maybe about 2.5 miles back. So we go from a 2 for 4, so it becomes a 2 for 6.5, probably in theory, before I would even be in position to get another one. So not no upside to this order whatsoever. But anyways, let's head in. Let's go see where we stand on this. Let's see if we're gonna try to pull this off or not. Um, so let's see what happens. Yeah, Lord Bay, get a bad rating with them. If you get a bad rating with them, then now you can also report them to DoorDash. Like if there was a problem, there is a way you can go in and report a customer. So you can go in. It used to be through the in chat, but you can also, if you had a bad experience, you can report that to customer support. In other words, if you felt unsafe. Also, DoorDash gives you safe. I felt very safe. I felt safe, or I felt unsafe. So you can report a safety condition. If a customer cusses you out, if a customer is harassing you in chat, you should absolutely report that to, and I have done that. You can report that to support, and they will go ahead and take that, make sure you will have no contact with that customer ever again. So yes, but you've got to contact support, either chat into them or call into them, and let them know the customer name. You should do it as quick as you can, and just say, hey, this was my experience, and I don't feel safe dealing with this customer. And then that customer could even get booted off the platform, depending. I mean, DoorDash is going to look into it, so you don't want to go. You don't want to go reporting somebody just because they low tipped you. You want to be careful on that. But if it's a legitimate experience, and I've had those where a customer's just abusive or borderline abusive, and they're not being very professional to you, then you should absolutely report it, and they will stop you. Now, if you get a bad rating, be aware you get that 1-star rating. It's the last time you ever to come in contact with that customer. Oh yes, Lord Bay, I multi-app. That is my preferred method of dashing. I always that's or working, I guess I should say, because I'm not always dashing when I'm multi-app. Thank you, Lord Bay. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate the subscription. Um, but yeah, I multi-app. I do Spark, Uber Eats, Grubhub, Shipped, little Amazon Flex here and there. We do, of course, DoorDash, Instacart. So you see all those in a normal setting. Now because I just got this tier system, I'm doing an experiment to try to get my rating up to 100%, and then I want to try to see what life is like at 100%, and then I'm going to try to work it back down and I'm hoping to create a less clumped acceptance rate, and see what I can do then, taking advantage of the alleged 3 tiers of priority that now exist, and see all that. I don't do any medical deliveries. I have not gotten involved in that. I've heard that's really good. I've heard that's really profitable, but I have not done that. I'm not sure if there's any of these in my area or within a distance or proximity. If you have a suggestion on a medical delivery site or one that I could look into, I'm always open to that, because I've heard you can make a lot of money with it. But for me, it's primarily food, grocery, and package delivery is what I focus on when I'm out here working in the gig work. I do Draver. Uh, I don't do much with Draver, but Draver is where you move cars for car dealerships. Um, you can make like 80 or 90 bucks for a couple of hours. And the nice part about it is you're not having to use your personal vehicle for it. I'm in the Martinsburg, West Virginia market, but I work the Hagerstown, Maryland, Frederick, Maryland. I work in PA, in Virginia. That's exactly right, yo. That's exactly right. So I kind of work and there we go. So we're gonna go check on this here. Give me a moment. We got to go in and check this out. We do have our worry-free cancel available. So let me go check this offer and see if it's ready. And if it isn't, we're gonna get out of it. Hold on one second. right, guys, we went ahead and enacted our worry-free cancel because it was not ready. Only to walk into this bullshit right here. Just literally, I did it, and so now they want us to go $7 for 15 miles. So we're gonna hit accept because that's a very bad order. Looks like we're picking up some chimichangas, one burrito, and one taco. But we're gonna just have to see what we can do here on this, because this is this is tough. This is tough on my own. Where's the priority at, DoorDash? That's what I'm looking for. But they just punished me. So it's like $2. It wasn't ready. I walked in there, asked them. They said they were still working on it, and they printed the ticket out just as I got in there. So I just say I qualified. So I went ahead and worry-free canceled, and came out here and walked into that absolutely atrocious order. $7 for 15 miles. So chances are that's a no-tip order as well. It's just that they want me to go 15 miles. It looks like we're going way into the country. So again, we'll see what happens. The only good news is this restaurant is absolutely known for its wait times. Yeah, basically 30 miles. Yeah, I am just me. It's basically 30 miles is what they're offering, because there will be no ability to get an order if I take this order all the way out there to this customer. So what DoorDash is doing right now is, obviously this should be an earn by time order, but it's coming to me. Allegedly locked out with priority. I've been made to wait all day long for orders. Now Spark is coming in with something here. I turned Spark back on just because I thought I need to see what's going on over here. But Spark right now is sending me Sam's Club orders from another community. I'd have to go, I think it's about almost 15 miles away is where this Sam's Club's at. So I'm not going to go do those. They're sending me a 5-stop for $17.23, a 9-stop for $20. So those are not even possibilities. I'm not traveling. And those are all negative miles to money, in fact. 20 miles for the $17 one and 21 miles for the $20 one. So I wouldn't even consider that. So lean pickings out here. So this is the problem here that I think that we run into. I didn't think. Hopefully I'm back, guys. I had the hotspot into my T-Mobile device, my T-Mobile phone. But my hope is when we get here, we just arrived. There's a possibility there'll be another wait. We'll find out. But I'm going to run some figures on this. This one I might. Let me see. If I haven't delivered it, I recognize the name. I don't recognize the address though. I don't think I've delivered that here. No, I've never delivered that yet. It's a 20-minute ride out from here. So, and it appears probably if I'm betting on what this payout will be, I think it's probably a $5 payout and $5 tip, $2 base pay. That's what I would bet. If I'm a betting man, that's what I'm putting my money on. But I could be wrong. I could get out here and find out it's all $7. $7 is all base pay and there's no tip. Maybe they cash tip me. That's the other thing. You never know. But we're delivering a very small little order. So, all right. So let's go ahead and we're prepared for the potential possibility that we do this order. Although I'm really half tempted. I'm hoping we get another opportunity for a worry-free cancel, because this is this is just not a good order. I mean, it's really not good, and it's like you're taking it. It's not what I would expect to be at 94%, and I have to go deal with this shit. It's pretty bad. This is the Martinsburg market. This is what we deal with most of the time. So that's why case should be made. I'm either going to wait I'm either sitting here wasting 22 minutes on worry-free cancels, or I'm sitting waiting for an order, and then I finally get a decent order, and I've basically done 2 orders today, $17. I've been working for 2 hours now. So DoorDash has effectively wasted my time. I've earned nothing playing the games. Either playing the games to not have to go drive, or I go play the game. I mean, really, what am I making if I do a $2 order out to the country that's going to take me 20 minutes? Nothing. So it's tough. I mean, now, I guess the idea is, looking in the long run of this, DoorDash will maybe correct this with a big time shop or maybe a large order program later in the day. But, well, I think my pods have gone out. I got to charge them. So I apologize. So we're utilizing my S23 Ultra's microphones. So I apologize if there's some feedback from my air conditioner in there. It's just going to be what it is. But I got to keep it on because it's 87 degrees here. So it's just ridiculous. And like I said, Spark hasn't been much help because, of course, I'm at a 0% acceptance rate on Spark right now. Not, and it's also time of day. Spark really gets hopping after 3 o'clock, and it'll be hopping with shops is really where I find the good spot to be at. But I haven't done anything. I didn't do anything with Spark last week, obviously, because I did all DoorDash. But I'm at 98% on time, 6% drop trips, 0% acceptance rate, and I don't have a customer rating because I haven't worked in 2 weeks. So, and 97% items found. I've done 467 total trips on Spark. So, anyways, let me go in here and adjust a few things. And then we'll see what we end up doing with this order here, guys. If it's ready, I'm giving them some time to be ready. But if it should not be ready, I will not be disappointed, because this is a shit order. I would rather wait with no pay than drive at 50 cents a mile to a customer's house. I mean, that's my opinion. What would you do in this instance? And if DoorDash is willing to let me out worry-free, great. If they're not, well, that's fine too. We'll go deliver it. For the simple fact, wait 11 minutes and save your gas. Yeah, that's what I'm considering. I haven't taken it yet. We'll see what DoorDash does for me here in a minute. And then we're going to check on it and see if it's ready. And if it's not, the concern, is obviously you do these worry-free cancels too much, and then they're going to look at you and they're going to go, okay, wait a minute, why do you have so many of them, all of a sudden? And I feel like it's a double-edged sword, where it's there, but as with anything, this is being run by a computer, so they're going to kind of have an idea of like what's a correct worry-free cancel amount. It should be this percentage or that percentage. So we'll see what happens. But these 2 orders are absolutely unacceptable for the idea of, hey, you're at 94%. You've got top priority in the area. They made me wait all day. I did 2 orders that were lukewarm at best. They were not even great. I mean, there was $9.25 for 6 miles and what was it, $8.25 for 5. Neither of those are good. Or I guess it was $9.50 for 7 miles, and it was uh, 825 for five. So that's why we're at 1775 for today. Now, we've only driven, technically, besides what DoorDash has wanted to do to us today, we've only driven, let's see here. Well, we've actually driven 17 actual miles. So we're at $1 a mile, believe it or not, based on how DoorDash routed that, because we came all the way back here. We started driving down towards that other hotspot. So it's not been a good day at all, miles wise or anything, weight wise, earnings wise. I mean, I believe if I was driving on Earn by Time right now, again, I went and decided to switch to this. If I was on Earn by Time right now, I guarantee you, I'd already be at $40. Yep. Well, I agree with you. I am just me. I think 100%. Well, Lord Bay, Spark does the same thing. I think they got that from Spark, because Spark will do the same thing. They'll show you, now they're not shops, so that's where the rubber meets the road for me. Where Instacart, it's a little bit more concerning when you're hiding no tip orders on Instacart, where you're paying base pays of $4 and you're expecting people to shop these orders. But on the Spark platform, I've heard, it hasn't hit my market yet, that they are doing that with shops as well. But Spark's been doing that for years, where they're hiding the no tip order in with a big tip. So you might see a $27 three run or three stop Spark order, curbside pickup, and two of those are no tip, and one of those has a $20 tip, and then the rest was base pay. So um, I think they picked it up. I mean, I think it's just, unfortunately, what they want us to do. Um, because remember, when they're getting $2 or $3 base pay out of us, and the customers are tipping us, that's making Instacart money. It's not making us money, because Instacart's getting all the fees from the merchant, the extra. Remember, every time somebody orders on Instacart, there's a markup on every item, so they're making a boatload of money. So yeah, the stacks. That's again where they're using the tips to pay for. They're using the tips to subsidize, and that's exactly what they're doing in Earn by Time versus Earn by Offer. I mean, that's all DoorDash is doing. They're subsidizing the no tip orders with the tip orders. They're just doing it in a different way. It's undetectable. Um, oh well, thank you, Kylan. I guess it's Kylan. Hell, B. Um, but yeah. So in my opinion, it's just part of the game. I mean, you gotta vet those out and decide what you want to do. It's harder to break apart orders on Instacart, but you can do it. But you got to go through hoops. I've had to do it before for, not to try to get out of an order, but just because there was one particular order that didn't have, it was like a one item order, and they didn't have the item, and there was no way to substitute it, and it was just hell getting it done. Oh, there we go. We have a worry-free cancel, so we're going to go ahead and take advantage of it. And there we go. And with the worry-free unassigned comes a Spark order. Let's see if that's still the same crap that they're trying to float to me. So now we have no hotspots up here. They want me to move all the way down to Del Sol Cafe, which is 7.5 miles away. Oh, so you can call Instacart and get it. Now, does it still count against your cancel? Because I know at one point I was like, I had, it was more of a result of multi-apping, where I would accept an Instacart order and then I'd get like a better order from somewhere else because I still had my other apps on. And I got myself over 10% cancel. And then I got the old nasty gram that sat at the top for a long time until I got it back under 10%. Sounds good, young Drizzle. Good luck out there. And Felzer, yeah, DoorDash. DoorDash does pay a base pay, but it's not very high. So listen, you're not a bad person, but I'm going to tell you this, Felzer. When you don't tip or you tip low, it affects the quality of driver you're going to get. It affects the quality of your experience. What do I mean by this? A good driver is going to have invested in quality bags. They're going to be able to make sure that they manage your order well. And you may think to yourself, well, I'm ordering fast food, so what do I need a quality driver for? Well, you want to make sure that that fast food goes in a good bag. And if you're not ordering from McDonald's, McDonald's still bags everything for you. But a lot of times they're telling this is drinks, this is food. So a good driver is going to have an area to put your cold stuff and your hot stuff. And they're going to be willing to also, on top of that, they're not going to be worrying about multi-apping another app in with a good quality order, because you're going to have enough offered on your order that's going to make it payable and worth it. So, it's really dictating the quality you're going to have on the app, or the experience you're going to have on the app, because it's going to be more likely that you're going to get a really negative experience, or you might not always get a negative experience. What I would say, Felser, is an acceptable tip is $5. Minimum of $5. That should just be your rule of thumb. It may seem like a lot, but remember, when you're asking someone to deliver to you, you're asking someone to take care of food that you're going to be consuming. So when you think of it like that, it's like, do you want some angry, disgruntled person who's not getting paid well handling food you're going to be consuming? $5 tip will take, minimum. Now, if you're ordering a big sushi order, or you're ordering a big order from a nice restaurant, and you want to make sure it gets to you hot and well and preserved, then you've got to take into account that driver that's ordering, say, from a top-end steakhouse, they're required to invest in a catering bag and have all these different extra things. So in that case, you should, tip accordingly to the what I say the complexity of the order. In that case, taking into account that you want to get a driver that has good bags and stuff, because you can still get drivers that don't have that stuff if DoorDash has to float it around. So in that case, you might look at your ticket and tip 10% of whatever your ticket is. So if you're on a $200 order, tip them $20. DoorDash is going to give out a little extra base pay. All these Uber Eats will, Grubhub will, but you might want to do 10 to 15%, depending on, again, reflecting on the fact that how quick you get your order, whether or not it's hot, whether or not it's taken care of, to ensure that you're getting a competent person and not some crazed individual who's been sitting in a parking lot all day, pissed off, and they decide, you know what, I have to take this no-tip order because I haven't got it and I'm trying to pay my bills, so I'm going to take it. And then they're spitting in your food, or they're opening your bags, or throwing your bags around their car, or they're just throwing it on their passenger seat. So, to me, it's always been, if I'm ordering food delivery or using any of these delivery services, I don't want someone who's not being paid well, because, that person, there's too much risk involved. I mean, I'm going to be eating that food. So I want to have somebody who I know is getting paid well by these apps, because they're going to have a car hopefully taking pride in their business. They're not going to have a smoke-filled car, so my bag doesn't come back, or my food doesn't come in smelling like a cigar. There's a lot of different factors you got to consider. So if you're not able to afford tipping and paying the cost of food delivery, hey, understood. It's expensive. Probably your best bet is to just go pick it up yourself, because you're taking a huge risk with the individual that's going to get that order if you decide not to tip. And right now, with the way DoorDash has it arranged, you can get Dash Pass. In my opinion, DoorDash versus Grubhub, DoorDash wins on a volumized basis. Grubhub tends to sometimes pay better on some of their orders, but in my area, I don't see a lot of Grubhub. And for me, I like Grubhub too, because I can see up front what I'm getting. There's no games with Grubhub. Grubhub is truly what the experience should be on DoorDash, because Grubhub's like without the DoorDash games. I mean, you know what you're getting. You take Grubhub is always paying you at least 75 to 80 cents a mile, never below. You're not going to see what I saw just a few minutes ago, 15 for 7, 2 for 4. You're not going to see 50 cents a mile, or at least I very commonly don't see that on Grubhub. I've not seen any of those. So Grubhub would win if Grubhub had a higher volume, but they've lost market share around a lot of markets. And in my particular market, if I tried to do Grubhub all day, it just wouldn't be enough volume. Now Grubhub has the guaranteed program. If you schedule with them and you get on their schedule, in my market the guarantee is $11 an hour. They will guarantee you the entire time you're working. So if you're out working for, say, 10 hours, then you will know going in for that 10 hours, you're getting paid you're getting paid a minimum of $110. As long as you accept, I believe it's like 70 or 80% of the orders. So with Grubhub, if you're going to try to become a premier driver or one of their steady drivers, and you're on a schedule with them, I think you're going to see more volume. And I'm never on a schedule with them. I always just turn the app on. So there's two sides to Grubhub. There's a scheduled side where you're guaranteed $11 an hour in my market. Other markets are higher. And then there's the earn by offer side where you're just getting offers available to you based on side. WTF is Kevin doing? Says, did DoorDash, I feel, manipulate your rate and tips? Oh, they definitely do. I mean, they that's what I've said is in terms of the earn by time versus earn by offer. It is nothing more than them sliding money around. And again, at the end of the day, if you look, and I've looked at because I put it out on a spreadsheet to look at it in terms of looking at a worksheet of a day of earn by time versus a day of earn by, it almost parallels itself. In other words, the base pay looks like the tips on earn by offer, and the tips and the tips look like the base pay on earn by offer. Or I guess, did I say that right? I think the base pay on earn by time looks like the tips on earn by offer, and the base pay on earn by offer looks like the tips on earn by time. So it mirrors itself, and so it's essentially DoorDash essentially figured out how to do it in a less detectable way to slide the tips around to finance, to do exactly what they were doing a long time ago when they had the $5 guarantee. So now they've done it by saying we're guaranteeing the earn by timers a certain amount, and we can slide over the lack of base pay we're paying. Again, I guarantee you I would have gotten $2 base pay on that $7 offer. I that's strongly. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly what I saw last week. Like today, I'm doing earn by offer, and I'm struggling to get an order, even though at 94%. And the orders I've seen have been absolutely terrible. So now I'm adding up to the main hub. I was trying to maybe dash in that direction, but they've not given me that option because the two I had to end up using the worry-free cancels on. Both of them were heading in directions that would have taken me out in the country. Perhaps I would have ended up back down here, but it would have been 2 hours later with $7 in the kitty. Well, yeah, Feltzer. I mean, that's the problem. Grubhub really allows orders that are too far away. Like my order, I got an order today for Grubhub. My last offer that I got, and it was like 20 miles. And they're willing to do that. They'll pay the driver $20 to go 20 miles, but still, any way you look at that order, it's going to the customer's going to be waiting. Now, I don't know if Grubhub's still doing it. They used to have like a lateness guarantee, so they would give you a time, and I utilized it as a Grubhub customer because mostly when I order, if I order, unless I'm just testing out the DoorDash platform, I will do Grubhub because I have the Amazon, so I get free deliveries automatically through Grubhub. Whereas DoorDash requires me to pay for their Dash Pass, which I think again should be a perk at platinum level. That should have been a perk from day one. I think they're adding it in there now. But it should have been a perk that says, hey, you get free Dash Pass. I mean, hell, we get free Spark if you maintain the top level ratings on Spark. You get the free Walmart Plus. I mean, I've been getting that. Well, I won't get it this month because I've dropped off my orders, or dropped off doing a lot of Spark orders. So I'll probably struggle to get it this month because I'm doing all this DoorDash stuff. But today is unacceptable. $17.75. I've been going since 11, and now we're back. We're now down near the hotspot, and this is the bullshit DoorDash plays on earn by offer. Right? They just told me to come down here. I get down here. Now they just switched me up and said, "Oh, go back." Well, yeah, the subscription services are a bit misleading because it tells them, "Oh, you're not having like." We're taking care of your delivery fee. And the delivery fee is misleading because it doesn't go to the driver. I mean, or a very small amount of that delivery fee goes to the driver. So, yes, that in of itself is a little bit misleading. But of course, Uber Eats does a fantastic job of pushing tips. They do, at least I haven't used them in a while, but back the last time I used them, it's like I got several prompts throughout the process to, regarding increasing my tip. I tipped 20%. They were offering me to increase my tip to 25, 30, or 30% because the driver got my order to me quickly. And they continued to prompt throughout. And they prompted me before it happened. You want to add in, the order's going well. Your driver's at the pickup. I mean, so Uber Eats does a good job of trying to get that tip out of the customer. Now, which is why I have a theory that Uber Eats, your the base pay, but that's why I think that sometimes they might adjust things even though they're not supposed to. You never know what it is. You see an offer, which is like a minimum guarantee almost, and then you don't see the actual final tallying of things until an hour after. So they're playing with that customer, seeing if they can get the customer to tip more and more and more. And I think that can sometimes determine how much base pay they're going to give that driver. Same base pay amounts out. I mean, I had one night where I got coming home actually from the Charlestown market, and they wanted me to deliver Buffalo Wild Wings. I turned it down. I turned the first offer down. It was like me like $19. Then all of a sudden it just came in $35. So I knew it wasn't customer tip. When I got and it was the offer. I compared the two. I took a screenshot of both. Got the $35 offer, and I was paid out. It was a $5 tip, and it was $28 in base pay. And I was like, damn, that's pretty doggone good. So now I'm down here, and allegedly there is no hotspot down here now, where they just told me to go. So we're gonna drive down there and park, and I'm gonna see if I can get a Spark, because look, as much as I want to do a DoorDash only challenge, there is no DoorDash to do right now. So right now, Spark has a one drop off, $145, $12 order. Let's see if there's any incentives going on, because that's a rather low offer. That's a rather low offer. We'll let that one go on Spark. That's not enough to schedule me in advance. Okay, well now we get a good old favorite, Wingstop. Wow, DoorDash, thank you for the quality offer. Wingstop heading out to the country, sort of to the country, 825, 10.8 miles. That's what they've come with. It's the best one so far, but it's still negative miles to money. So we're going to hit accept, but we're down here. We're going to hit arrive because we can arrive right at the store. Now, the chances that this order is ready is very, very low. Again, Wingstop has a very bad history in this market of having orders ready. Most of the time, this Wingstop is understaffed, Most of the time, you're waiting for at least 15 minutes on your order. So again, another opportunity for a worry-free cancel if I want to do it. Now this one is somewhat tolerable. Yeah. So it looks like we're picking up a boneless meal deal. This should be on the order earned by time side. This should not be on my side right now. And we have a drink, I think. Last time I ordered from this Wingstop, it was actually disgusting. I threw it away. The wings smelled like BO. I couldn't even eat any more of them, and I ended up I ate like two of the wings, and it was. Now the weird part is it doesn't tell me. It says it's a boneless meal deal. I don't know if there's actually a drink or not. All right, so let's see what Spark has to offer me. Being down here is nice because if you okay, so now we got a little bit of a higher quality offer from Spark. Not great quality. 1762, 4.6 miles. Good miles to money. Not great on the time, but it's only 4.6 miles. And it would require me to wait until 1:45 to go pick the order up. But we're going to go 2.7 to the first customer, 1.8 to the next customer. We're going to be right in the vicinity. Um, but I am not inclined to accept that order. It's only 19 items and 9 items. I like the lower items, but the one has. What the hell is the. Oh, just a thing of water, a 40 count of water. That's not bad. No apartments or anything like that. But I'm going to go ahead. It expired. I let it expire. So, and now we got a four stopper, 1729. No, we're definitely not doing that. 714 and 5. So we'll reject that promptly. I don't like to do multiple stops like that for under 20 bucks. So, in the meantime, let's get this booked in. If we're going to go ahead and do this, we need to start making some sort of money because this is ridiculous. This is just horrible. And I'm really not comfortable doing 3 worry-free cancels in a row. But if it qualifies, it qualifies. I mean, it is what it is. I feel like that's just ridiculous. But we'll see if it's ready when I get in here. 10.8 miles. We're going to verify exactly where this is going. This order was offered at 127. So it's been an hour and 20 minutes since, or sorry, not an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 20 minutes since we began that last order. And I guess 55 minutes since we ended the last order. And we're still playing around here in this mess. And this should not be the experience, in my opinion. Now, this customer has tipped, I'm pretty certain, just not enough for the distance DoorDash wants you to go. Or DoorDash, really what it is now here we go. This is not a bad, no, this isn't a bad money. 14.32 for one drop off for Spark. It's only 8 items, but they want me to go 8.5 miles. And that is going out, way out in the country and coming back. So that's rejected for the simple fact I have to return back out here. So not bad on the money for one order. If that would have been like 3 miles, we'd probably gone ahead and taken it and then just figured out what to do with this order here. And then probably ended the dash and then determine how we're going to come back because earn by offer right now is not working out for us at all. And also, guys, just so you know, this is what DoorDash offered it to me at, right? I have the exact time I put it in. It offered it to me at $8.11 an hour. That's how they saw this order. So that is the amount DoorDash, based on its estimated time to complete and the time it offered it to me, that's what they want me to make on earn by offer. That's how bad that offer is that they sent me. That's a bad offer. Now, will it take me that long? I don't think so. But the idea that DoorDash would estimate its own, you know, estimate it. Oh, wow. They want me to go all the way to Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Oh, wow. Again, 23 minutes for an $8 order. 23 minutes for an $8 order. Right near where I delivered that $31 order. 8? Yeah. I mean, I think we know what we got to do here. That is just not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. We can't do that. There's no way. There's just no freaking way. I'm sorry. I mean, that is just horrible. That's horrid. You'd think maybe they would stack me or something. We're not even getting stacked there. They literally with a straight face. Yeah, I mean, you really are. I mean, it's $8 an hour. I mean, right now, if I got the order, it would take me to about 157 and probably 158. So, you know, realistically, it's not going to be $8 an hour, but it's probably going to be like 12 or maybe 13 or 14. And again, they've already paid me only $17. So like I said, we got to get busy figuring something else out here. But this is the experience on earn by offer in my market. Obviously, I had a much better experience. What's my rating? Do you mean my customer rating? 4.91. But I'm getting there's a 1 star in there, so it's really 4.95 that's coming out. That was not supposed to be in there, which I've talked to support on. It's supposed to be coming out the next day. I'm at 94%. 99% completion. So my acceptance rating is at 94%. But yep, D-Trip, that is exactly right. You are paying, basically paying the apps to but I think that's kind of what they want you to do in a sense, because the idea here is that at some point I'm a platinum dasher. We don't have top dasher anymore in my area, so I'm considered to be a platinum dasher, where allegedly they've locked off the best orders and given me priority to them. And today, for the last 2 hours, we've either not seen an order, or the last orders. This is the last few orders I've gotten. I completed an order. Well, hell, let's go through here and look at I'll go through them with you. I've taken screenshots of all of them. So this is what our day looks like. All right. So we started out our day with a 925, 7.3 miles. Paid out $6.25 and $3 tip. Next, we waited for a very long time. We waited for 30 minutes, 35 minutes, and then started driving towards the next hotspot. And I got an 850 for 5.8 miles. Durar Aquadala. Yes. I am aware of that, but that is also why you're not seeing screenshots on me. You're not seeing customers. You're just seeing me, right? You're seeing me in the passenger seat, describing things to you. So, again, I'm not taking you into the store. I'm not taking you to the customer's house. Besides sitting there viewing me, and that is in line with that's why I stopped and changed a lot of how I did my ride-alongs. Now I have that old content up. So I suppose it could still get me in trouble if somehow DoorDash reviewed my account or reviewed my channel. But so then I got $2 and $6.50. Next, immediately after that offer delivered, I got a $2 4.1 mile offer. We got to the store, we waited it out because the order wasn't ready. It was a Dunkin' Donuts. I typically have problems with that Dunkin' Donuts. We got the opportunity for a worry-free cancel. Uber, $6.38 for 3 miles, Chick-fil-A. As enticing as that sounds, not for Chick-fil-A. We will not do anything under $10 in there. So we'll see if Uber wants to send me something better. But so then, as soon as we got done with that, I'm walking out of the Dunkin' Donuts because I worry free canceled inside Dunkin' Donuts, and we end up with a $7 for 15-mile offer going way out in the country. So we go up to that store, see if it's ready, and we kind of just waited it out and did a worry free cancel because you guys convinced me not to do it. So we worry free canceled that one. We moved down to the next hotspot because it said that area was dead. We get down here, and the first thing they give me is an 825, 10.8 mile wing stop order. Thank you, Alfred Alumba. I appreciate that. And it's a 23-minute drive. So we're sitting here now again, I think going to do what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to see if it's ready. I'm going to go in a minute, see if it's ready. And it may become a worry-free cancel again. And then we did get scheduled for a Grub order for $22, like 4-mile catering order on Wednesday morning at 11:48. So that's good there. That was a positive for the week, but that's not going to help us today. So now we're just trying to figure it out. We made $17.75 working DoorDash earn by order or offer, however you want to say it. So it's just not good at all. Not good at all. So it's going to be, I don't know. So I think at some point we hope DoorDash will turn this around for us. And now we have a worry-free unassigned again. So we're going to go ahead and take advantage of that. I don't know. Store still preparing order. There we go. And we got it. So there we go. It's just our time we're wasting, right? So 33 minutes of wasted time right now so far. And we're still at $17.75. I probably don't want to be sitting in front of Wingstop right now. Panera Bread is now allegedly hot. Don't know that Panera Bread's the best spot to hook up with, but perhaps it'll be better. I know I've gotten some large order program catering orders from Panera Bread before. It's 1:30, not that we've pretty much eviscerated the lunch hour, but it doesn't mean you can't get something, or maybe somebody will want to order something at a decent tip. But I think at this point, we do have to consider maybe that Spark is going to have to come into play here and bail us out for a little bit. Although, like I said, I got a few Spark offers, but I was not overly excited about them due to where they were wanting me to drive and the amount of pay. Perhaps maybe I shouldn't have been so selective. But this is the problem you get into in earn by offer. You end up just playing this game. You start declining orders, and oh, gotcha. Well, D-Trip, are you a platinum level dasher? If you are, consider, I'm not sure what your acceptance rate is. Make sure you go and call support and see if you can get some of those removed. You can get up to 2 ratings removed a week. So that is one thing you can do if you're a platinum level or even gold. If you have the VIP support feature and you are in the tier program, then you can get that taken care of. Kevin Costner doing DoorDash. Well, what channel is that on? Let me know. That would be awesome to see a celebrity doing DoorDash. I would love to see that. Let me know, Dennis. I would love to see that. Does he have his own YouTube channel? Things must be tough for him if he's turning to DoorDash. But yeah, consider that. That might help you. That might help to alleviate some of the ratings issues. So here we are, guys. Off orders right now. We've got Panda Express is now a hotspot. Will they give us something? So again, I think we are definitely making the case, at least in my area, and this is what I felt. Well, D Trip, if you need to get first of all, you've got to have the. Oh my God, guys, it just they're hell bent on getting me to accept either that or decline an order. They are hell bent on it. It's 5.9 miles, $2.75. It's a pizza order. 15 Aberdeen. Oh, can't say that. But anyways, they're hell bent on it, and I've never delivered to this particular customer, but they're hell bent on it. And that's there it is. We're gonna accept this one. Papa John's. We're right over. Now, with it being a pizza order, I think this is the one I'm going to take because a lot of times, as I've experienced on the app, pizza orders, it's going to be handed to me. There's a good chance I'll get a tip, a cash tip, I think. Maybe not. Oh, thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Uh, so we're gonna come over here and see if this order is ready. But I don't know that we can afford to do 4 worry-free cancels here. D-Trip, you gotta understand this is the accept every order, so we gotta accept it. Worry-free cancels are allowed as long as it doesn't affect the completion rate. But I think in this case, now maybe Papa John's will legitimately have a wait for us. And in that case, if it pops up and it is available legitimately, we will do it. But if it's 4 in a row, I just feel like at some stage, my AI overlord boss is going to come in and be like, what is going on here with this guy? 4 worry-free uncancels or cancels. This sucks. I'm going to eat it. And we're going to see if maybe by completing this damn order, maybe they get me something. But I don't know. So we're delivering 2 pizzas. So I hope they grease my palm with a $5 bill. Thoughts on Dash Market, or you mean Dash Mart, or do you mean my market as a dash? I don't. We don't have a Dash Mart in our area. There is one in the Frederick area, and I've not done much with it at all. So I don't really have any thoughts on it. I've heard that they're doing some things with Dash Mart to create a similar experience to to Walmart Spark and Flex or Amazon Flex in terms of stringing orders together. But again, I don't know much about it because I've never from an experience perspective. Oh, great! I didn't get a screenshot of that 275. I got so excited about it. I guess I forgot to hit the accept button or hit the screenshot button. But we're going to say that was accepted about 3 minutes ago. So we'll just go with that. So now, an hour and 10 minutes later, it appears they're going to force me into accepting this 275 garbage offer. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Perhaps they'll make it up to me later. I hope. And I hope there's a tip involved in this. Of the cash variety. Dash Mart, yes. I don't have a Dash Mart, so I don't really have an opinion on it because I've never worked with it. Like I said, the closest Dash Mart I have is about 40 miles away. Um, but I've heard some things. I've had some people coming and talking to me about what's going on in other markets with Dash Mart. I mean, I'd have to see what the offers were if it makes sense, miles to money and everything. I figure it's an opportunity. I'd do it. But if it doesn't make sense, miles to money, they're going to go where all the other ones go that don't make sense, the trash. So this is bad news, man. This is some bad stuff today. All right, guys. Let's go see if this order's ready. I'll be back. All right, guys. So we are doing the order. We are doing the order. So we're locked and loaded. We're going to, now once we accept an order, that's it. We're doing it. We're going to provide service for the customer, regardless of what they're paying us, because we've decided to do the order. We're not going to harass the customer or get angry at the customer or lecture the customer or get mad or send them messages or anything like that. We've decided to do the order for $2.75. If I don't get a cash tip, I don't get a cash tip. It is what it is. Some may disagree with that, but that's not a professional approach. So I decided to do this. We're on now, and the customer's going to get a experience that's going to be commensurate with what any other customer would get from it. Yes, I understand Sacramento, Lenny, and we are at 3. This order has been done at less than a tank of gas for my area, and I get about 50 miles to fill up for a tank of gas, driving a Prius. So, yeah, I'm going 5 miles for this customer. It's probably cost me about little over 7 cents a mile. So I'm probably spending 35 cents a mile, adding 10 cents for extra for car maintenance. So 50 cents. So I'm probably spending 85 cents to get this order to the customer. And then, the good news is there's no taxes that's going to get paid on this order. I'm at 94%. I'm a platinum driver, and I'm taking a $2.75 no-tip pizza order right now out to the customer. And again, I went over this Keith McKee. Today's been a very rough day. We've done 2 orders today. The first order being a shop order for Dollar General for $9.50 for 7.9 miles. That was then followed by a 35-minute wait. We then got a 8.25, 5.6 mile Taco Bell order, which then was followed by a $2 4-mile offer, which ended up exceeding the wait time, so we got a worry-free cancel out of that one. Immediately, I was given a $7 for 15-mile offer, which, because I'm accepting every offer to 100% AR, I hit accept. So, we ended up going up the range on that. Now we're we ended up going to that restaurant. I knew that restaurant was known for long waits, and that one got us a worry-free cancel as well. So then I said, okay, the next hotspot, one of the rules I've instilled in this process is we go and follow the hotspots. So I said, okay, the hotspot switched on me. So I said, okay, I'm switching up and I'm going up to the next hotspot. We promptly got an $8 for 10.5 mile Wingstop order. So a decision was made at that moment to see what was going on with Wingstop. We ended up waiting out another worry-free cancel on that one because the food wasn't ready, and promptly we got this $2.75 5-mile order delivering pizzas for Papa John's. I went ahead and went forward with the order because, again, pizza orders are notoriously higher percentage opportunity for a cash tip. Because one of the things you've got to recognize on pizza orders, and the reason why that is the case, and it's definitive, I've talked to the actual pizza restaurants, is a lot of times places like Papa John's, places like Little Caesars, places like Pizza Hut will put in their call-in orders. They will put in their call-in orders onto the DoorDash platform if they are short drivers. So what that means is the customer is not going to be able to give a tip. They wouldn't be able to input the tip anyways, even if the customer did. So they will input it in to the DoorDash system. They get their monies come out it all cancels out basically for them. So they're going to have some coming through the DoorDash platform, some coming that they enter in themselves. So the restaurant itself will get the money to DoorDash by having to give up money that would have been paid to them for the orders that came through the actual DoorDash platform. But anyways, as a result, those orders will come through. The call-in orders will come in with no tip because the customer doesn't even know DoorDash is handling the delivery. They just know that they're calling in for delivery like you would back in the good old days. You call your pizza joint, say, hey, I want to deliver me a couple of pizza pies to my house, and the expectation is they're sending one of their drivers out, and you're going to tip the driver. So a higher percentage of pizza orders are going to generate a cash tip when they're no tip because they're being routed for a call-in basis, and the customer is expecting that a driver's showing up, and they're expecting already that they're going to hand the cash tip to the driver. Now, it doesn't always happen, but we'll find out. So we're on our way to the customer now. 2 pizza pies. They were ready when we got there, and that's why we're going to go do this. Now, we'll see what DoorDash offers us when we get done with this. As you can tell about it, we've been on this live for 3 hours, 11 minutes, and we started this a few minutes before we went live on DoorDash. So if you want to know how long I've been going, we made $17.75 with this $2.75 base pay order. We will be at a grand spanking total of $20.50 for 3 hours of work. Now, I've driven probably because I had to drive up here. I don't know. We'll find out exactly what those miles are. I'm pretty certain I'll be negative miles to money. I think I will have driven over 20 miles to have generated that money. So it's not a good start. Now, to put all of that in perspective, if I stop right now, I can make a video slamming DoorDash and say, DoorDash is the worst. They don't pay their drivers. I'm suffering. I'm not making any money. But I also am not planning to work the 3 hours that I plan to make a lot more money in the last 3 hours, but I'm planning to work longer than that. So, will I make more money today? Absolutely I will, because I'm on Earn by Offer. I've got the opportunity now to get priority for large order catering program orders for the dinner hour. I've got the opportunity to get large tip pizza orders from Papa John's, from Little Caesars, from Pizza Hut, and it is likely that if I stay working, and it is likely now that I will have to stay working due to the lack of money I've made in the last 3 hours, that I will get that priority at some point today, and will bring the earnings back into line. It's not going to probably result in the $30 or $40 an hour a day, like it would have if I would have started out really going strong, but it will bring it back in line to probably about $20 an hour total time out as these bigger orders come in, because there will be hours I will earn $30, $40, $50 for an hour because you get the big tip orders, but it'll be over 3 hours, and then that's going to average out for the time I've been out today. Now, is that ideal? No. But it is what it is. I mean, that's just the nature of the business. You're going to have days like that. I believe if I would have been on Earn by Time today, I'd probably have a different situation. I would have earned, if I would have worked that entire time, or say, like I've been averaging about 80% of the last 3 hours, that means I would definitely have right now, just by the math, I'd have about $39. I'd have, let's see, $40, and we're going to say I'd have $32 base pay right now, just by the math. And I've probably gotten tipped, and my average tip is about $4 an order. I would have probably done about 2.5 orders an hour. So if I'm doing my estimates right now, what I would forecast it myself on Earn by Time probably would have been somewhere around, let's see, we're 2.5, 5, 7 times 4, $28. I probably would be sitting somewhere in the neighborhood of about 60, well, maybe not quite that high at this time of day, but somewhere probably between 50 and $60 right now, as opposed to $20. Because I would have had the base pay, I would have had the tips somewhere between $3 to $4, probably let's just say I did 7 orders, I would have had about 21 bucks in tips. So I'd be probably coasting, as I had been doing and have been doing, coasting somewhere between $15 and $20 an hour, actual time out. So, like I said, $45 to $60 is where I'd probably be sitting at right now. Whereas by taking earn by offer, I've gotten some pretty horrific orders. Even if I would have taken those orders, I don't think I would have been sitting at anywhere near that figure. And I would have just simply had the opportunity to go drive and keep my wheels moving. Perhaps, maybe, I'd have been in a different position, a different part of the market. So I could have gotten better, could have gotten offers, followed up from those offers I took. But it's not what's happened today. Today I've had 3 worry-free cancels, whereas I probably would have not been inclined to do the worry-free cancels on those orders, for the simple fact that I'd have been making guaranteed base pay of $13.25 an hour. It's just a different mindset. When you're guaranteed a minimum, and you're like, give it up and get rid of that minimum, or just go complete this order and take a chance you get a cash tip. Maybe they increase your tip money. It's a totally different way to work when you're working earned by time DoorDash. But as I discovered in my research, you lose your priority when you're on earned by time. But does that really matter? It hasn't mattered today. Maybe it'll matter later. But as of today, priority has really, in my opinion, not been a factor at all. It's been a very small factor, if any. I have not seen one prioritized high-paying order today. And perhaps they're just not out right now, which is probably the case. So I think we're making a case here right now that if you're going to work DoorDash full-time in my area, you should probably commit to doing earn by time during the day, and maybe go dinner time or something like that for when you're going to click over into earn by offer. All right, guys. Let's go get this delivered. Let's see what's up. It is a handed to me. All right, good. All right, be right back, guys. 11-minute rule. I have not forgot that, yup. But, guys, this worked out. What did I tell you? Higher priority opportunity for a tip. $4 tip, guys. Boom, cash. So we just went from $2.75 to $6.75. Don't forget the pizza rule, right? Don't sleep on the no tip orders on pizza. Because they will, again, I learned that intel from talking to the shops about these orders. And I can tell you, it's about 50-50. Very nice young lady tipped. And then I was getting a $6 0.8 mile subway order for Uber. Now, you might say, okay, Steve, why didn't you take that? And the answer is because it was going to go into the VA center. And why is that a problem? Well, that's a problem because you got to go through security. You got to go in. You got to go locate where they want you to be. Um, and essentially what ends up happening is it takes a long time. So for $6, I'll send it back to Uber, and Uber will actually recalculate it. If they want me to do it, they will be like, okay, fine, we'll recalculate it, and they may come back with the Thunder, or they may not. They may find another driver. So there it is, guys, $275. But remember, don't sleep on these pizza orders. $275, $4. Was it a Thunder's tip? No. But it made it over $1 a mile, so that was good. And now for me, it wasn't $1 a mile; it was 20 miles from the last drop off. But from where I delivered it, or from where I picked it up, I can tell you it was only about 4 miles out based on my maps. In fact, I'll go back in and look for certain. One thing you should always do is use, in my opinion, Google Maps. And the reason why you should use Google Maps is because it will give you a timeline. So if you ever want to go back and look and you want to cross-check your mileage, or maybe you don't want to pay for mileage. So today it shows me everywhere I went, every visit I did. I can go back, and I just had a 6-minute drive. I visited Papa John's, yes, and it was 5.4 miles. So I made $675 driving 5.4 miles. So now I'm traveling, and essentially, I could see everywhere I went today. I could see all the miles that I did, and and see it all. So there we go, $4. Tip loaded in. There we are. We're gonna put, got a new cache. Boom. All right, so that's documented. So yeah, there we have it. So a little bit better off position than what I thought we were going to be in. Not enough to make up the absolutely atrocious morning we've had. 2450 today. Much better days have been had than this. So now we head back. And nobody knows how to operate this intersection. Everybody wants to go, but I had the right of way there, right? And you got to slow down in the curve. So now it's telling me to go back to Chick-fil-A. So that's what we're going to do. Go back towards Chick-fil-A. I don't need directions to do that. We've made $20.50 in-app. We've made $4 more money to give to my wife. She'll be happy. Wherever, I'll outfit it up with lots of cash to go back to work on Wednesday with. So that's a good thing for her. She'll be happy at least. Even if I didn't make any actual real money today, I made some cash slush fund money for her. But anyways, look, this is the realities of gig work. You can't look in the short term. You have to always be looking in the long term. You can't allow yourself to get upset. Believe you me, right now, I come down here, I get a fucking 40, excuse my French, I get a 40 sub, $65 banger of an order, and you know what I'm talking about today in a totally different light. I'm not even thinking about the morning I had. I mean, I might think about it. I might be like, oh yeah, the morning sucked. But then suddenly this day, I'm remembering this day for something totally different. That's how it goes. So part of it's keeping yourself in position. We did that here. Obviously, what's happening right now, that 5.4 mile 675 order is now turning into 675 for 11 miles, because I'm riding back to that area where I was just at, which will take me 5.4 miles to get to. So here it is. That's it. You're going to do that stuff. The goal obviously is maybe I get an offer between here and there that I can get onto and start getting paid for that's of a decent miles to money, that's of a decent order value, and that helps to start the correction process of what's been an otherwise brutal morning, where DoorDash apparently has decided today is a get back. Hey, you didn't work the weekend, it's Monday, we're going to start the week out making you stacks of miles with us, and then we'll return the favor to you later in the week if you work. You know, like I said, last week it was a brutal day. I mean, I made $200, but it was at a pretty steep cost of working at about $16 an hour, and that was on earned by time. I was accepting every earned by time offer and following the map. So, you know, and that's why I don't care who you are. You know, you may think you're affecting the algorithm, but the algorithm is affecting you at all times, because you don't have control over what that I don't have control over what that next offer is. What time is it here? It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm on Eastern Standard Time, U.S. So it is 2 p.m. in the afternoon right now. So unfortunately, I'd like to tell you things are going to get better, but they're not historically, unless I start getting some shops. Because right now I'm outside of lunch. I was just going through all of that bullshit. I started at 11 o'clock. I started at the beginning of lunch. My lunch period, which should be one of the stronger earning times of the day, was spent navigating 3 worry-free cancels for orders that, even if I would have taken them, would have taken up probably a majority of the lunchtime, which should have been a high earning time for me. And I'm at 94% platinum level dashing. So does it matter? I don't think it does. Can you explain why? I've been taking every order, right? So one might say, well, the reason why is because you're taking every order. Okay, well, if I didn't take every order, there's going to come up a time when you're going to have to do that. I'm telling you. You're going to have to take 17 straight orders. If you want to stay above 70%, if you want to stay in a certain spot, if you believe 80% is where you need to be at, or you have a sweet spot of 87 to 94, at some point, you're going to be sitting at 93, and you're going to be 40 orders away from the next time your AR goes up. So you're going to have to go out and do 40 orders in a row. You will be at the mercy of the AI, and the AI will take it right back out of you. And if you decide, hey, I'm just gonna decline every bad order, well, the AI will take it back out of you there, because they're just sending you as many bad orders as they can until you either hit accept because you're desperate, or it's busy and they're sending you some decent orders. So, you know, that's the DoorDash algorithm. That's the game that's played here. And that's why we're trying to see, is there a game to even be played? And my take right now is the best game to be played right now seems to be earned by time. And I seem to be proving that. But we're seeing, at least in my market. Doesn't mean that's the same in every market. Because it seems in my market we have a problem with getting priority level orders, because nobody's tipping priority level tips. So then you're just left with, well, here you go take this $2.75 pizza order, which worked out. I got a $4 tip. So improved my theory. I said, hey, a lot of times you're going to get tipped on pizza orders, more than 50% of the time, I've noticed. So now we have a Spark order for the Walmart Spark up here. It's a online order, $37.33 for 29.2 miles. I could go take that right now. It says it'll take an hour and 58 minutes. It'll probably take longer than that. It'll probably take 2.5. It's 16 stops, going 29 miles. And I would say at a rate of about 3 minutes a mile, and for doing that, we could probably save 4 minutes a mile. Yeah, you're probably talking about 2 hours easy. And that's, remember, hour 58 is the drive time. That's not the time you're going to spend at the store waiting. It's not the load time. That's not the time you might spend in between if you run into any app issues. That's just your drive time. That's your estimated drive time. So here we go. Four Seasons Chinese food restaurant inside Martin's. So I'll get to go in there and look at some exceptional food. It's $5 for 1.1 miles. So now I come back. I've just driven, remember what? I probably drove 3.5. I probably drove 4 miles already. Come back. Now here we go. Uber has come into the mix. I could take this Uber order, 1160 for 15.3 miles for Taco Loco, but I'm not going to do that because that just doesn't make any sense. What I am going to do is power Uber off for right now because there's just no use in getting orders on because I'm going to do this $5 offer. There's no reason to not do that. The only thing will be is whether or not it'll be ready, although it's a kind of a buffet style place in the back of Martin's. So even if it's not ready, they just scoop the stuff into a to-go, like a styrofoam to-go container, and then hand it to you. So there's never a tremendous long wait. The only thing that I don't like about it is they will prioritize their in. So if I'm there and they haven't prepared my order and there's like a line of 4 customers, they are going to take care of those 4 customers before they will do mine. So you will stand there. So there has been a time or two I've had to use a worry-free cancel. I just kind of walked away in frustration because I'm like, you guys are crazy, man. Like, I'm standing here, I represent a customer of yours. So you should at some point say, all right, Dasher, you get to go. But they don't let you get in line. They make you stand off to the side, and then they just keep motioning to you with one finger, one finger, one finger. So at some point, when I have to, I will go ahead and worry-free cancel out of it if I have to absolutely do it. But again, you keep worry-free canceling and you end up where I'm at right now. 3 hours, 22 minutes into your shift, and you're at 24.50. So while I saved my AR, saved it for what? To get another shit order? That's great. And I haven't even got a great order flow today. It's not like they've been one after another, after another, after another. So what exactly am I preserving? That would be a question. And then since I don't get priority on earn by time, if you're going to be an earn by time driver, does it really even matter then? I mean, I guess it just, you got to do earn by time by nature, you have to accept every order except for 1 per hour. So if you're going to just do earn by time as your mode of work, you're not going to be worried about priority because it doesn't exist. It's not available. It's not built into the functionality of the earn by time mode. So anyways, all right, so we're going to arrive here. I mean, the thing is, by nature, the one nice thing about this is as you can see, I am in the parking lot of Martin's. I have to walk all the way back there. It will take me 5 minutes to get back to the back of that store from when I arrive and you take it. So you pretty much alleviate, and by the time I get back out, you always hit that 11 minutes. So you very rarely will ever get rated on a offer from this store unless they're going to give you a 5-star rating. All right, so let's see. Well, I can tell you this right now, I am hungry. I'm not eating anything today at all. Probably a bad choice. But we're going to have to definitely take a lunch break here very soon to get something to eat because I'm hungry. Haven't earned a lot. We haven't earned enough to get a good lunch, but we've earned enough to get at least an Uncrustable and a Coke. I'm out of my, well, actually I do have a little bit of my initial Coke. It's slightly warm, but it's all right. All right, it's not all right. It sucks. That was not very good. All right, so it took us 10 minutes to get another order from that last drop-off. And we arrived, we're going to say 2:17. I think it was about a minute ago. And they're expecting us to be done with this order at 2:28. So they offered this to us at a $20 an hour rate. That's the rate of pay they were projecting if we deliver this. Now, if we deliver this earlier and sooner than that, we end up with a much better order value. But that really means jack if you're not getting a good order flow. So we'll see what happens here. And I got a feeling it's a $2 and $3 tip, or yeah, $2 base pay, $3 tip. I'll see y'all in a minute. So it looks like also one last thought. We're getting a double combo and 6 dumplings. So anyway, see you guys in a minute. All right, guys. So the games DoorDash plays. The games DoorDash plays. Wow. So I go in there. Exactly what I said would happen. Happened. I ended up in there behind customers. I wait and I wait and I wait and I wait. Worry free cancels up. So I'm like, all right, let me see if this thing's ready. Go in there. Gentleman says, order will be ready in a minute. I said, okay. Or sorry, he said, order's gonna be ready in about 10 minutes. I said, okay. So of course I said, hey, we're gonna worry free cancel that. Because I'm not waiting another 10 minutes on a $5 order. So as soon as I process my worry free cancel, which I waited legit for it, right? It's a $5 1 mile order, but it ain't gonna make sense to wait 20 minutes at the store for an order that's gonna pay $5. So then, as soon as that happens, I'm walking out of the store and I get another offer from DoorDash, and now it comes up as a Panda Express order. It does not list the other one. It just comes up as Panda Express. I look at it, and then I see, of course, or at least I guess I should say in my in my notification. I look at it, and sure enough, it's Panda Express and this restaurant. So of course, under the rules, I hit accept. So now, here I am. I'm now back on the order. So I'm going to go over to Panda Express and see if this order is ready. I'm going to assess my options, and if Panda Express isn't ready, and again, after 5 minutes, I already checked in on this order over here, so I'm checked in. So now we have an opportunity for Uber Eats right now for $10.08 for 6.4 miles, heading up to a customer line. That's actually probably one of the better orders because there's a chance there'd be more tip on that. Because I hate Wingstop. Because it's just such a terrible experience. I didn't take that one since I'm on this stack. So anyways, the payout on this order for Panda Express is $11.50 for 5 miles, for 5.6 miles. So it's a better payout. It's $2 a mile. It did not flag as a high earning order because it's a stack. I'm not really certain why. Now Grubhub's sending me something. Let's see if it's anything decent. $5.08 for 1.2 miles for Blaze Pizza. Perhaps Grubhub, if I wasn't navigating this stacked order, I might consider it. Offer's just too low. That's what we're talking about. Maybe they want to send me something better. So now here I sit, and here we sit. So I'm going to come in here and see if Panda Express. I mean, it's pretty much they essentially just added a delivery to the order flow. So now I'll go back in there, and hopefully it'll be ready when I get in there, although I don't know. And I don't know. This has just become a mess of a day. DoorDash playing its games, not giving any type of definitively good order. And the good news is I think the restaurant inside there, hopefully when I get back over there, they better have my order ready. I hope. I mean, you would think. But again, as I said, if other people walk up, I'll get knocked down in priority. They will stop preparing my order. So it is what it is, I guess, in a sense. But actually, sorry, it's $11, not $11.50. It's 11. That's why it's 11 for 5.2. So I guess it didn't qualify for $2 a mile, so it didn't trigger it since it's a double stack. And now I've got a $3 or 3 p.m. completion time. And I gotta look and see where this final thing lays me out. I think it puts me up in Inwood. So anyways, just a completely unsatisfactory experience. It's really bad. Let's see where this goes. Now these orders would have been perfectly acceptable and they would have paid out really well. It makes me feel like DoorDash is punishing me for having come off the earn by time, because that's what I've been working for like the last week and a half, and I decided to come off of it, and it's like punishment. You know. Let's see, where does this go to? Oh yeah, okay. So they're sending me. Are they sending me back up? Is that? Oh yeah, okay. So they're sending me up, back up to the north end of town. Okay, I got you. All right. Anyways, see you guys in a minute. Wow, man, that order is not ready either. So they said to give them about 5 to 10 minutes because they had a line to go do a bigger plate. So I guess I got to consider whether or not I want to run back to the other side. Tell you what, not good at all. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Mm, So I'm just contemplating if I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a little bit here, and I'm going to go back in, let them get through their line. They had a big line in there when I went in, so. mm. Well, I guess what I'll do is I'll go back. I'm pretty certain the Four Seasons will be ready now, so I'll go back to them. I got to come back by here anyways, so we'll go back to that store and see if we can get that order going. And then if it is ready, which I hope it is, we'll pick that up finally, and then come back here and see if this order's ready. I mean, Jesus Christ. Talk about a tremendous amount of wasted time waiting here in this order. All right, let's go see if this thing is ready to go. I'll be back, guys. All right, guys. So it was ready this time. So let's go back and see if the Panda Express order is ready. Tremendous amount of wasted time here. If that order isn't ready, I'm gonna probably see if they're, well, maybe it'll give me the pop up. I don't know, but it hasn't done it yet. I'm thinking that because of the amount of worry-free cancels we've already done on this shift, that they're not offering it to us. They're making us take it, making us stand through the wait, or take a hit to our completion rate. It is what it is. It's a tremendously wasteful day so far. All right, see here. Spark's got something for me. Maybe there'll be something I can come back to, schedule me for later, or is it going to be an ASAP order? I don't know. Let's see here. Anything good, Spark? Come on. Nothing. Nothing. All right, so it's either, it must have been a decent order that somebody took before it loaded on my screen. That's what I would gather. So we're back at Panda Express, guys. We'll see if this order's ready. This is going to be an order that's going to take us a little bit. It's going to take us the additional 4 miles that were offered in here, 4 point something mile or 3 point something miles. Oh yeah. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow. We're going to talk about everything that just went down in this order on the way to the customers because there's a lot and it's disappointing. All right. So, wow, what a day. This is just a real shitty day. We started this order at 2:13. It is now 3:07. We went the entire length of the way. We went the distance, so to speak, like Rocky did Apollo Creed with this order. And boy, I'll tell you what, not normally what I would do under normal circumstances. I mean, I'm trying to get 100% completion, 100% acceptance rate. So I had a big choice here in this order. DoorDash left it with me, and that choice basically was cancel this order out, cost me an acceptance rate point, another one, thereby costing me more time. I have to, manage my 100% acceptance rate, cost me more time on my experiment. So I opted to wait it out and said, hey, how long is DoorDash willing to inconvenience their customers? And obviously it's no ratings problem to me. I'm far into the ratings protection game on this order because this was just insane. So to recap, for those of you who were not in here at the beginning of this absolute monumental debacle of an order, it started off with a $5 1 mile offer for what they call a, priority, premium, diamond, platinum, whatever the hell they call it, order, right? So I accepted that. I go to the first store, which is located inside Martin's Supermarket. It's a Chinese store inside the store. And I get in there, and the order isn't ready. There's a long line, as I predicted. I said they will always prioritize their customers that are in line. Very commonly, you get to your worry-free cancel because of that, or at least your ratings protections. So I wait, I get up there, and I go through this long line of customers just to get up there. I'm holding back my worry-free cancel. And then the gentleman's like, oh, order's not ready. Give me 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. If another customer walks up, it could be 20 minutes. So I said, okay, no problem. So I start walking out of the store and I activate my worry-free cancel. As soon as that happens, I get an $11 5.2 mile offer, including that order. So, of course, under my terms and conditions of what I'm doing right now, I hit accept. So I hit accept on it. So now I'm back on the order. So I turn back around, I go back and check, and it's still not ready, he says. So I said, okay, great. I now have a Panda Express order added to mix, which Panda Express needs to go on the blacklist today. I mean, that place is just barely functioning right now. And I'll explain why. Because they're normally pretty efficient with getting orders ready, at least in my experience. Anyway, so I go over to Panda Express expecting that order will be ready, and it may have been ready. I think it was a young man covering up, having made me wait, and realized his own ineptitude. Because, anyways, I'll explain what happens. So I go over there to Panda Express. I walk in. They have a big line of customers. They got one guy working the drive-thru, one guy working the line, and then they've got the manager of the store working in the back kitchen, desperately, I guess, trying to make food because they had run out of food on the line. So I'm like, okay. I walk over. There's no order set up. Normally they have the orders already done. So then I'm like, kind of walk over and look, and I'm like, okay, this is a debacle. So I asked the guy, I finally get the attention of somebody, and he says, we're skeleton crew. It's probably going to be about 10 minutes. I said, okay. So now I'm like, all right, let's see if it'll trigger. Normally on a stack order, after about 5 minutes of a wait, it'll give you the option to cancel the order out. So I was like, let's see. I'll wait out in the parking lot. We'll see what happens. So it never pops up. Verifiably, I'm on the order for over 10 minutes. So I'm like, fine, I'm going to go over there, and I guess I'll go over and see now. It's about time that it's been about enough time that I figure that order is going to be ready at the Chinese restaurant in Martin's. So I go back over there, walk back in the store, and sure enough, see him just laying it back on the rack where he would hold it. So he just gets it done. Just as I predicted, he probably got an in-store customer, and that distracted him away from making it. So that order gets released to me. So I thought, well, surely they're not going to make this order wait. They're going to give me my access to that worry-free cancel in case I get there. So I go back. I had to pass the Panda Express anyways, and why would I want to give up the extra money at this point? So I go in to see if the order's ready. He knows I've already checked in for the order. He's ignoring me. I see a bag sitting back there. He goes, waits on customer number one. I'm trying to get his attention. Just ignores me. Ignores me a second time. Another dasher's in there. I see. He goes over to her. Finally, I step on, hey, man. I said, is Evan ready? And he's like, no, I see the bag. I said, I think it's back there. And he just kind of acts like he doesn't hear me. So then he proceeds. Then I ask him, is that my order back there? No, it's not your order. I'm like, it's got to be my order. There's no one else that walks in and gets it. The other dasher doesn't get it. It looks like it fits the box of what I was going to get. I think they were waiting on one of the dishes. But instead of just admitting, hey, that's my order and I ignored you, he basically says, okay, hold on. So this goes on. I'm in there, obviously, for a long, long time. I'm waiting. Finally, he asked me what the items in my order are. He makes me show him. So I show him. I'm like, these are the items. These are the items. He's like, okay, give me a minute. Then a guy comes in who has a complaint because something was wrong with his order. So he's got to go take care of that person, which I understand. Customer's upset. No problem. I'll be right back.
Customer requested you leave the order at their door. May I have the following instructions?
All right. Anyways, so back to the story. So at this point, he takes care of that customer. He comes back to me. He's like, hey, what is it again? I tell him what I need. He goes, this time that same customer who had a complaint comes back for like a second complaint, and he basically deflects them for a minute. Like, I got to finish this. He finishes it up. He hands it to me. He apologizes. He tells me, as I heard him tell other customers that were there, we're on a skeleton crew. Nobody came in. A bunch of people shorted us today. So, anyways, what a debacle. 50 minutes waiting on that order. 50 minutes is what I ended up with. And all because, now I had an order for probably 20 minutes of that while I'm standing in Panda Express. And DoorDash, just simply because I guess they were upset with the amount of times I worry canceled. So, of course, it's not like somebody at DoorDash just decided. It's just the parameters they set. I guess blocked the system out from giving me a cancel. So as a result, I was left with either canceling out the order. Now, luckily, that food was piping hot because I have good bags and I have a good setup. But, here that customer's food sitting in my car while we're waiting it out when I should have been granted a worry-free cancel. 110% on that. And allowed to get off the order and go deliver that customer's order. And then another dasher could have picked it up. But instead, or hell, they could have reassigned it to me after I got done with this order. They could have made it my next order and repriced it, whatever they want to do. But instead, they forced me into completing it. And then as a result, well, here we are. 14-minute ride for the second customer. We're going to go out here. Again, it's only going to be 5 miles because it's just the 14 minutes is mainly because as you get, well, you can't see it right now, but we're driving through town. So we're driving through the downtown, 25 miles an hour, max speed limit for most of this trip, and here we sit. But boy, what a debacle of a day. I mean, this is just one of those days that, again, would leave many dashers screaming at and yelling at and hollering at people in the store. It's not their fault. They're short staffed. I'm a takeout customer. I'm there. I have every option to decline the order. I had an option to cancel the order. Had I had some declines, obviously today would have been a day that I would have had a whole big clump of declines because it just would have been the style and the type of orders I've seen would have absolutely required that. Now, what will we see after this? I don't know. Should I stop my dash and start back on Earn by Time? Is that the sign DoorDash is trying to send me? That's like, if you stay on this, because look, right now if I'm on Earn by Time, I'm riding happy right now. I mean, I got 2 tipping orders in the car. They're small, but they're tipping. I know they're tipping because, well, I mean, maybe the one isn't, but I highly doubt they're giving me $6 base pay. They're giving me $2 base pay on this, okay? $2 base pay and $9 in tips. If I was riding on this order right now on Earn by Time, I would have been sitting on, because they would have probably potentially, let's just say they stacked it to me. I'd be sitting on probably, I don't know, 13, about getting ready to get 13, maybe $14 in base pay, plus $9. I'd be sitting on a $25 order right now. How you doing, Emily? Shout out. How you doing? Emily XX777. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. It's been a rough day today. Yeah, definitely not a day like Friday. We decided to do Earn by Offer. Might have been a big mistake. Well, not might have been. It has been a big mistake. Not might have been. There's no might about it. This has been a very bad day. Nothing good about this day. Very brutal. More brutal than even the Earn by Time days have been because we're not even making a base pay during a lot of this, or we're not making, our base pay isn't rising. So we're just taking these Earn by Offers and they're just becoming absolute rotten shit. This order is going to be rotten, terrible, horrible. You put whatever descriptor you want to put in there, any adjective you want to describe it with. It's absolutely terrible. There's no way around it. So I think we're going to definitely got to figure out something to eat. Regardless, we will evaporate this dash, turn it off, and then decide whether we restart a new dash under Earn by Time or Earn by Offer. But we need to get out of this, whatever algorithm we're in, whatever spot we're in, wherever we ended up starting at in the order generation. We need a reset. We need to get the hell out of this section of the algorithm because it is terrible. And I mean, I think it's the market for certain. This market is just not a good market, to do Earn by Offer, and I believe that, and I've seen that play out time and time again. It's why most of the time, until I started doing Earn by Time, my Earn by Time challenge, I felt like Earn by Time, this was a perfect market for it. It's big, it's stretched out, it's got inefficient merchants all throughout. We have understaffing issues at a lot of our establishments, so you're going to have waits. So a $2 base pay and a $6 tip might seem great at first until you're on the order for 55 minutes, and then you're getting paid $8, and that's not great. And that's going to make people get crazy and get nuts. Now, I'm not saying the day is completely shot. What I'm saying though is that any shot that I had of getting off at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon with a $150 to $200 day is absolutely out the door because lunch was abysmal. There's no two ways about it. Because I believe we're showing in app still 20. Yeah, we're $20.50 with an $11 payout coming. So we're at $31.50 in app plus my $4 tip. We've made $35.50 in 4 hours and 38 minutes on air here. And pretty much we'll call it 4 hours and 33 minutes of time we've been out. One of the worst I'd ever done, ever. And again, some of it's my fault because I didn't do some of the Spark opportunities I could have done and got started with them. I did turn down a couple of Uber Eats that might have been better, decent, and I didn't hit my decline button. So it shows you, this accept every order. It can get extremely brutal, and that's exactly what DoorDash has done to me today. Reasons why? Who knows? Is it the best orders that they had? Maybe there's other people that were sitting. But I'll tell you what, I'd rather be sitting than doing orders like this. Well, this order isn't that bad from a driving perspective. It was more of a timing situation. But the other orders I got, I would rather, because of the amount of driving involved and the mileage putting on your vehicle, I'd rather be sitting than getting offered like that. This one, my car was off. I was standing in stores. I mean, it was time. But it was time that I'd already been wasted a lot of time earlier, and then to be on orders like that, where it was like I'm trying to get the order completed, but it was, again, the choice was knock my completion rate, and again, that would have put me down to 97. You go under 95, you're off platinum, and you're going to have to go complete a bunch of orders. So, and you might say, well, that's fine, take them. Well, yeah, take them, and then 2 more later. So another reason why I'm considering ending my dash at this point is because the worry-free cancel isn't triggering anymore. I think there's probably some break or whatever they've programmed into the system, and I'm on it. So now I don't have that tool in my toolbox. I'm going to be sitting there waiting on these short, small orders. So the best place to go is back on Earn by Time and get paid my Earn by Time money, so that I'm not having to sit here and worry about the waits. And it's a lot less stressful. Because again, like I said, this order right now, this order's a $25 order for me right now. So, while I'm not happy with the waiting and everything else, I mean, it would have turned into a good order. I invested an hour in, I get $25. Instead, I'm investing an hour in this order, and I'm getting $11. That's not good. It's not good by any stretch of the imagination. So, I can't get that time back. So, priority or no priority, there isn't anything out here to prioritize, or at least that's what it appears on my app. You're chasing some priority that doesn't out here in my market, apparently, or at least not today. And I mean, that's just long and short. Now it's doing some weird thing. It just popped up and said, continue to heaven. Well, no kidding, DoorDash app. Things that the Android app does, while the phones themselves offer fantastic features and modifications, the apps themselves work, or at least the DoorDash app. It's really the DoorDash app. Grub, Uber Eats, Spark. Spark has one little hang up, that it won't, when I get out of the stores from a shop, it will not recognize that I'm out of the store. I'll have to kill the app and reopen. All right, here we are. So the good news is our ratings are protected right now on this. So no risk of a bad rating. That was thick. And
Customer requested you leave the order at the
here we go. Be right back, guys.
following instructions.
$6 for the Panda Express for the supermarket Chinese order, and $2 bag. So I got $1 an order on that to weight base bag versus what would have been at least $13 to $14 on that order if I'd have been on an earn by time. So you can determine for yourself what mode you should work in your market by doing experiments such as these. Now, is this always going to be the experience every day on earn by offer? No, of course not. If I'm out for dinner, earn by offer does respectable and can be respectable, but this is not a this is a market where a lot of people leave during the day. It's what we call a bedroom community for DC. So right now, there's not a lot of people here. So the people that are ordering, probably, it's just not, there's just not a large amount of people. All right, so we're already down to 51% cell phone battery there. So let me, and again, as you can see right now, no action right now. No action on the app. No action. No immediate follow-up. So it's 3:20 is when we ended that order. After an hour and 13 minutes. An hour. I mean, love for a way to be able to convert over to earn by time mid order or something. I don't know. Wow, that's some really horrific stuff. And in that one order, this order just kind of, and again, we actually, from the last drop off, which would have been the Papa John's, to this one, we did drive 11 miles. So although it was offered at $2 a mile or just under $2 a mile, it was a far different picture when you took your dead miles into it. So again, not having a good day at all. Worst day than it could have possibly been. Now, would have all that been changed on an earn by offer? It all would have been a different story. Or earn by time, I mean. Now, would I have gotten those two orders? Possibly. These are the type of orders I see all the time on. Would they have paired them together? I don't know. Possibly. But this to me is what should be on earn by offer. But maybe they don't want it. I mean, I guess it's more profitable for DoorDash to get a dasher to wait for a $9 tip and a $2 base pay than it is to have to pay me $13 in base pay plus a $9 tip. So probably if, but, this has been a very difficult day. That's all we'll say about that. We've driven 48 miles today from my front door to this last drop off at 74 cents a mile. So, yeah, I didn't think it could get worse. It's gotten worse on earn by offer by a mile. Okay, we were at 82 cents a mile on earn by time, and then eventually it was like DoorDash raised us back up, accepting every earn by time offer. And they took care of us to a degree. But there is no guarantee you're coming out of the slump here. Now, where does it tell us to travel to right now? Well, let's see. The best thing, and really the knee-jerk reaction to me is I need to get on Spark right away, get over to a Walmart, and correct this miles to money situation within an order or two. Because, Spark, even on their lower ones, like for instance, I just got an offer, it's not near me, but it's $15 for 3.4 miles. So that's $5 a mile. And that's a shop at a Hagerstown location for 5 items. So if I was up there for that, that's a great enhancer right there. That's the type of order I'm talking about. You get on Spark, and man, your miles to money, you're going to be operating at a very nice miles to money. Now the thing is, what's hidden in that offer is they don't factor in how far you are away from the store when you're offering. But the key is much like Instacart. The strategy of that is pick a store, stick to it, and then essentially, if you're sitting at the store when you get the offer, you've pretty much got it factored in that would be a $6 round trip order to get back to the store. So if you're taking it like I am right now, I would be from that store. I would be probably 18, 19 miles. It really wouldn't make sense for me to run up there for $15 3-mile order. But if I was going to be up there anyways, or I wanted to go work that store, then I would drive that anyways. So why not take it and have that order ready to go? If I like that, gets me started, 5 items real quick, pick it up, drive to the customer, drive back. The key in the equation is work one store. That's kind of how they envision it. Focus on a store, go back, do it. Sometimes you get pushed near another store, and in that case, go to the other store and see what you can get. And that's what I'll kind of do is bump around. And most Walmarts always have fast food joints. So it's real easy to then add in small, low mile, some of the lower pay orders, but it allows you to keep a proximity to the store. And if you're not worrying about, like I am, where you're doing 100% acceptance rate, you can kind of bump around and do those nice $5 1 miles, and it will keep you in range. It'll keep you around 70. Sometimes you dip under in the 60s. But before the tier program was there, that really wasn't a big deal because you just dipped to the lowest level, to the next level priority, but it was like whatever. You didn't lose access to large orders. You didn't lose access to Dash Now. Now you do. So now it's a different value perspective. Because if you're doing that type of stuff and you lose access to Dash Now and you want to go to a Walmart and turn your app on at that time and you can't, well, now you've lost the ability to enhance those orders when you want to. So that's kind of why I'm trying to sit here and say, is there a way we can live together? And right now, it's not looking very good at all. I mean, this is just brutal. But, again, it's also one day, right? One day out of what will be 6 days. And it's an early part of the day. So it's not great. Now we just got a Spark order for $40.13 online order going 31 miles. And it was 2 hours of work. So not at all high on that order at all. So anyways, that's fine. DoorDash, silent again. 94% acceptance, 99% completion. We maintain the ratings. 4.91 as it seems. You click in the ratings and see if anything's changed with that. But any ratings on those two orders will be fully protected. 92% on time rate. That's been stuck there for years. It goes up to 93, interestingly enough, when I get a non-tiered market. I don't know what that's all about. But there we are. So, man. There it is. Top priority for high-paying orders. But where the hell are they, DoorDash? But I do need to get something to eat here. I gotta get something in the belly. Presley 007. Good afternoon to you as well. Welcome. You're here to watch a very abusive DoorDash shift. This has been a brutal day. $35.50 so far. $31.50 in the app and $4 cash tip, and it has been one hell of a beat down. Not of DoorDash, but of me by DoorDash. So if you like seeing pain and agony, continue watching, unless the algorithm decides to lighten up a little bit on me. I don't know if they've decided I've taken enough, but today is a bad day. It's not a good day by any stretch of the imagination. But one order can turn that around. Can turn the whole feeling of the day around. So right now we're by Popeyes, 361 feet away from where they tell me it's a hot zone filled with lots of orders. We'll see. The hotspot refreshes in 9 minutes. It's pretty accurate. It says that you arrive in this hotspot, you should get an order within the next 2 to 9 minutes. So it tells me if I park my car right now, and I post up, I should be getting an order in 2 to 9 minutes. So basically, by the time the hotspot changes over, I should have an order coming. And since I'm taking every order today, I'm going to hit accept, and we're going to do whatever it is DoorDash wants us to do and see what that is. What can we attract with our 94% acceptance rate, 99% completion rate, 4.91% customer rating, although it should be 4.95 any day now whenever they take my 1 star off, which I talked to support on and was a order that should never have been on there as counting against my ratings, as it had to do with a missing item inside a sealed bag that I had no control over. So she said that should have been taken off. So I'm taking it off, and it hasn't come off yet. So, and she said allow a week. So Friday, if it's not off by Friday, we'll do another call in. All right, Spark is up. Will Spark finally get me a decent order? And they're giving me a 1 mile, $13 shop for 6 items. $2 tip, $11 base pay. I feel almost as if I should take that, given the day we've had. 6 items, 6 very easy items. Oh, and now DoorDash is giving me a Pizza Hut item. $9.72, 4 miles. Obviously, we're going to take it. So let's go take that. All right, there we go. 5 items from Pizza Hut. 2 big dinner box rectangular, big dinner box bone out. So it says 5 items, but I think it's just going to be one of those rectangular big dinner boxes. So there we are. All right. And I do believe this is one that they may have entered in already. And given the weird offer amount of $9.82, that definitely does not seem to be a typical DoorDash offer tip if it was done on the platform. So it's probably been input by Pizza Hut. So they rob us of our lunch to go deliver this order for, I do believe that had the high paying. We almost were going to go do that $13 1 mile offer. We're about 4 or 5 miles from the Spark store. It would have got us going into the algorithm. Holy smokes, that person is driving like a lunatic. I'll tell you what, man, you got to watch how people are driving around here because they drive crazy. That kid was driving, he had to be going 50 miles an hour, and because he's going so fast, wide next to turn, and he was coming straight into my lane. If I'd have been a little bit farther down the road, we'd have probably collided, and it wouldn't have been any way I could have avoided it. All right, so Spark is active again. See, I'm telling you, if they give me a decent, okay, so there it is. They're giving me an $11 offer for 4.2 miles. That's not decent enough to get up there. Same Walmart. See, it's after 3 o'clock. I told you, the shops will start coming in. This is when you can go make some money on Spark, or at least in my area. And again, I can get right up there and start turning out these $11, $13, $14 shops, low items. I could walk right in there and have that shop done in 15, 20 minutes at tops. Especially the 1 mile one, I'd have that turned around in probably under 20 minutes. Although probably 20 minutes because I'd have to drive up there. But you get in there real quick. It looked like everything was in the frozen food section. Somebody was buying dinner for the night. Go in, ride a 1 mile across the street, drop it off. You're ready for the next one. By that time, I'd have been into the next hour for the drop, for the curbside drop. I'd have done the curbside, ready for the curbside, and start doing DoorDash, Grub or Uber Eats if there's anything to do while I'm waiting for that curbside. And boom. I'm in West Virginia, Presley 007. Right outside of D.C., Washington, D.C. We're in a suburb, a little veteran community for Washington, D.C. People commute in from the city. So day dashing here can be tough, but we're trying to make do of it. So we were on a Pizza Hut order. If you guys missed it, if you guys are just getting with us, we are now on a Pizza Hut order 972. I believe it's for 4 miles and some change. I'll tell you what it is. Spark's got some action for me. 1236. So now we got a 6.4 1236 5 miles. Nope, we're not doing that either. All right. It's not enough. Not enough. Got to. But what I'm looking for in Spark today, or on a day like this, is something good, like a $25 or $30 multi-delivery curbside going 5 miles, and then that'll help really shift things to the direction it needs to go, and help kind of curing this shitty day. So it's 4 miles exactly. 125, 252. So we've driven 4 miles since the last drop off. We waited 12 minutes. Will they stack me? That would be fantastic. That would be a very nice surprise. A stack would be a great way to make up some of this bullshit that I've had to endure. Would be a way to get us heading in the right direction. All right. So DoorDash offered this to me at $22.43. $22.43 a projected hourly. So much, you can tell, much better offer there than the last few have been. All right, let's see if Spark's got anything for me. Nothing. All right, we're gonna run in here and pick this up. I'll be right back. right, guys. So that wasn't a long wait at all. They got a new pizza. I think I want to try it. It's a tavern pizza. Sounds good. I sent a picture to my wife and said, hey, we got to try this. If you're watching, babe, check your phone. All right, so we had a 7-minute wait, so that's not terrible. We began this order at 3:38. Are we on pace? Well, let's see here. 12 minutes, so we have 7 minutes to stay on pace for a $30 an hour order value. Will we be? I don't know. Let's confirm pickup. There we go. And directions. How far are we away? 9 minutes. So it won't be too bad of an order value. Well, we're maintaining a decent pace here. Now, of course, the key is always about what happens after we process this order out, and will we get an order right away, or will we be left waiting, and then thereby just disintegrating any type of chance to get a good order value flow going. Because remember, when you're on earn by offer, your last order, really, the value of that offer, it doesn't lock in until you get the next offer. So in other words, when you grab that offer, until when the next offer is accepted is really what the value of that offer is going to be. That's how long it had to sustain you. So if you spend, let's just take a $15 order, right? It's just 30 minutes, you take $15 order. Hey, sounds great, right? $30 an hour order value. That's great. You're earning $30 an hour. Now, if you take another 10 minutes, or if you take another 15 minutes to get an order, really now it's dropped, because now it's really 45 minutes for that $15 payout until you get the next one. Now, if the next order, obviously they blend together, so if the next order takes 15 minutes to get, but it's a $30 order that you do in another 30 minutes, well, now you've kind of got a situation where you've got an hour and 15 minutes and you've made $45 in an hour and 15 minutes. So you're great. Everything's gravy. Now you're stacking up. Now, if you end up accepting an order for $6 going 2 miles after waiting 15 minutes, now it's a little bit of a different situation. Now, if you get that order done in, say, 15 minutes, now you just go on from what looked like it was going to be a $30 hour to a $21 hour, because you got the $6 plus the 15. So while you take that standalone order, you can brag about it and say, yeah, I earned $30 an hour on DoorDash. But then you flip it around and you go, but I got the $6 order where I did it in 15 minutes. And yeah, well, while that very good and well is a solid order value, it's the 15-minute wait time in between that you didn't have an order. So that now when you put those two together, you fall to $21. That's just how it is. So, it's all about order flow. And allegedly, the idea was that if you got your acceptance rate up, you would not have to contend with the delays. And that's kind of the story. I wouldn't have necessarily minded doing some of those smaller orders if I would have known that, hey, I've got orders lined up. I know I'm going to get an order following that up. Not that I'm going to do a $2 order and have to travel all the way back, and now I'm stuck. I've just done $13 for the first hour, and now I got a $2 order that's going to take me into an hour and a half, and I'm staring down $15 for an hour and a half. That's not good. It's not what we thought we were getting when we get priority. But the reality is, the priority is kind of a misleading thing. So let's talk about what the priority really is about, because the priority is not about big orders on my screen. I think I've proven that. The priority is in prioritizing you for larger ticket items or orders, which in theory would have a higher tip potential. But it doesn't mean that, because let's say you have $100. So let's just take this for instance. The priority story is you're getting prioritized for the larger order. So why would a priority driver see a a no tip order while another driver with lower priority might see a better tip, an order with a better tip? Well, here's the story. The priority driver gets priority on say a $95 order. If that's a $95 no tip order, and by $95 I mean that is the total amount spent by the customer at the restaurant. So you're getting priority for that $95 order. There's no tip, but you're going to see that. So I see it. DoorDash has fulfilled exactly what it said it was going to do. Now, you get offered that order. At that moment, the next driver is prioritized, maybe has under $50, right? Because it's a silver level cut driver. So it sees this $50 order from Chick-fil-A, but the customer's tipped $12.50 because regardless of how much money they spend at Chick-fil-A, they understand where they're at. They're a good paying customer. And maybe this driver's had a 5-star rating with his customer before. So all that leads them to get offered that $12.50 plus $2, $14.50, going say maybe 7 miles. So at that point, silver driver sees $14.50 for 7 miles. Platinum driver sees $2.75 going 9 miles, but it's a $95 order amount. The priority is just played out. Now, platinum driver says, I'm going to take that order because I need to maintain my acceptance rate. If I don't, I won't see large order programs. I won't be able to dash now. So they take it. And they go, how am I seeing shitty orders? How is it possible that I'm seeing shitty orders when I'm a priority driver? Well, it's because your priority is not based on the offer made to the driver. It's based on the amount spent by the customer at the store. Meaning, you can still see tips. Now, you want to get out of all that bullshit? You want to you want to not worry about it? Go on by time. You hit every single order and you're going to get paid your guarantee every time you're hitting accept. So the more you hit accept, the more whether customer tips you or not. And eventually, yes, as I've seen in my experiment last week, yes, I did see tips. I did see no tips. Yes, I did see tips. Sometimes you saw really good tips. Sometimes you did. I don't have a priority. I just have, this is what's available, and I'm getting that order. There is no priority any longer. And the only priority is that you're going to see, you're just going to be, you're not going to see tips of a certain level anymore. Because those are going to be reserved for other drivers that are out there. But it doesn't mean you won't. You can still see decent tips. I saw decent tips. I saw $10, $15. You're just going to get whatever's out there that needs to be delivered at that given moment, and you're going to get it. So you're going to be getting the more traditional delivery driver experience because you're going to be dealing with no tip customers. You're going to be dealing with low tip customers, mid tip, sometimes even high tip. It just depends what's going on. But you're not going to have any priority for any one type of order. It's just going to be completely random. So you're in a restaurant, and whatever calculation is DoorDash's algorithm pretty much is attempting to give you $1 a mile based on completion time. That's what I've seen. So it doesn't always, of course, amount to that because sometimes they will offer you a 13-mile order, which they will then claim the completion time would be 60 minutes on. That would give you, if you spent 60 minutes on that order, you would, of course, get $13. So you would get plus whatever the customer might be giving you. In that case, in theory, you're getting a certain type of priority, and that priority is in the longer the drive, DoorDash will offer and will attempt to get customers to tip in the double digits. And I've seen that I've seen that. But of course, you also will have a certain amount of orders that will be longer, and they will have no tip. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So, anyways, payout on that order $225. 747 tip. No cash tip. I didn't expect there to be, but that's a pretty good tip for a pizza. Um, and so on and so forth. So, there you have it. The order value on this order, let's see here. What time was that exactly that I processed that out? The time I hit 4 o'clock. All right, so we got done with this order at exactly 4 o'clock, which means we were on the order for 22 minutes, which means it's not a bad order. All right, so 26.51 order value on that order, meaning that if we would get another order right away. Now it's going to continue to lower, of course, until we get another order and figure out what type of order we get on that. If DoorDash sends us a no tip order or a low tip order, then that order value is going to go sink lower based on the amount of time it takes for me to get another order. If we continue with an 11-minute drop or time frame to get another order, then that significantly reduces that from $26. Probably puts it around 18, 19 bucks. But we'll see what happens. So now we are at 45.22 for the day. Not a good day at all, but we're just going to continue to push out here and see what happens. Like I said, when you're on earn by offer, one order can change the day. 2 orders can change the entirety of your day. And that's just a fact. And that can be, if you're multi-apping, that's the whole point of the multi-apping idea is, you can do some keep busy orders, some smaller orders. You want to keep earning. Don't do what I just did today where you're focusing on one app. You see what focusing on one app gets you. It's a very frustrating day. It's a day where you're not earning very much, all because the orders I was getting were just not good orders. They were trouble. So now we land ourselves in that situation where we're sitting at 5 hours and 15 minutes into our day, and we've earned $45. That is a terrible day. That is a scary day. That is horrible, terrible. Now, how many miles have we driven today? Let's see here. Where are we at on that? I'll tell you in just a minute. Miles wise, where are we at for today? 55 miles. So 55 miles, we're at 82 cents a mile. So we're on the rise. We need to get some other orders in here that are going to be decent. I'm hoping DoorDash will get us corrected at dinner. That's what I'm hoping. So, of course, in the meantime, I've got to figure out something to eat because I am truly very hungry. Not that we've earned a very good lunch, but we're going to get something. Normally, I like to take my lunch in the middle of the afternoon after what I hope is a profitable first part of the day, and then, get yourself to a nice little lunch and then get back to work for a really solid dinner. But today, we have not earned any type of solid lunch. In fact, now, I did not follow the mapping here. I'm going towards the second option, which really is not that far away. The Chick-fil-A is 2 miles away, but we can get right up here, less than a mile, and access that hot spot and everything around it. So, for me, to ride the Bubba Q's is not actually the closest hot spot. So these are the times you can make slight adjustments. I've been out the entirety of the stream, Presley. I started the stream before I hit go on the app. So it's about 5 minutes. I did about 5 minutes of chatting and talking, and then we hit go. So about 5 hours. It's an absolutely hideous day. You're seeing the real realities of what it is out here dashing, accepting every order. All right, now we're getting a new reach order. $31. Oh shit. Hell yes, we'll do this. All right, so we just accepted that. We are doing that, and we will pause our app on DoorDash, or maybe we're end our dash. I think we're ended. So So we've ended our dash at $41.22. Why? Because we just got a $35 6-item 5-mile shop for Target on Uber Eats. So I don't care what experiment I'm doing. If I get an order like that, I'm going to go and do it. Now, I don't know. Uber Eats has a tendency to overoffer orders that have problems. Perhaps I go in here and all 5 items are out. Perhaps I go on here and get the customer from hell and everybody's been passing up on it. But it looks like we've got Keebler Scooby-Doo graham cracker sticks, Flow Flex COVID antigen test, up, soft fish. What is this? I don't know what this is. Some sort of protest going on. Up, ultra soft facial tissue, Campbell's Chunky Classic Noodle Soup, Campbell's Chunky Soup, and Simply Orange pulp-free orange juice. I guarantee you at least some of those items are in. And I have a feeling a majority of this payout is, I hope, base pay. Because what you don't want is a $25 tip that just wouldn't make sense for this amount of items. That would be a sign of tip bait. But I think it's going to be. So anyways, so we have ended our DoorDash shift. We will get back involved with DoorDash in a minute, but thank God for this order. Thank God for this order. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Why you multi-app. You've seen it live. And we're going to go do it. Now, Taco Bell has given us a $4.60, or Grubhub has given us a Taco Bell offer for $4.60 for 2.7. We're obviously not going to take that right now. We're going to go ahead and power down the Grubhub app just to make sure we don't really need to get offers from them right now, because we're going to go focus on shopping. So now the only other thing I've got to do is I'm pretty certain I have my Uber card. That would be the only disaster here, is if I get my bag and don't have the Uber card. I don't think Uber lets you add the card to your virtual wallet yet. So if I don't, I'm pretty sure I do though. It's in my bag over here. I just got to figure out where I've got it. But now here is a trick, and this is an option for a big paying order like this. I'll do it. You can shop the order and pay for it yourself, and Uber will reimburse you. I've done it. I've done shops. I've paid for big ticket we're not shops. I guess it's order and pays. I had a problem with my black card and it wouldn't work for some reason, and it's all corrected now. But ultimately, I had to pay for the order out of my own pocket. You take a copy of your receipt, you submit it to Uber, and they add it to me by the end of the business day. So I got my big payout, and I got reimbursed for the groceries. Or not groceries, in that case it was for the food. I've also done it on some small shops. Now, I wouldn't do it on a $300 shop, but you could. But I've never had a problem with it. Oh, you can add? Oh, good. Okay, fantastic. Then I need to do that, Aaron. I'll have to go into the app and look to do that, because that'll be easier to use than, because I have, of course, my DoorDash cards in my digital wallet now, so I'm slowly eliminating the need. I think the only one I will carry with me, there are still some stores that won't recognize the digital card on Instacart, so I've got to have that card, and then I can just put that in my regular wallet. I used to carry around a separate wallet with Shipt and Grubhub and Uber Eats, DoorDash, all the different shop cards. And now we're going to have to deal with this guy. All right, here we go. And this is not the first. Of course, we're going in the direction he's going to be turning. So it's going to be a big delay because he's not going to fit into the turn lane. So now we're going to be sitting here delayed. There's no other way to get there but to let this Yahoo trucker who decides to turn out when it's extremely busy. And now we've got people running out. They're not reading the situation. So they've run out from Chick-fil-A over here. They should have only done it if they were going into the left-hand turn lane. Instead, they're going to do it in the right-hand turn lane. They're bunching up behind this truck. God help them if they try to cut off down that lane, which that truck is going to need open. And I've seen this turn into disaster. But at least we've got a decent, I'd say very decent, 3104, 5.1 miles, absolutely beautiful shop and pay order for Uber Eats. Thank you, Uber Eats. You know, and from time to time I get these, and they've worked out well. So talk about save the day, and this is exactly what we needed to save the day, because today had been such a terrible day earning wise that we needed something like this that we could get done quick and book it, and it's going to cure a lot of problems. It's going to cure our miles to money. It's going to cure a little bit cure our overall earnings. Will get us up to at least a somewhat respectable level. But it's still going to be, I mean, you figure we're going to get this done. I would anticipate we'll get this done at the 6 hour mark, and we'll be sitting at about $75. So there we are, up to $15 an hour now. Not thanks to DoorDash. Actually, no, still less than $15 an hour. It'll be 6 hours for $75. So now it'll be a matter of what's next. But the hope is, you know, the way you come back from what DoorDash has done to me. So then because, you know, again, Spark, I have Spark on still. So the way we cure today is Spark hits me with the shop 25 or $30, and it happens all the time. You know, maybe it's 12 items going 2 miles. We get in there, we do that within 40 minutes. Now suddenly we're at $105. $15 shop, 1 mile, boom. Now we're at $120. We've started making up ground. Now we're earning, again, you know, we went from earning $7 an hour earlier in the day, but there's one common denominator here that we're eliminating in this DoorDash. And again, this is what happened to me for the last few months before I decided to do this challenge. DoorDash got forgotten. That's why when the tier system came, the first thing I had to do was get my orders up. I had to get to 100 orders. And then, of course, I not only did 100 orders, I did 313 orders in 30 days, doing primarily DoorDash. And I've fallen off now with all the other stuff, all the other apps. But it's why you can't sleep on those apps. And, you know, today, yeah, I'm kind of I'm slowing myself down. But you can't, this market is a tough market to live in if you're going to be just doing one app. And I'm shown why today. And that's most markets. So, again, take it for what it's worth. I can't speak to what you might see on other channels or what they're showing or claiming to show is happening in their market, but we're all working for the same computer system. So unless DoorDash is adjusting that computer system for certain dashers, I think a lot of people are seeing similar things. Now, we interact with it a little different, but the reality is, like I said, nobody can explain anything. You know, nobody can really give an adequate explanation as to how they're dealing with the algorithm, because regardless, it's all in the way you get there. If you're trying to allegedly maintain 75%, you're going to eventually have to do 40 straight orders. So again, if you're claiming to always get good orders, I don't see how that's happening, because if you got to do 40 in a row, whether it's on earn by time or earn by offer, you're seeing them some way. So of course there was of course the workaround, and I think what we're showing with this, as we're doing live dashing every day, showing what's happening, you're seeing that, guess what, there isn't a workaround. Well, there was a workaround, but if you're truly taking all the orders and working the algorithm, there is no shortcut around. You're going to have to maintain a high acceptance rate, you're going to have to take orders that are not profitable. It's just the only question is are the orders that you get that are profitable, are they so much higher, so much more profitable that it offsets the unprofitable orders in a way that avoiding them altogether and taking a low acceptance rate, are you able to make more than doing that? Does it create an easier day? And some have tried to sell that it is. I think we're selling the idea. You're seeing that it's not. All right. So there we go. Sarah G. Let's see here. What we got here. First off, let's see if I've got. I'm pretty sure I do. I have my thing here, so I don't even need to worry about. I'll have to get that assigned to my thing here, but I believe I've got it. Let me make sure I've got the card in here. Black card. Make sure. Yep, it's there. All right, good. There it is. All right, good. We got it. It's all just mental games, Matthew. Yes, it is. You're 100% correct. It is all just mental games. It's all getting you to the same spot, just different ways of doing it and different paths. And really, what it's really trying to learn is what's it take to get you to do what they want? What's it take for you to deliver at the amount they want? And that's why it's like when you have drivers saying, "Oh, I'm earning $40 an hour every day I'm out." Nah, I really think if we got honest on it and you recorded every dash and you kept records like I'm doing, I don't think the records would bear that out, because I just think it's impossible to beat an algorithm. It's like the casino gambler who says, "I go to the casino every day and I win." No, you don't. No, you don't. It's just not possible. You're not winning every day. But the question is, are you winning enough that you can make money? And the answer to that question is multi-apping you can. Yes, it is possible. It is possible to multi-app and still win out here. Now, they're working hard to make it hard. DoorDash is trying to make it very hard for you to multi-app and still make headway. And they're doing that because they're part of what they're doing towards that end is in the way they're requiring you to do 100 orders or 150 orders, which means, again, you have to be there and take orders. And if your acceptance rate goes to a certain point, boom, you're going to be, if you're going to try to hold that acceptance rate, it's going to freeze you, and then you're going to be taking the shit orders like everybody else. There is no way around it. Not unless DoorDash goes in and does like they do, like, and adjust something. There's just no way around it. It's impossible. Anyways, I'll be back, guys. I hope that we can hold out 35%. I'm going to put you guys on the charger right now while I'm doing this. Talk among yourselves. All right, guys, that was a pretty easy shop. I mean, very easy shop. So let me give you a little. I apologize. I would face you guys to the road while I eat, but unfortunately, I can't really afford to do that because this phone needs to cool down. It is absolutely red hot right now. So I'm surprised. If I'd have been in there for a little while longer, I'm pretty sure it would have taken us offline. But great on the road lunch, courtesy of Target. So kudos to Target, because they have a pizza to go in there. I didn't even know they had that now. The only bad part is I got a Coke. I should have sampled it. And they're running out of their syrup, so it's like carbonated water. It is what it is. It'll suffice. So now we're off to the customer. Like I said, I don't believe this is going to be a massive tip. That's not what's carrying the $31. Here's what's carrying it. This store, it used to be a mess to get a shop at Target. Apparently, Uber Eats has improved that. I don't know how they did, but they've improved it. It is absolutely wonderful now. It's not as good as a Walmart Spark shop. Walmart Spark goes the extra mile and takes you right to the product within the aisle. It takes you to the section and then the actual item. But this at least takes you to the aisle. And in Target, their aisles aren't that complicated. I was able to find everything very easily. There was not one item out, so it makes no sense why they would offer this to me at $31, except it was a, hey, come on and see us. Check out how good it is now. Check out how these shops work. It was an enticing. It was an order meant to entice me back into shopping. Show me how they've improved it. And I had recently been given the opportunity to send in pictures of my insulated bags. You had to have insulated bags that would allow you to do shops. And I showed off I did. And they were approved by Uber. So, I believe this is part of the get me to start wanting to take these shops, see how easy it is, so they send me a big one. Because I have gotten a few of these offered, not quite like this, 31 for $5. Keep sending me 31 or $5 for 5 miles with 6 items attached to them. I'm doing this all day long. I'm not turning those down ever. I don't care if I'm doing any type of challenge. This is a steal. You want to watch our numbers flip? Watch how they flip after this order. We'll go over them. And I got to have a working lunch, get food in my belly, which I'm feeling already better. My headache is kind of going away. I had a little bit of a hunger headache because I hadn't eaten yet today. And I got a pan pizza from McDonald's or from my Pizza Hut. I love Pizza Hut's pan pizzas. It's allegedly the last available item for Pizza Hut that has the old pan pizza recipe for their crust. All the others is the new age recipe. So keep that in mind. Only thing I wish is, I guess I wish I would have gotten a different beverage, because this beverage is pretty putrid in terms of. It just tastes like carbonated water with a little bit of Coke flavor. I'm going to try to put the charger back on the stream phone, but I do have a backup phone ready to go, but it will require me to do a part 2 of the stream, so bear with me if that happens and we suddenly cut out. Hopefully part 2 will be more profitable than part 1. Although this order here is a step in rebuilding what's been damaged earlier today. So just as I thought it would, I said that we would do this at about the 6-hour mark. That's exactly about where we're going to do this order at. And end up having $75 for the day booked in. Which is not good. It's about $13 an hour. It's horrible. But it sure as hell is a lot better than where DoorDash was leading us. Now, as I always like to do, I'm not rushing DoorDash back on right now. They haven't been playing nice today. So I will give Uber Eats a chance to hire me again. But if Uber flips me some garbage, then I'll flip DoorDash back on and we'll go back to what we were doing. If Uber Eats sends me another nice offer, we might stick on Uber Eats for a little bit. You guys will get to see some Uber Eats runs. I know I'm advertising that we're on a run to 100. We are. The app isn't on. We're not declining anything else, but what we are doing is sometimes DoorDash will damage you enough in a day that you've got to sometimes utilize your other tools in the toolbox to repair some shit, and then you can get back to taking DoorDash, doing whatever you're doing with DoorDash. But this is why you've got to have other apps, in my opinion. It's really, I think, anybody's opinion that's trying to do this in a smart way. You've got to give yourself the opportunity to be hired in the orders, and that's what we did here. We turned it on. We got this opportunity, $31, 5 miles. I don't know. We're going to have this done in under 30 minutes. Fantastic. Now, that doesn't mean Uber won't go back and try to claw back some of what they've given me. I'm not going to let them. I'm going to try to limit their ability to do so by bringing other apps in and let them take advantage of their good orders while Uber's trying to call back what they want to get, take back from me. Or maybe Uber will come in, and I've gone on fantastic runs with Uber Eats. If I had a choice of apps to work, if the order volume and everything was right, I like the Uber Eats experience through and through. It's a very good experience in terms of food delivery because I like the interface of their app. I like how it works right now. I like how it just goes. It works very well. And their shop right now was fantastic. Much better than DoorDash's Target shops. So DoorDash needs to take a page out of Uber Eats book. However, Uber Eats improved it. There was a time when Uber Eats' experience was an absolute mess. And that's being very kind as to how to describe that experience. It was to the point where I didn't want to do them anymore. Here we go. Alright. A little bit of a quick turn on that. Almost missed it. But we did. Thank God. Alright. Hopefully the customer didn't see that. Understood. Alright, here we go, guys. So, this is a very difficult driveway to come out of, especially backwards. I don't want to go down there. I really have no room to get down there. It's a big hill or like an incline. See, $27.04 base pay, guys. So we got a $4 tip. I anticipated that. I've dealt with this customer before on DoorDash, and the reason why I know about it is because the cats, they are a cat house, literally. They have like a shitload of cats, and they always scare the hell out of you, and that's exactly what happened to me just now. I was walking up to the deck, and the cats just like run out at you and run away. They really run away from you, but they just come out of everywhere. There's like 6 or 7 cats just come flying out of the stuff. It smells like a litter box. It's very unfriendly smell. But man, I'm telling you, this is difficult. So looking after this truck all the time. Yep, that's what we're hoping. We're gonna have to go right. I didn't want to have to go right, but we're gonna go right up here. Maybe we'll turn around in the bowling alley. Anyways, 2704. But yeah, I immediately recognized this place. Immediately recognized it when the cat scared the crap out of me. It scared the bejesus. So, like I said, I'm coming out of the, coming up to the door, and you heard it say, "Hey, don't worry about knocking." Yeah, there's a reason why, because they have like this little structure where the cats play on. And they just came out everywhere. They have a bunch of furniture up there, so the cats were like all hidden. I guess I startled them as much as they startled me, because they just take off running at you. And of course, you just stay composed. No need to panic. Alright, so while we're parked here, I'll go over with you, because I expect we're going to get we got $27.01 base pay. We'll get the $4 tip. That's about, I had to deliver cat litter to them on a DoorDash order once. Alright, so we ended up with let's first start with the order value on this, just to show you how well that was. That was a $47.71 order value. Now remember, we were at 82 cents a mile. We are now at $1.21 a mile. So just instantly, that order just bam, flip-flopped the whole day. Now it doesn't stop the pain of the day and the slow earnings, but it adjusted the most important metric, our miles to money. We're at $76.23 now for today. So, is it great? No. Is it the worst situation we've ever been in? Well, now not. I mean, we're right on line with like last week. We were earning at like $16 an hour on Earn My Time. But that is not because of DoorDash. Remember that. That if we would have stuck with DoorDash, I don't know that we would have gotten anything like that, at least not at this time. So now, Uber Eats, what are you going to do for me? Anything? Nothing. All right. So now we'll go in and we're going to turn on Earn by Offer again. It's red. We're going to tell DoorDash that we're going to work till 10, but that we're probably not going to. But now we're going to see. Now Chili's Bar and Grill is up. That's the spot. They want us to head down to that area. I probably should have turned on Earn by Time again, but I did. It is what it is. All right, now taking offers again. Scheduled tasks. So now we got Grub up, we got Uber Eats up, we got DoorDash up, we got Spark up. I believe Spark is still up. Yep. Spark is still up. Got us flagged to go to 11. Let's see what's going on with Spark. Well, first off, it's clear to pedestrian. So Spark is now extended to 9. Spark doesn't have anything really good. They've got two orders for us: an $11 6-mile curbside and a $7 2.1-mile curbside. As you can tell, both of those are good miles to money. Not exactly the best, at least from the store. The main problem is, especially on the $7 one, I'm going to drive 3 miles to get to the store. So, no, that's not good. The 11 for 6, I'm going to drive 12 to get back to the store on that. I'm going to drive 3 to get there. So, that would not map out well. So, we will reject both of these. DoorDash, it's time for you to show me something better than what you were showing me earlier. Right? It's 4:50. We're just on the cusp of dinner. I need some. But exactly what I said I needed to happen happened. It didn't happen on the DoorDash app, but I needed one of my apps to show me something big to help turn around what's been a debacle of the day. Now I've given DoorDash a little bit of wiggle room here that if they turn it around for me, we can start going in the right direction. DoorDash as a whole will still not get credit for the good day, because it's been a bad day. Thanks to DoorDash's shitty ass offers. Alright, so Spark comes back. I rejected it. You're sending it back to me now. I'm getting closer to the store. They're just going to keep sending it. Nobody wants to take that off. So wherever that Spark order was, it sent me. Somebody else must have got it. It must have been decent. Whatever. I don't know. It's weird. I'll get a notification that a Spark order's there. You click there. It is first come, first serve. Now let's click in. Where's it at, Spark? Okay. So now we got a Hagerstown order. Not even close to near me. And excuse me. 1596, 4 stops. So DoorDash is starting us off just like they did earlier today. Long wait at the beginning. Play with your mind a little bit. Get you ripe and ready to just absolutely sell out and take some cool shit. Oh, there it is. $5 Chick-fil-A order for 2.9 miles. We will accept it. Now I'm way out in the middle of the damn intersection. Sort of. At least I'm the first one that can turn when the left on green comes up. So that was not the greatest order to start out with here, guys. $5 for 2.9 miles Chick-fil-A. There's a whole bunch of complaints I have about this. First of all, Chick-fil-A, number one. It's got the worst parking in the whole place. It's got the worst place to come out of in the whole place. And for $5, man, oh man, it's going to be hard to capture any value out of this order. But it is what it is. Once again, the case being made why this market belongs in Earn by Time and nowhere else. It's just not an efficiently functioning market by any shape of imagination. And I think it just requires earn by time in order for it to make sense. But we'll see. Unbelievable. According to Solo, my market is the average dasher in my market earns $14.95 an hour. That's what Solo says. How accurate Solo is, and you figure, now they're not looking at dash time or active time. They're looking at dash time, like full time out. Now last week, take into account, I made 18 something. I can't remember the exact amount. It was 18.95 or something like that an hour. So almost $4 more an hour on earn by time. That tells me a lot of dashers in the area are probably doing, certainly not accepting every order, probably doing earn by offer, and they're probably running into days like I'm having today where it's just all trash. I mean, really. And for me, it's like, I'm already up here. I'm already allegedly in the promised land, but I've already explained to you what the priority really is. But I have a hard time believing that, and maybe I'm wrong, that right now I got priority on a high paying order. How is this high paying? This is not high paying. This is, well, maybe it is. Shit. It's 30 nugget count meal. Yeah. Well, okay, 60 Chick-fil-A nuggets. Maybe that is up there. I guess it might have been. Maybe that's probably $60 worth of food. Because you get what, 8 nuggets for $12? Or 12 nuggets for I think $11 or something. And they're getting 30. So it's probably $25.99. So yeah, this is $50. So probably, yeah, there it is. You just saw what happened. I'm wondering, why am I getting a 5 for 2.9? The answer to that is because of the fact that the answer to that story is because I got prioritized on the highest ticket. And this is probably looking at this. Now that I see it's a 30 count meal. I'd have to go on my DoorDash app right now and see what that is, but I guarantee you it's got to be high. All right, so we just got another shopping pay. Target, 10 units, 8 units, 10.8 miles, going to Amelia Drive, which I know where that's at. It's actually not bad at all. This could be a decent order. Now they're offering it to me for $14.04 for 8 items, 10.8 units, or 10.8 miles. I'm halfway tempted to take this order because it's a hell of a lot better than what I'm on right now, but maybe it'll get better. So I'm going to turn it down. I'm not afraid to turn down Ubers. Perhaps I should maybe focus on getting my Uber acceptance rate up. I don't know. And seeing what that bears in. But Uber has been known, as you saw there, it was trip radaring for 13 and some change. They just offered me at $14 and some change. And to me, if I know that if DoorDash is willing to do a $27 shop for 5 miles, I know, or not DoorDash, Uber is willing to do $27 for 5 miles. I know they can buy me off that order better than that. So let's see if that happens. Will they come back? Will they dig in? I don't know. So Spark coming at me now. Now the good news is, for something like Spark, even that Uber order, if they were to come back at me on the way to this customer is within vicinity of, it's not going to be a long drive to the customer. So I'm going to be within the vicinity to go back to the Target if I need to and do that order. But as I told you, this was to attract me back in and do that order. That's why they overpaid me on that order. And in this one, they're going to ask me to go 10 miles for $14. Still $1 a mile, but it's more of a balancing, if so to speak. I probably should have just left DoorDash off, because that would have been so much better of an order to take, to be honest with you, than what we're taking right now on DoorDash. Although the miles to money is better, so anyways, we'll see what DoorDash has in store. 2.9 miles, $5. just got the notification that the order is ready to be picked up, so it should be sitting there waiting for me to go inside. Parking wasn't too bad here today, so perhaps this won't be as horrendous of an order as it could have been. All right, here we go. Let's go see what's going on here. I've gotten that before, and a lot of times they click it inside, and sometimes it's still going, or they're waiting on something. I think they do it because they've seen I've arrived, and they're trying to beat a timer as well. All right, I'll see you guys in a minute. Could be a bad rain, maybe we're in a bad spot. All right, let's see here. So, five-minute drive away. Exactly what I thought would be the case. And Uber has been throwing some orders at me. Unfortunately, they threw a couple shops at me that were like $7 for 6 miles, shopping like 4 items at Target. So apparently they're really pushing the Target right now. And then they got me, they were offered to me for Brooklyn calzones. Which I think is a virtual restaurant, but I'm not certain. I've never heard of it. A lot of times when I haven't heard of something, it's because it's a virtual restaurant of a restaurant that exists. I didn't recognize the address either, so like I said, I'm not certain if it's where it's at, but it's got to be some sort of an Italian restaurant that's already established that I think must have a virtual restaurant. So we're heading there now. So we turned that down. That was like for $10.18. I probably should have considered taking that one on Uber. I was just a little concerned because we're still not on our way to the customer yet. So I don't know where that was going. If I would have known exactly where the restaurant was, I might have felt a little bit more secure in accepting that. But I don't want to create a scenario for myself where I'm running into a problem or Uber gets mad or whatever, these apps get mad and drop the order, because then that counts against you. Some might not care about it, but I just don't want to get myself in a scenario where I run into a problem with the completion rate. And you can do so on Uber. Uber's 95% too, is just like DoorDash now. So if you go above 5%, they call it 5%. I think it's cancel. I think they use the term cancel, but it's 5% is what they're giving you. That's the amount they're giving you for all practical purposes. And they count it as a percentage. Instead of 95% completed, it's 5% cancel rate. So you can't cancel more than 5% of your orders until you get into that warning zone. Now, if you go above 10% cancel, you're going to get into some trouble there as well. Now, 95 is where they want you to get, where you qualify for the programs, and you can get a treat break at 7-Eleven if you're gold and everything. That's where they cut you off at. And then I've noticed the quality of orders are better when your cancel rate is 5% or less. So I try to keep it there. It's nothing I've been able to hammer out and confirm because I don't, it just seems that way. I mean, meaning DoorDash, I do so many orders on, I can map a lot of things out and check things out and check things out. Oh my God, this dude doing an illegal lane change. I mean, what chaos. It's really simple, you start a turn in one lane, you end the turn in that lane. But what I observe out here, especially at this intersection, and there's a lot of accidents out here at this intersection. It's insane. It's the simple things, man. So if you guys are wondering, we're still at 95 or 94% on our acceptance rate for DoorDash. I checked and looked when I was in there. I had a slight wait. I had to just wait for the counter to clear. There were some people already there. All right, so Uber is back at it again. Let's see, is it anything good? 818 for 14.3 miles. I've already seen this once. They want me to go to Charlestown, West Virginia for tropical smoothie order, and we're not doing that. So sorry, Uber. I am forever grateful for that big order that you sent me, but that is not going to work for me. I probably should have hit the Brooklyn calzones and gone and seen what that restaurant was all about, figured out who it is. Is it real? Is it a virtual restaurant? Although I think it's a virtual restaurant. And then I could have, I have a feeling that one gave the appearance to me of a hidden tip. It was $10.18. Commonly, I'll see $2 and 18 cents base pay a lot of times. Weird stuff like that on Uber, and it would have been $8, and it would have probably turned into a $10 tip or something. But I didn't take it. I'm sure somebody else did. But instead, we're on this nice $5 journey for DoorDash. We'll see if it bears any fruit in terms of maybe giving us access to our first good order of the day. We have not had a good order on DoorDash all day long. The orders we have taken have been subpar orders, on the line orders, nothing good. It's just been garbage. And again, that's frustrating. Because you're like, why am I having to do that? Why can't it just be simple, that we get the base pay right? I think the simplest thing is if DoorDash want to get every order delivered, and make earn by time the way you earn. That's it. I think that's just... All right, so we have a Five Guys order now coming out from Uber, $6.24 for 5.7. Now, right now, Uber does a lot of things that are very helpful. They have taken a lot of effort to make their app better. Now, I know a lot of people hate Uber, and Uber's got its own problems, but one thing, I'm not surprised right now, and I have the app on for a reason. Besides the fact they gave me $31. But right now, I get an earnings trend report in my app. I can go in and look at it. And right now, it says this is one of the highest earning hours of the day to expect. So I have it on, and sure enough, we're getting offers. Sure enough, if I was wanting to do an every order for Uber, I could literally look out and go, okay, these are the times I want to come out today. And Uber is actually pretty accurate in what they tell you. When it's a small line telling you it's not going to be very busy, it's normally not very busy. That's probably when they're high acceptance rate drivers are getting all the orders because, well, they're the ones that they know will deliver them. They know they will accept them. And then, of course, we're getting overflow orders when it gets busy like this. So I'm not seeing the best. I'm not seeing bad ones either. I mean, that 31 miles done in, 38 minutes? That's freaking awesome. $47 order value. Come on. But it shows I didn't do anything special for it. I didn't do anything to turn my app on. So, there's nothing you can do. Just turn your app on and have the apps on, be available to work, and you'll get the opportunity as well. And many out here would lead you to believe that it's the way you work, it's the way you accept, it's the way you do this. No, it's not. I mean, you can give yourself maybe a little bit of a smarter idea of what to take or what not to take. But the reality is, The algorithm will hold me up as much as it will hold you up. If it doesn't, if it wants me to earn $15 an hour today, it will just do it. It'll offer me the offer it does, and it'll hold all orders, and then it'll give me the 2 or 3 orders it thinks I'll take all day long, and I'll take those, and then you average it out, and it'll be at whatever average they want me to be at, or whatever driver wants to be at. And really, the only factor that factors into what drivers are going to make in a given day is truly about how many drivers are available to work. All right, guys. So there it was, $2 tip, or sorry, $2 base pay, $3 tip, and we have our next order in. All right, I think I've delivered to this house before. I have the Little Caesars order, 1344 for 8.4 miles. So there's the story, guys. They are wanting us to deliver. They're basically giving us an 1844 hour. I mean, it's better than what they were giving us earlier. This Little Caesars does a fair job of getting orders ready, so we should be okay on this order. Like now, don't sleep on the stack here. It can happen. Magic can happen, but we'll see. That's what I like to see happen. But the bad part that I don't like it is we're going halfway to Charlestown, which makes me feel like, you know what? Shit, let's just abandon this tier shit and get to Charlestown, where there ain't no tiers, and you can get back to a more traditional feeling of DoorDash, where there is no tiers, it's just diamonds. And yeah, right now I would, I have a lot of customers up there that I dealt with and interacted with that I would absolutely be able to go up there and generate some money. But it is what it is, guys. All right. It'll all work out. It'll all work out. So here we go. Onward to Little Caesars we go. And then when we get to Little Caesars, we'll take a moment, we'll input some data, and I'll see what I'm sure when we get in here, Uber will send us something decent probably watch because it's busy on Uber right now. So earnings trends, let's look at it. Yep, we're still in the highest earning hour of the day right now. And it looks like at 4 a.m. it'll be the highest earning of the day. But after this, it's going to drop. It's going to drop down pretty significantly as we get deeper into the evening. But for now, we're $4 signs. It's hot, 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 hot. It's red hot. There's lots of orders going on. There's lots of stuff going on out here. People are ordering food on Uber Eats left and right. Uber, I know in my own personal Uber Eats account as a customer, they're sending me left and right promos and everything else. They're trying their damnedest to get people back on the platform because in one of the emails they sent me, it was like, we've expanded our restaurants. We've got more to select from. Please come in and check us out. And they're giving me, like, I think a free delivery fee on my first order back, which is pretty significant on Uber. And then, of course, they want you to join, like, kind of they're willing to give you 1 month free of their little monthly service. So they're really trying hard to get back and collect some of the market share off DoorDash. And I think, Uber tends to have a little bit of a better reputation for the quality of its drivers as far as just their professionalism. Although, I don't know. I guess maybe if you go on TikTok, you find maybe you wouldn't see as big of a difference. Thank you for the thumbs up, guys. We got 8 in chat, 8 thumbs up. Very nice. We've been fluctuating as much as 30 something in the chat at a time, so that's really good. I appreciate everybody stopping in, saying hello, and hitting that thumbs up. So please, if you stop in, hit the thumbs up. It's free. It supports the channel. It supports the stream. We're in the vertical live stream, so it's going to bring a lot of people in and bring a lot of you in that you might not otherwise discover the channel. We are a DoorDash, we are a gig channel. We focus on working the gig apps as a full-time gig, showing the journey. We'll do content on various strategies, concepts, what to expect, experiences. We do it in the forms of lives, videos, shorts, and it's meant to give a perspective on what it's like to work in the gig economy. And you'll see it's been ever changing for me. I began the channel in May of 2021. Began gig work in April of 2021. It's been quite a ride ever since. So if you're a new subscriber, and you're looking to find somewhere to waste some time, go back and look. You see a bunch of videos in there. Check them out. All right. And you see the entire story. You might even notice I had a different name. Alright, so now just gonna go 2, 7, 3. So 5, 7. Took us 2 minutes to get in order from when they order out. Check my personal device here. Let me see what's going on. Anything I need to take care of? Nope. So it looks like Spark, nothing going on there. All right, $7.13 for curbside. That's not going to work. All right. So let's perhaps let's give credit where credit's due here. All right, so we're picking up Crazy Bread, Diet Pepsi, Pepsi Wild Cherry, and custom stuffed crust round pizza. So we got a code, so that's a good thing. I think we might be ready. I just got to remember to grab the Diet Pepsi and the Wild Cherry Pepsi, which I will, and I'll be back. Continue to delivery. Confirm. All right, guys. So there we are. So if you're just joining the stream, we're on a Little Caesars pizza run. Just picked it up. DoorDash is the one we're working. And hold on a second. I didn't put in the rest of that, did I? What? Oh. Hold on. I'll tell you all in a second. 1344 is the amount of the order that we're on. it's Little Caesars. And we're going 8 miles, allegedly. So let's see here. We've already driven. Let's see here. How do we drive to get here? Oh, my. So we've driven about looks like 2.5 miles between Chick-fil-A and Wingstop. So I guess we'll just say 1.25 miles round trip. And now we're gonna go and see what's up here. Let's see here, directions. Start. 14-minute ride. Actually, hold on. There was something I was doing before. Charging the cord out of here before we head out. I hope this will work. It's not the one that's broken. I hope it works good. Well, maybe it's not going to work. This one's broken too. Jesus. Sounds like we gotta make a trip this. I gotta go on Amazon and order a new one because none of my cords are working. That's ridiculous. So, okay. It is what it is. Like I said, I have a backup phone in here. We may have to restart the stream at some point. So I'm going to have to start sharing my cord with that. And this one is broke, I think. Actually, I think it's not broke. Whatever. How the hell do I have all these broken cords? It might work. Well, alright. I guess we have one cord then that works in here. Fantastic. Alright. Well. We're going to let it share off this one. So, alright guys. I think. See if we can supercharge my Z Fold quickly. If not, I don't want to lose the ability. I want to use the Z Fold for the rest of the orders. But if not, I've got other phones too for that. So we're good. We're good. 39% on the screen. We just have to fluctuate between the two. I got 80% in my battery pack. The battery pack will charge things faster. So, anyways, I have to go on Amazon and order some cords. Apparently destroying all my cords. And my sons take them, they disappeared. My wife will use them for charging things. So just like that, I've lost a whole bunch of USB-C charging cords. So that'll be an expense. We'll have to expense out. Hopefully with all the money we're going to make over the next couple of hours. Let's see. Uber's still on here. Uber's still Oh, well, it's always fun down here when it's busy and you're trying to come out of these turns and they have no stoplights. They really need stoplights down here in some of these, the way these intersections are designed, because there's blind spots and you can't really see what's coming into you until you're already out there, and you're just hoping that you're going to get enough space to get through it. Not the ideal way to operate. Otherwise, you can sit there until you edge out enough that you can try to see a little bit. A lot of times you see it clear and you're checking the other way, and something will be coming that way or whatever. Second later, it's clogged up. So now, like I said, the uninviable part of this order is how it takes us more than halfway to the Charlestown market, because that requires us to come back. So again, the hidden aspect of this order is in those miles on the return. 13. So essentially what DoorDash got me to take was 1344 for potentially 16 miles, if it all works out that way. And it probably will. But it is what it is. I mean, the customer's tipping well on this order. Obviously, you can tell that because this is probably another $2 base pay order. So it's going to be a hand it to me. I don't expect any more to come out of this. I just imagine they don't want their pizza laying on the ground. And I certainly understand that. But just unbelievable. How bad of a day this has been. So I think we're definitely nearing 100, because this will have earned us $18 since the 76. So we'll be sitting at 94 right now, after nearly 6 hours. Not the greatest position to be in, but very similar to where we found ourselves last week, where I worked 12 hours and made $200. And that's what it's shaping out here on the accept every order front with DoorDash, except I did earn by order. Now I'm hopeful, keeping my fingers crossed, that some of this is going to get made up when we get back here and we're eligible for large order program orders. It's a Monday. It's not going to be the best day to get large order program orders. Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays are better because people are home, people just got paid, people have more money in their pocket. Mondays are kind of down days. They're the days where, the week is starting, they've got groceries in the house still, they're cooking, you might get some spark action, or maybe they pick up a few items that they're out of, because a lot of people will do their grocery shopping Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays for a 2-week period. So a lot of, right now we're hitting into where we're going to get some stopgap grocery orders, where people have run out of some items that they maybe didn't think they were going to run out of. So it's like pick up a little bit extra milk, pick up some juice, pick up, whatever. So Spark is a good spot to be in. That's why you saw the $11, $12, $14, $15 orders. A lot of people will use Spark just to get their dinner delivered for free. They'll go in and they'll shop, and it'll be like 5 items, and you can tell it's dinner. It's a meal. It'll be like a salad, a main course, a side, some dessert. Like, oh, okay. And then you see the total item on it, it's like $15. In Walmart, it's free delivery if you're a Walmart Plus member. And then they want to tip the driver $2. So it's like, okay, really, what did it cost the customer? $2. Walmart totally different animal in terms of how you look at things, how you look at a tipper, no tipper. I mean, Walmart's paying you $11, at least in my area, they're paying $11 base pay for these shops to have. Now, I've heard it's going to drop. I've heard in other markets it's dropped down now, like the $7 where the curbsides are. But we'll see. So, anyways, I'll be happy to get over 100 today and get in that position. You know, I'd like to get to at least $1.50 before I stop today. You know, that's what we're shooting for now. I don't know that I'm going to be willing to go 12 hours for 200. That's what we did last week. That was rather brutal. I don't know if it's really worth it or needed at this point, because I'm planning to do 6 days this week. So we'll be back out again tomorrow. I think today has convinced me tomorrow's an earn by time day. If we're going to stay in this market, either one of two things are going to happen. I'm either going to move out of this market and go somewhere else, go to one of my other markets, or we're going to do earn by time. I think I'm just going to do earn by time and keep it simple, because this earn by order stuff for daytime dashing is ridiculous. And if earn by time slows down, we'll do like we did today. We'll have Spark on, we'll have Uber on. We'll be looking for those nice orders that can change your day. We'll let Walmart be our, or we'll let DoorDash be our steady for today, and see if it can keep us steady working. If it can, then we'll sprinkle in a couple of the big orders if they pop up. That's just going to be the way we're going to do it for the rest of the week. Because I feel like today, man, when you think about it right now, we've been out for 7 hours now. Even at 13 times 7, let's see, that's $70, $21, that's $91, and then some change of base pay. Okay, guys? Not the tips that we would have collected on. And we would have collected probably around four, well, we've been collecting on, or by time, an average of about $4 a tip at the end of the day. So just taking that average, we've been doing about, I don't know, 2 orders an hour. So let's just say we had $8 on average, about an $8 an hour on tips in order for 7 hours. So 8 times 7 is like 56. We'd be sitting at about $146 right now, potentially, if that played out. Or maybe it would. Let's say it plays out at $2. And we've done 14 orders by now. Or maybe we've done 10 orders by now, or 11 orders by now. We're still sitting at over $100 right now. And then you add in, let's just say there's a slowdown and we get that $30 offer. Now we're sitting at, you know, maybe we swap out $18 from that figure at earning at $18. We've been earning at about anywhere from, let's just say $16 an hour is what we had last week. So let's just take that. 16 times 7, 70. 7 times 6 is 42. So 42 plus 70 is 112. So swap out 18 from that, and we're sitting at 94 plus the 30. We're sitting at $130 right now if we're on earn by time. And I have a feeling it would have been a much better experience on earn by time, because we would have ensured that the BS that we went through on all those orders would have turned into gold mines for us. Like that double order that resulted in a 50-minute wait time. We were insured against that. But perhaps that's what DoorDash was trying to force us to see, because I think certain markets are going to be better for earn by time and certain markets are going to be better for earn by order. It's just like the day that we went out and earned, what was it, in like 7 hours, we did $200 all on DoorDash. Not one time did we touch another hour. Now, some of that, do keep in mind, I gave credit that was not a full earn by time day, but that did result, but we did have an earn by time order that resulted in the pizza delivery to the factory that resulted in a $45 payout. So, it shows that, again, I think overall, over time, if you want to come out, you want to work steady, you want to steady your earnings, you're willing to sacrifice the big gamble, earn by time is it. Now, earn by time feels like a gamble the entire time, in a way, because you don't know what your tip is. So you're getting that exhilaration every time you pull up that you're accustomed to on the plus orders, where you're like, I know I just earned $7 base pay. Is there a tip? And if there is a tip, man, this could be a big payout. This could be 7 plus 7. This could be $14. And then you watch, it's $25, $27 an hour, man, on that order. And on earn by offer, it would have been garbage. And pretty much, of course, what did we just do? We just, we just made money on the platform. So, I don't know. I think that, regardless of what people think or might be biased to, I think earn by offer is going to eventually become a more difficult place to play, because they're not paying high enough base pay on a lot of orders that are going to, if you're literally, I think really what we're going to have to say is earn by offer is tips only. That's what their game is. You can go, all right, do I want to, we're going to prioritize the biggest tips to you, but there will be times that you will earn little to nothing to do the order, but you're going to get priority on the higher ticket items, which will result potentially in higher tips. So, yeah, you can get the $40 payout, but it's $40. That's $40 plus $2. So it's $42. Or you can play the game where it's steady. It's easy to predict. It's predictable. It's not going to get you the $50 hours, although those can happen occasionally. But it's going to be predictable. You're going to know if you come out and work 12 hours, you're going to make somewhere between $16 and $20 an hour. Just depends on the day, depends on the orders that are available, depends on the time of day that you ended up working. But you will make $16 to $20 an hour, predictable. All right, I'll be back. All right, guys. Well, we got a successful payout there. Now, how this turns out, I have no idea. But we got some good news. The good news is we got an order right away. So we are not getting left up here stranded. It's exactly kind of what we want to happen. The bad news is the order takes us further towards Charlestown. It's actually going to take us to the Charlestown market. It's $8.50 for like 3.5 miles. So we are going to the subway. This subway I talked about yesterday, or the last stream, or maybe it might have been earlier today actually. And I talked about the fact that this subway is notorious for its staffing issues, notorious for its waits, and notorious for not having the order ready at the time that the dasher arrives. So, of course, keeping with the flow of this day, should we be surprised that that's the place we're going? Not at all. Especially when we're not on earn by offer, or time we're on earn by offer, meaning that $8 gets smaller and smaller as we wait. But we shall see how this plays out and whether or not this is worth it or not. But 850, 3.9 miles. So we're going to go 3.9 miles further down the road. So this is where, hey, it's good we got an offer. It's bad because we're going into another market, meaning we're far off of our market. So either they're going to draw us back down maybe to the subway again, or it's very unlikely, I think, that we get hired back to go to a restaurant that's down in the heart, unless it's a large order program. They like to do that. They like to, when they can, they hire you in so you can drive with your wait time, so you're not getting to the store and canceling the order and leaving the order stranded. So now we are at 94.67 with this order. We will be $102.27 once this order pays out. So the good news, like I said, is we're not up here for orders. We're not driving dead back. We're got food and we've got money now that we're driving for. Again, we're going to be driving right back down this direction when we get done. It is what it is. I guess you gotta just have faith that I'm hoping that there'll be something. Of course, there's a Dollar General up here, so maybe they're gonna camp me up here. There's a 7-Eleven up here. Perhaps they're camping me up here, and they already know there'll be a few orders they need me to work for them, and I'll do it. I'll work around this little area and eventually maybe find my way back down. Doesn't matter to me. Money is money. You're not going to discriminate on the money or where it's coming from. But I've been at that Dollar General before. I've shopped it. It's okay. No problems with it. So now we'll go in here. Now, and there's where we delivered the pizza order earlier today. Well, I'll show you guys, but I'm looking at it myself. Alright, so let's just go in here. Let's just make sure we finish filling out everything we need to. Oh, no, it's okay. So we ended up driving 7 miles on that order for $13. So that's not bad. Time order started 5:53. So we got good flow on that. It came right away. Literally, I hit process and boom, it popped right on through. And now we go, and it is due to be delivered by 6:18. So let's go. Arrive at store. There we go. I forgot to hit arrive. I gotta remember to do that before I go in and do my stuff. Otherwise, I'm not getting credit for the time. Alright, so let's see here. How far away are we gonna go? Am I right? We'll see if I'm right. Maybe it's heading me back to Martinsburg, because it says. I'm hoping it is. Oh, it is. Okay. I take that back. This is actually taking us back to Martinsburg. So I just looked at the map wrong. And we're going to kind of end up, yeah, we're going to end up down there near where we want to be, actually. So, okay. Hats off to DoorDash. Maybe things are turning around. Maybe we're going to get into a groove here. It's about damn time, DoorDash. That was awesome for you to do that for us. In fact, that's what I was hoping was going to happen earlier, was if we did get an order from this place, it would be to take us back. But there we go. All right. There we are. All righty. Let's go. Let's see if this order is ready to go, or see what we got ourselves into. Looks like we're picking up two Coca-Cola Classics, two chocolate chip cookies, a honey mustard chicken sub, and a buffalo chicken sub. So, not a hard order. Let's see what we got. I'll hook you guys up to the power bank real quick, since I'm not using it right now. There we go. Okay. Well, this is great, guys. A bee got in my car. So, maybe you see a DoorDash driver gets stung live on air. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're going to put all the windows down. We're going to get that thing out of here. So, I apologize for the wind ahead of time. We got to make sure we try to get that damn thing out of this car. I don't want it to decide to attack me while I'm driving. Or if it does, I need to be able to swat it the hell out of this car. Jesus, smart. Alright. So we have a 6-minute ride to the customer, so this is about as ideal as you can get, really, honestly. It was ready to go. There's no issues with that. The only thing we got right now is this bee issue. We hope it doesn't continue to be, become a big issue here for us. We might get a viral moment here as a DoorDash driver gets stung while driving down the road. We've opened up the windows. We're going to try to attract it out, so hang tight, guys, and see what happens. Will I get stung or won't I? But it was a bee. It flew right in. I tried to get it out. I don't see it anywhere now, so it's got to be down in my bags in the back seat. It concerns me because I don't want to rustle them and have them fly right up behind me and sting me on the back of the neck. I don't know why. I don't even know why that person was beeping at that person. They were doing nothing wrong. They turned with plenty of space, and yet they're beeping at them. I mean, talk about road rage. It's fucking real, dude, out here. People rage over the littlest of things. Alright, so we're going to go down this way. Cool. I apologize, guys. Like I said, I apologize for the windiness, or it's just I have to do it until I know this bee is out of here. But that was about the experience I expected. I walk in there, they got loud music playing. It's two young dudes behind the counter. One of them's dancing, the other one's got a customer who's pissed off. There's some sort of a customer service issue. Luckily, they walk in and they go, hey, dude, are you here for a DoorDash? I said, yes, I am. Here you go. Grab the Cokes out of the cooler. I said, okay. But they hand me the bag. They're holding it carefully. Subway has the most cheapest, terriblest bags for holding stuff. I've ripped them several times. That's why it's almost smart. I don't always remember to do it. I don't know. I'm going to take the chance. I can't stand driving with the windows down. But, it's almost smart to bring your bag in on any Subway order, because those bags they give, the brown bags, they break on a dime. The employees will tell you that too. They'll tell you, hey, be careful. Be careful with this bag. It'll break really easy. And you got to be careful. So of course they hand me the bag, and I'm trying to be careful. Essentially, what you've got to do is you cannot allow any weight to go on either side. Otherwise, it'll cause one side to get the pressure, and then it'll rip. So you got to keep them like equal. So I'm trying to hold that. Anyways, we successfully did it. Got it in the hot bag. That's why that thing will be in a bag all the way to the door. And then when I get it out, it's suspense all the way to the moment that you get that thing out and put it on there. Now, I can't tell you how many customers probably go out to their front door, go pick that Subway bag up, and rip, boom, on the floor. I'm sure it happens a lot. And then I'm sure that a Dasher's rating gets affected by it, because they probably somehow believe the Dasher caused it. No, it's Subway's cheap takeaway bags. I think they're supposed to be taping them, but they don't. But I think when you tape them together, I think it's worse. So I think that's why they don't tape them, or they don't use the sticky adhesive. Now, this is a beautiful estate out to my left-hand side. They got a beautiful pond. And this community used to be the premier golf course of our area, and then it closed down. And I think they're trying to reopen it as a 9-hole course. I remember playing out here when I was younger. I haven't played golf in a long, long time. But I used to play golf all the time. Previous time. Since I started dashing, it's not even happening. I used to obviously play for. It's a good social business thing to do. I played my coach in gosh. Untouched. Eventually, I hope to dust them off and get my sons to go out with me to get them playing. Alright, so here we go. So we're going to go down Grapevine Road. I know exactly where we're going. So we will end up, again, we're on a road right here. We're right in the heart of everything. So we should, in theory, if it's busy, we're getting prioritized for orders. I hope we're going to get the next biggest order, whatever it is. Whatever the big ticket order is, we're going to get it. Now, that does not mean we're getting the biggest order offer-wise. We're going to get the biggest ticket, meaning what customer has spent. We're getting priority on that order. So if there's no tip on it, that's what we're getting. If there's a $3 tip on it, that's what we're getting. If there's a $40 tip on it, that's what we're getting. The idea behind priority is these are supposedly, because they're the biggest, highest paying order right now available in my market where I'm at, for potentially a really big tip if the customer provides that big tip. Does not mean it's as much, and again, I guess that's what we're kind of assessing, is it's a gamble. Is our odds better or worse of getting a good order? Because yeah, you can have a $30. That's why you can get $30 tips at the bottom of the rung. Why? Because customers will tip you $30. Some customers will tip $30 just because they're ordering their McDonald's and they're just happy that you're doing it. It's not going to happen a lot, but it could happen. So that's going to be the person that's going to go, yeah, well, I've gotten a $30 tip. It doesn't matter. And my acceptance rate was fill in the blank. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right, so there we go, guys. I don't know the payout yet because it's still spinning. We know what it's going to be. It's not going to be. It's not a plus sign or anything like that. So, oh, and it didn't show. Come on, DoorDash. Come on, whoever I need to blame here in this. I need better than this, especially from AT&T. What they charge for spoon service. This stuff should be pristine. It should be well. And there it is, no internet. Of course, right? So no follow-up order immediately because the last order hasn't been processed out yet. $4 miles since the last order. The jail here. All right, well, I don't know what the payout is. I'm going to assume it was $2 and $6.25 if I have to assume. I'm not going to be able to see it unless I end my dash. There we are. Obviously $26.94. I have no idea. I guess I could end my dash and restart. What the hell? What harm is that going to do? Who cares? Let's do it. So 1 hour 14 minutes. DoorDash says we made $26.94. Somewhat of a lying little app there, but it's a little bit of a fib. Let's go to the earnings page. What did we make on that order alone? There, we made $68 today, guys. So it was $2.06. Yeah, sorry. Okay. So it was $2. It was $6.50. I was right to have just done that. So there we go. All right. So there it is. $8.50. $2. $6.50. There we go. Dash time was 1 hour and 22 minutes. And active time was 1 hour and 14 minutes. It made $26.94. All right. Uber, you want to hire me? Oh, wait a minute. Holy crap. What the hell? Jesus. They hit tip on that. Or they had an extra. So my God, guys, that Uber order got sweeter. We got $8 tip. They doubled the tip on it. So either Uber hid the tip, which is possible, or the customer. But regardless, we ended up. I mean, that became an even better order if you can even believe it. $53.86 order value. I mean, that's just fantastic. And there you have it, guys. That's fantastic. What a fantastic order. Again, I guess it's like, I don't know. I'm playing in the wrong app right now, man. That's some good stuff. That is some really good stuff. Now, let's go see what DoorDash has in mind for me as I come back in, and we're going to earn by offer. We're going to keep doing it. I'll put it until 10 o'clock. Now we're talking about a 3.5 hour period. And DoorDash, I mean, just sick on what they did to me today. So we'll see New China, which is downtown. It's a Chinese store downtown. Is the closest hotspot, it's telling me. We'll be in vicinity. If it wants to hire me, we will. We're going to go down to the main hotspot. I don't know if Shuckers Crab Shack, that's a great place for a large order program. I'd love to see some action from that. We need some help. No question about that. So, acceptance rate's going up, guys. We hit the spot, as I said, I thought we would today. We hit the spot, so we're actually up to 96% acceptance rate now. And 99% completion. I mean, it makes what DoorDash did to me today all the more despicable, but you got to remember what the priority is. So, right. Wherever I fall into the algorithm, it's going to say, okay, here you go, gig driver. We're going to find you at the given moment. I'm going to get potentially the highest. Well, I don't know. There could be another driver that's got 100% in the area, but if there is, or maybe 100% completion rate, or however the system is ranking orders, but I'm going to get the one with. It's not going to be the highest offer. It's going to be the highest ordered amount. So that's one of the ways they're stacking these up. And then they're going to go, okay, here you go, rational gig driver. And then it's my ability to turn it down and say, well, that might be the highest offer right now, but it's not the best payout. I'm not doing that payout. Turn it down. Rinse, repeat. And it'll move me to my next one. And then that'll move into somebody else's queue and show it to them. By accepting every order, it's like, okay, I take it off the market. I take myself off the market. And then, there are consequences beyond just saving your completion rate when you're up. Here it is, 650 plus. Oh, God. And you see the grit on my teeth. 650 plus, 2.4 miles. There's a grit Oh my! I'm gritting my teeth. Why? It's McDonald's. So what do we got? What are we picking up at McDonald's right now? 8 items: a 2 cheeseburger meal, 2 Sprites, a double bacon quarter pounder with cheese, a 10-piece chicken nut McNuggets, 2 McDoubles, and a large fry. Is that the largest order available right now? Maybe it is. I don't know. They did put a fancy plus sign on it, and they gave me the platinum label. And they let me know that being a platinum level driver, you, sir, are getting the opportunity to go to McDonald's right now, deal with these good people at McDonald's. Now, it's been a while since I've been in here for a order during dinner hour. It has been in the past a very wild scene. Uh, let's just say the employees here do not particularly care for dashers, and they don't really like their job. So it's always a wild scene. I'm always respectful to everyone. Everyone's always respectful to me. But you know, what you get from dashers, what these employees get from dashers, and when they're not liking their job and they're upset, well, the good news is it's not very busy at all. So that's a plus for me. I have a feeling it's going to be sitting on the rack. They have a big wall there which connects to their back end, and they just slide the orders right on up. So my hope is it's ready. Otherwise, I've had long waits here. All right, let's see what we got here. Now, let's go take care of the last order. It's headed to label. Let's check out where we're going. See if we've been there before. So it's a 6-minute ride away. So the good news is once we get this order, we should be able to be on the way with it. Now, the concern I do have is the plus sign. Many people think is, oh, that's a plus sign. That's one of our best paying orders. No, not always. Sometimes it's some of your longest waiting time orders. And it's there because it's a $7 payout, and they know dashers won't wait just for $7. So they throw it up there on the plus sign. So it's like, here's your extra 50 cents for waiting on the order. Anyways, let's just, we're going to be positive. I'll be back. All right, guys. So you may have noticed I was back there moving things around and shuffling things around. It's because I'm prepping for what's next. So I told you. And again, on a day like today, I got to take these type of actions simply because the earnings were so weak earlier and DoorDash isn't supporting stuff. So we got to get to certain thresholds of earnings. So I went ahead and made an executive decision to do a Walmart Spark order. We got offered a decent Spark, $25, 3 pickups, 3 miles, 3 pickups. That's a good offer. That's going to help with the miles to money. We're not due to pick it up till 6:45. So given the fact that we're only going like a mile away, so now I have it set to stop all orders on DoorDash. Pause orders after delivery is set because since we're doing a challenge on DoorDash will not be one of the ones I will go to look for orders in a short distance. Why? Well, because I can't trust that that's what's going to come up. So with it being that I'm now booked for a $25 order, I'll utilize Grubhub and Uber Eats if they want to send me something that's of a reasonable short distance that can get me back. I'll assess it. But right now we got to be there at 6:45 for the pickup to check in. So we're 5 minutes away. We're going to get there around 6:33. We're going to come back to the area. If we were going to come back and try to pick an order up, it would have to be a super quick pickup and give and go. Otherwise, we'll be at risk of losing the Spark order because Spark will rip it away from you pretty fast if it detects that if you're not there. If you're messing around, at least it does in my area, and then they'll just drop you from the order. And I don't want to lose $25 opportunity. It's low items. The highest amount of items is 16. I think it's 16.5. I'll check it out for sure, but I believe it's like 16.5 and 3 or something like that. And it's going to leave us right in the vicinity so we can turn the DoorDash app right back on, or if Spark wants to send me something else. And the best part about it is it's going to put us at, well, this order is 650 plus. So we're at 107 right now. We'll be at 113.50. And then with the $25 order, 13.50 plus 25 is, 138, I think. 138.50. So we'll be knocking at the door of $150, and we will once again help stimulate our miles to money, which is what we need to do. And then we can turn DoorDash on and see if we can earn the final $12 or so, because we really needed that help. I mean, we really did. DoorDash, God bless DoorDash, but not today. It's really been bad today. Like I said, $68 all day. So we got some stimulus from Uber Eats with a $31 shot in the arm, and we're getting a $25 shot in the arm from Spark. This is what you do. This is how I normally do it. And we're going to do it maintaining 100%. We're going to see if we can do it. Now, obviously, when I'm doing it more focused, we earn a lot quicker than this. Normally. Sometimes Spark is dead. Sometimes it does create a little lag. Like I said, Spark gets hot in my market around 3 o'clock. And we would have already been fast at work, worked some of those shops, working some of those, possibly even getting curbsides that would have been decent, one or two stop offers. And we would have bulked up with the use of our food delivery apps. But guess what? Again, we're doing a challenge, or whatever you want to call it, experiment. So you guys are getting to see a little taste of what the multi-apping can do for you. And even taking a day like today, that is, look, DoorDash was screwing me royally. This was the type of day that now $35 Uber, it was not beyond the possibility that I was going to be less than $100 at 10 hours. That's what it was really bad. And like I said, I'm doing the comparison in my head. I can guarantee you it wouldn't have been that bad on Earn by Time. And I can tell you the work rate would have been higher. It has been. I did it for a whole week last week. We never had under an 80% work rate doing earn by time. Now, earn by offer is a totally different animal because what it's doing is it's matching you with the highest offer in your area, the largest ticket. And I don't know, and again, I'm not sure what the delays are about, but I do believe there are some orders that just aren't available maybe on that. I don't know. But we had some extraordinarily long waits, which in theory should never have happened. Might not be a quality offer, but I have an offer that I'm working with, by either going to go get it dropped off. That's the commitment DoorDash has made to the drivers that supposedly have high acceptance rates. It's not what bore out today. Today seemed to be a slightly different outcome. I do not like that at all. That is a cheap curve. That is hard to see. Alright, I think we're back here. Where are we at? So it's this one. It's got to be. Process of elimination. Alright. Alright guys, I'll be right back.
Customer requested
Please use that. So it's exactly what I said it was going to be, guys. It was a 50-cent extra. This was a plus sign, simply designed to make sure I waited. $2 and $5. What I would expect. It's my, and it got me a $22 an hour order value. Like is the way DoorDash misused that plus sign. To sit here and say that's one of their highest paying orders on the system and on the platform that they try to promote, it's just a flat out lie. $7, 2.5 miles, no. $3 a mile, no. It's a decent miles to money. Now here's another devious little thing DoorDash did to me. When I accepted that order from Spark, I hit pause. I hit pause my dash. Or pause orders. They started my timer for the pause orders right at that moment. So I'm at 24 minutes or something like that. And I'm like, or 26 minutes, whatever. So I'm like, that's devious. It's a devious little thing to get you to get a dasher. Now I want the 35 minutes. Well, you're not going to get it. You're going to get 20, I guess I was at 27, 28 minutes, I guess. Now it's ticked off a while. So let's see here. So it's 6:37. So will Spark let us go ahead and start heading to the order? If it will, I won't worry about any other orders, and it will. All right, so we're heading now to the Spark. So we're not going to dash anytime. So now we got our $7 order, which is exactly what I thought it was going to pay out. I said we were at 107, now we're at 114. So we'll be at, after this order, we'll be at about 129, maybe 130, depending on the change. It looks like it's packing up right now. So Spark will tell you once you're allowed to travel to the store, it will tell you on Spark what stage the order's in. It's not always accurate. What I've noticed is a lot of times they won't change it from packing to ready until you get there. Sometimes they will, and that's when you know you're going to get into trouble, because if you're not detected by the app as heading to the store, or you're still a ways out, that's when they're going to start kicking you off the order, and then they're trying, want to find another dasher to do it. So, the thing about this order here is there's $10 in tips out of the 25. So we're guaranteed 15 right now that we can collect today. Tomorrow I'll find out if I get the $10. It was the way Walmart did it. Okay? Walmart would automatically put the tip on, and then it really wouldn't show up. They kind of hid it from the customer. It wasn't, and I only learned this because I was a customer at Walmart, but I'm looking for where do I put the tip in. It never shows me. And then lo and behold, the next day, or after the order's complete, it comes up and it says, here's your total. You spent all, $85. Plus, do you still want to keep your $7 tip? And you're like, $7 tip? So if you take the tip away, now you go from 85 to 77. And you're like, well, wait a minute. I thought the delivery was free. See what happens? Well, hell yeah, I'm going to take that off. I didn't expect to spend that. I can knock my bill down by that much. So, now that was working against it. So Walmart was getting the ability to bait drivers into taking orders that the customer had never actually been aware of what the tip was going to actually be. And of course, drivers got upset, people got mad, bad press. Spark's nothing but tip baiting. And of course, Spark took efforts to, I think, make it more transparent to the customer of what the tip is, so that the customer is aware of that up front. And once that happened, now, it wasn't bad what they were doing there, because there was also an opportunity to change your tip and make it bigger after the fact, which I do not ever have happen. Very seldom do I have that happen. I'm sure there's other drivers out there that say that it happens to them all the time, but for whatever reason, it's not happening with my customers or in my market. Maybe it's something I'm doing, but very seldom do I see that. So that's why tip baiting was a bad thing, or was a problem. Now Walmart has remedied it by making it easier for the customer to see and understand what they're tipping. And on top of that, customers are becoming more aware now that, hey, the delivery's free, but the tip, the driver, hasn't been taken care of. So they will do it. But now you're seeing tips more in line, that are more predictable, that are more, see what Walmart Spark was doing essentially is, the reason why they were doing it in that sneaky way is because, of course, they knew they had to overprice, right? So based on what the customer put in as the tip, the base pay would adjust. So for larger, bulkier orders, if the system defaulted the customer to a $20 tip, and then Walmart Spark could still leave the base pay at $20 if that's what it was, or it might be $20 plus the bulk order size is going to calculate it at a $5 deal. If there's no tip in it, it's very possible you could get $35 base pay going. So Walmart was using that to manipulate the base pay to lower than what it should be if the customer truly decided, I'm not going to tip and I'm going to take a truly free delivery. And that way the drivers already agreed to work, understanding that the tip's processed in an hour, So now Walmart was getting a little bit of an easier ride on the base pay. Like I said, it all kind of caught up because people got very upset. And now we just had our Spark week. I didn't participate in it, but Spark was giving away things and giving away stuff and money and gift cards. I probably should have been doing it. Instead, I was doing this DoorDash challenge. So it might not have been the smartest thing to have been doing at this time, but that's what I was doing. Um, so let's switch over here. We're going to switch over. We're at 26%. I'll tell you. See how we're doing. Oh, my wife is calling. I'll find my personal advice. There you go. All right, guys, I apologize. You might see me talking, but I'm actually talking on the phone with my wife. So uh, that's what you're seeing. But we're waiting. We're at Walmart right now. We're waiting for them to come out and bring us our order. All right, guys, we're back. I apologize. I lost contact with my wife, so hopefully she'll call me back. But when she does, I'll put you guys back on mute. But anyways, we're here. I'm filling in the information right now. So we drove an extra 2 miles. This is supposed to be 3.5 miles. So we've got 926 base pay. If you guys are wondering, this is 3 orders now that we're going to be delivering. 515 bonus pay is how Spark reads it. So a total of what, 1441 for base pay here, and then 1087 tip. And then we're going to begin this at 636 because that's when we ended the last order. And we didn't do anything more, and we got here about 645. And then it looks like they're predicting we should be done with this. So, yeah. Give me a moment, guys. I'm going to go out here. All right, that's on the pause screen. All right, guys. So I can already see it's a zoo here. I see drivers getting out and walking in, which tells me that there's long waits. So perhaps our Spark order will go like the rest of the day, but at least we're getting paid 25 bucks. And it's a relatively short drive once we get driving. So we're going to keep it. Is that mine? Oh, damn it. You walked right by me. I was hoping that was mine. Can I get one real quick? Nope. So we'll see how it goes, guys. So right now, let's check out the DoorDash. We're going to end our dash because there's no point in it's going to end on its own anyway. So we're sending our money. Well, I thought that might be it. Is that it? Nope, not ours. Damn it. Another one fakes me out. So we're at 96%, 99% completion. Still 4.91 on the customer, but it should go up to 4.95, I hope. But we'll see. We're 296 deliveries for the day, or for the last 30 days. It's going to go down tomorrow. We're going to start losing them in multiples of 15 and 20 because I was doing a lot of dashes to try to get up, doing a lot of earn by time. And of course today we fell off. But our acceptance rate moved because we actually moved quite a few when we did those 3. So even though we've only done we've done 11 dashes today, or 11 orders today, but 12 if you take into account the stack we did. We got to take 2 off of the 2 off for the Spark and the Uber. So that puts us at 10. So that puts us at, 10. And then you add 3 more in for the complimentary cancels. Because those are going to count towards the acceptance rate. So we really have done 13 orders today. So probably in the next, I'd say in the next 15 orders, we're going to be up to 99%. And then we're going to really be able to see what it's like working at the very close to the very top of the spectrum. But I've already explained to you guys what that means. So it's just a matter of what are we going to snag, what's going on. Now, earn by time is locked out. I'm not surprised. But I am surprised by the gas. Looks like we got Royal Farms, which we were just by, is 304. They just opened that location. So it's driven gas prices down to 319 in the area and then 304 there because they just opened. So we got to get down there and remember that this week when we need gas again. That's a great gas price. And I'm part of their Rogo reward, so. Alright, here we go. And sometimes the Spark people get a little crazy about being filmed, so I'm probably not going to be live filming the pack up. When they come up to my window, I'm going to take the phone down and just put it down. Especially since they got to load my front seat, I don't want them feeling uncomfortable or having a problem or the store going in and doing anything unusual. So when I see them come up, I'm just going to pull the string and put you guys down and put us back up when we're driving again. So guys, I appreciate all the likes. We have 10 likes, 8 people. Hit that like button. If you haven't done it yet, it's a free way to support the channel. Hit that subscribe button as well. We were at 1551 this morning. See where we're at now. More subscribers. We're at 1582, guys, so we moved up 30 subscribers today, so I appreciate that. So if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. And keep your eye on content coming out, because we will be putting content out. I've still got to do a wrap-up for last week, go over the final numbers. I think I'm going to do that in a video, because the monetization on these live streams for the verticals is that of you get the same amount as a short, which isn't very much. I'm talking pennies. But it's a great way to get your channel out there, get into the algorithm with different people all over the world, give you a chance to really branch out from just normal realm that YouTube would send you to if I was broadcasting a normal live. And hopefully some of you will come in and check it out when I go live regularly. Make sure once you get subscribed, you turn on your notifications so you're aware when we're going live. And we can talk. You guys can come in and ask your questions and go over the numbers. But it's not been the best of days today. I'll tell you that much. Let's see here. But I will give you guys a preview here of where we're going to be at once we get done this order, because Spark gives you all your figures up front, which is very nice. So we will be at 139.45. So despite the very, very rough start to the day, we're not going to end up in a completely terrible spot, which is why multi-apping is key. We will only be $10.55 away, which I hope DoorDash will help us make that up, and maybe another Spark will or something will, to get us over the 150 hump, which is going to be the consolation prize for today, because I got started at 11, so I guess 9 o'clock would be 10 hours. I'm not going more than 10 hours, but I was thinking of stopping at 8 at the latest, so I want to kind of get home here to spend some time with my wife and son and everything else before it gets too late. And I was really hoping we were going to knock out 200 today without a problem, but we'll take 150 home with us. Miles wise, let's see what we've done. 20 miles. Is that our order? That's a lot of stuff. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? Driver code. Sorry. Come on. It's driver code 2263.
What's up?
2263.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
So this will go in the trunk.
Trunk.
Gotcha. This will be back seat.
Back seat. Awesome.
Front, sir. Wherever else.
Got you. Thank you.
Sorry if that water down there gets you trouble.
Oh no, you're fine.
Now all that's left is the front seat.
Alrighty. You need it. Is it easier to hand it through to me, or I don't know if you have clearance on that side? Let me know. You need to, yeah, that's fine. I'll just that way you don't have to try to squeeze in between. There we go. Gotcha. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You have a great one. All right, guys. We are loaded and heading to our first drop off, which is 8 minutes away. We're going to actually. Area. Anyways, we're going to be heading to the same. And the first drop off is going to have two drop offs. So it's going to be. It's a cluster of. It's a neighborhood area, so we're going to be going to our first drop-off, and then we'll go to our second drop-off, and then the final drop-off will be a little bit of a distance travel from there. But it's all within 3.5 miles. So the biggest thing you have to worry about when it comes to Spark is they don't do addresses. So if you're not careful, Spark will give you they do GPS navigation points. So if you're not careful, you could end up being dropped off in like the center of a neighborhood, not at your exact place. And if you jump out and you see a house, or God forbid you end up on a street where the numbers are similar, and you're looking and you go, okay, you think you're on the street, you're looking for 378, such and such, and it's really 378 Garfunkel, and you're not looking for that, and you're like, all right, shoot, I gotta go find it. You think you're there, you can deliver to the wrong person. So you got to be really careful with Spark orders. And right now, my Google Maps, for the first time all day long, is just going absolutely nuts. I don't know what has happened or why it's doing this. We've been using Google Maps all day long, very successfully, and it gets on a Spark app, and it just starts acting like it doesn't have any clue where it's at. Literally. It's turning around, it's twisting around, telling me to turn around. I don't even know what it's doing. It's like, what in the hell? Yeah, there we go. I think it's got its bearings now. Nope, it still doesn't. All right. No idea what the problem is. I don't know if it's still doing it. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's still doing it. What the hell? Am I going to have to restart my phone? Luckily, I know where this place is at. Anyways. So, the good news is we got this done pretty quickly. As far as the pickup is concerned, it was about a 20-minute pickup. So, again, this will probably take probably take about 45 minutes in total, because none of these are complex drop-offs, or there's really not like a whole lot of stuff to it. And they loaded them in my catering bags, so it should be pretty easy drop-offs. The biggest thing will be once we get done with this order, whether we go sparking again back to this Walmart, because remember, when you're sparking, okay, the appropriate way to spark is you pick a Walmart and you go to it. It's not like DoorDash where you go float around town and drive around. You pick a Walmart. You go to that Walmart, or you start driving in the direction of that Walmart, and orders will start coming to you. Now, if you look at your map, it'll tell you what Walmart's hot. So if you go to the Walmart that isn't hot, and the one's hot across town, well, you might be sitting in the parking lot for a while. But if you go to the one that's hot, it's got a ring around it or whatever, or maybe they're running an incentive out of it, you go to that Walmart. Now, the only time your miles shouldn't be covered is the first trip to Walmart. After that, your miles should be covered, because if you're sitting at Walmart or you're heading back to Walmart, it would have been covered by the last order you took. In other words, you get a $25 offer, like we got, 3 miles. like we got. Well, it's 3 miles back to the Walmart from where we're going to end. Maybe less, but because of the way we went. But it should be about 6 miles round trip. So you should leave your final customer and head back to that Walmart. Unless you're in the vicinity of a closer Walmart or something like that, or you get an offer right away for another Walmart that you like that's got huge amounts of money on it and covers your drive there and back. If you have an idea of how close that Walmart is to you. And you should. I mean, we're not talking about hundreds of restaurants like we might on the DoorDash platform. But most cases, you're going to head back to that Walmart. When you get back to that Walmart, if you're not getting an order by the time you get back to that Walmart, the next order you get is going, whatever you're seeing the miles on, double it. So if you're offered 15 for 8, anticipate that's 15 for 16 on a Walmart Smart, which is actually pretty easy. If you're sitting at the Walmart shop or a 22 item shop, listen, you can easily do a couple of items a minute with the way Walmart shops are lined up. Maybe not the first time when you're learning it, but you will get there. So don't be afraid of them. And they're not going to start you out with big shops. They just don't do that. They'll start you out with little shops, and they'll pay you pretty decent for them. And then the other, like I said, if you decide to do the curbside game, which you really should, I've never done an online order. I probably never will unless I find one that's just an absolute crazy payout. But I don't anticipate I'll ever participate in the onlines. Maybe it's something I'm missing. Maybe I should consider. It seems like the onlines drop between like 2 and 5. And then there'll be some really bad ones that will continue to linger around all night sometimes. But the appropriate thing to do is, if you're not getting shops that make any sense, or sometimes you might not get shops at all depending on the time of day, and you're doing your curbsides, that's when you can commission your food delivery apps to help bide the time between when you're due to go pick up your next curbside. Now, sometimes you get ASAP orders. If you get ASAP orders and they pay out well enough, go ahead and do them. It'll keep you busy. But you may want, if you're not impressed with it or they're borderline, consider waiting until you get your next actual drop, and then you get orders that are going to come to you with a timer. And again, remember, stay around your Walmart. Do some food delivery while you're waiting. Keep a perimeter. It will help you to justify taking the smaller food delivered and not getting caught up and going, on wild adventures on the food delivery side because you feel like, well, I've got to go and try to go on the field trips that food delivery will take you on, because they will take you on some wild trips if you let them. Now we're going to figure out where we'll deliver. I'll be right back. So now we got to figure out the next one. Let's turn around here. What's in the section? We'll see here. I hope it's down in here. It might be right over here. Alright. So there we go, 56 dollars. Alright, we'll bet it.
What are you doing?
Alright. So, wow, what a scene that is, man. All the little kids are out having fun. They were having Nerf gunfights, man. You had people who were, I guess, helping each other watch their kids, it looks like. It was quite a scene. Kind of what you want to see, though, you know. It was good neighborhood stuff. Lots of good playing going on. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not, but it's good stuff. That's what I like to see on a summer day. Kids out there playing, having fun, running around, interacting with each other. So that was good stuff. But as you can see, we have now 2 of the 3 orders are done and behind us. 7:17. We began this at 6:45. Well, 6:36, I guess, is when we finished that last order. So, or 6:38, I think it might have been. So now we're going to be, just like I said, about 15 minutes shy of the hour. Because we're 3 minutes away from this delivery. And then, like I said, we'll be $10 off. Should we have no problem hitting 150 by 8 o'clock? Yeah, we should. With DoorDash, you know, it's after what we saw from it today, we could very well get a 225 order going 40 minutes down the road. You know, what do you do with it? So at some point, you know, I don't know. That's why even when you're doing a challenge, sometimes you got to just back off the challenge a little bit. You go make some money and then resume that challenge another day. DoorDash loses because I'm willing to go do reasonable orders. I'm not even, you know, I'm willing to do dollar a mile orders and be like, okay, fine, I'll do it. But $2, like they were trying to do me earlier today, $7 for 15 miles. No, we're not going to do that, man. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. But that's the reality of DoorDash today, right now. You know, even for somebody with 96% acceptance rate. I mean, but that, again, as I explained, the priority is a mirage. It's not real. But I'm challenging it because a lot of people confuse it. They say, oh, it's priority to higher paying orders. So some of our highest orders on the platform. Yes, but some of your highest orders on the platform may not have a tip. You know, and at the moment, not every, at that moment, I'm getting prioritized for whatever is determined. There's still the idea of where you're at, where you're positioned. So I'm going to get the priority for the highest ticketed order right now in the area that I'm at that I would qualify for. That does not mean they're going to call me across the town, regardless of what you may have heard on other channels, where they're going to be whispering to me across town and saying, come get this $400 order that's got a $40 tip on it. No. If I'm in good proximity and it makes sense, then I will qualify for that, yes. But again, how often does that bear out? Well, I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, we got the one order the other day where it was $41, but it required me to drive 12 miles to Shepherdstown, West Virginia, which is a whole other town over. It's still part of the Martinsburg market, but once we got down there, the big issue that we faced was that there was nothing open anymore. So we had to drive all the way back down, which, again, we were well financed for the drive back down, but it still put a limit on our earnings for the day. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Whew. That was a workout I did not expect. So we had 3 40-pound boxes of kitty litter to deliver, a 50-pound bag of dog food, 6 gallons of tea. Let's see here. All right, so here we go. So right now, obviously I've got financed in. I could return over here to the store that I was just at and go buy a bag of Lay's classic potato chips. Go 1.9 miles from the store for $11. And we're delivering this to a 3rd floor apartment. For $11 for 1.1 miles from the store. We're going to go 3 miles back to the store right now. So it's 4 miles for $11. Should I do it? After today, offer expired. I'll let it go too long. Perhaps there'll be something a little better, more enticing. So there's a 2-stop order from the same store, 6 items, but it goes to Inwood for $16.42, but no tip. It's only 6 items. So let's check out what those are. Now those are super easy items too. And this is 8.8 miles. So we got 3 miles to the store. And then again, it's pretty much, it's a little less than $2 a mile. But it's going to take us all the way to Inwood. Let me just look this up. See if I have time. Run out. So it's 14 minutes from where we're at to get there. Let's see here. She's rolling to the screen to see if anything else is showing. But it looks like it's already gone. So perhaps now we got a 3-stopper for $13.92 for 8.2 miles. That's a no-go. That's an absolute no-go. We will send that one to the moon. But let's just see if anything else comes as we move back. So now, obviously, if we were sparking today, that would be, we would move back in the direction. And perhaps, again, that's where I struggle, and probably I leave money on the table, because that bag of Lay's potato chips would be easy. You walk in, you grab the bag, you walk out, you put it in a bag, scan at the register, and you go. The thing I don't like about it is downtown apartments can be a nightmare. And if there's one particular place on that street, it's called an apartment, but it's actually a hotel. And it is a nightmare to get into. You have to have food to get into it. You got to walk all the way up, and it is going to take 45 minutes just to get it done, because you got to find a place to park, get out, walk up. So that $11, while it looks enticing to only get one item, well, you know, comes with a drawbacks. Anyways, let's see if we can get dashing. We're having problems hitting the dash button. Why is that? There we go. Alright, now. Let's go. We'll just tell them we're going to 11. Alright, so Chipotle Catering is up. Would love to see some sort of a big order to come through. I think it owes it to us. Of course, DoorDash owes you nothing. It doesn't matter what it sent you. It just matters what's available right now. All right, and we're going to Angela's Brick Oven. And there we go. Large order catering bag required. We're going to my neighborhood. It's $15.99. We will do it. It's 10.9 miles, $15.99. That puts us over $150. It's where I want it to be. So there we go. And now we're up in my neck of the woods. So not the large order program I was hoping for, but it sounds like there isn't a plus sign, so it's not going up. It's just flat out not going to. But the good news is this pizza parlor is absolutely very professional. We're going to be getting 2 margarita 16-inch pizzas, a 5-piece breadsticks, pastrami sub, brownies, and a 2-liter bottle of cola. So I'm gonna have to bring in some various pieces of equipment. Um, should probably be able, hopefully I think the lasagna meal and all that stuff, I hope it should fit on top of the pizzas. I don't know if I should bring in multiple pizza bags. They require their drivers to absolutely have it. This is a large order program, catering bag required. My platinum status got me this $15.99 order. I mean, I suppose it's better than $5 or $1 or $2.99. But there it is. So we got a large order program, but it's literally like the rest of this day. If you were rating this among large order program orders, this is one of the weaker ones. But perhaps it's one of the best, right? It probably is. It probably was. It's probably the best offer and the highest paying offer right now at this moment that was ready to go for me to get assigned to. I don't doubt that. But as you can see, can you get other orders that are like $15.99 or $15? Yeah. Do you have to have 7 bags to go in and pick them up and handle them and do that? No, you don't. So I'm going to be bringing, I think I'm going to bring a catering bag in. I'm going to subdivide it up. I'm going to put a cooler in it. And that way I can keep my stuff on the one side and I'll bring a pizza bag in as well. I think that'll be the go-to setup there. But the good news is the kind of the, I don't know, silver lining, so to speak, in this order is this puts me at 155 for the day. So we're at 8.5 hours. Remember, we started at 11. We're gonna get up there. This order will probably be ready. This place is very, very good. It's gonna take us 12 minutes to get to. We should be up there and done by about 7:50 on this order. Paul's orders, so I can take a minute and figure out what I want to do and see if there's any spark orders that are worth doing up here, which is kind of what I'm gonna have to do to preserve my acceptance rate. And then decide, do I want to take any more DoorDash orders today? Because, of course, there's always the possibility you're going to go off on a wild goose hunt, 17 miles down the road. And I don't want that, especially from the position that they're going to leave me in, which I'm very suspicious of. They're giving me the $15.99 to get down there, and then when I get down there, it's been known to send me to Hagerstown. Because they're, or send me to Clear Spring, Maryland, which I don't necessarily want to do right now. At the end of the day of a very long day where we finally got to 155 in 8 hours. And again, where are we living at? 17, 18, 19 bucks an hour. Now, here's the rub on this. Because I was playing the game of DoorDash today, of trying to go to 100% and accept every DoorDash order, which we're not going to say we gave up, but we had to bring in reinforcement to save the day. We would have easily been at $200. I'm very confident of that by 6 o'clock today, which would have been in 6 or 7 hours if we would have played the game correctly, like we did briefly, where we took some Uber orders and we took some Spark is pretty much the big factor. As you can just see how we just did that Spark order. Now, again, did I have to cart 40 pounds of kitty litter? That sucks, but it paid me 25 bucks. Sure, I got paid more? Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. Of course. Now here's the sad part on this. I believe I would have probably gotten this order on my time, and it would have just come in as a regular pizza order. So as I told you, we're 11 minutes away, guys. So not bad at all. Let's go to the sheets here. Let's retrieve. Finalized everything we need to. So we ended that last order at 722. Actually, I forgot to put in the miles, so I'll just put the miles in here because technically speaking, that's where it all ends up anyways. And then we're good. Whoops, that was incorrectly labeled as DoorDash. Oh wow, somebody's in trouble. So we have a couple of single stops, 1556 for 5.5 miles and 1492 for 7.9. The best one's 1596 for 5.5. That's $3 a mile, and we're sitting right at the Walmart. That one went fast, like hotcakes. Why? All right. $15.99 at 10.9 miles and $15.99 was offered. And RD 120. And started at 7:29, so 7 minutes. Wait on this one. This was expected to be delivered at 8:26. So DoorDash offered it to me with a $16.83 hourly rate expectation. So there it is. That tells you what they're expecting for the area. And that's what they try to get you. All right. Anyways, with that said, let's go in here and get this done. I'll be back. All right, guys, we got it. No wait. I told you there wouldn't be a wait. They're very, very good with their orders. And we are on our way out. All right, guys, I'm back. I apologize. I hope. Hello. Hey, what's up, babe? I'm glad to see you. Up. Oh, we're back. Are you talking about having a StreamYard? No, I wasn't. Who was I talking about that? No, I wasn't talking about having a StreamYard. No, I didn't have any interaction with the customer. The only the that was Walmart Spark, but they didn't even know I had my phone turned down. Yup, I don't know what part you were in, but I don't know really. I didn't interact with any customers, so I don't know if that was what was being heard, and maybe it was someone talking with somebody, but I don't know what interaction that was. But yeah, so I don't believe if you heard someone saying something about a StreamYard, it's possible we were just parked outside a pizza place, and then whoever that was in there was trolling. Did who fart? No, no, no one farted. So whatever you heard, I'm not sure. I do know that for a little bit there we were having issues, so I don't know. But and Rennick Druzy, I don't know if you've been if you're still there or not, but the orders have been terrible today on DoorDash. I mean that is a very PG way of putting it, but it has been absolutely atrocious. So we're on a large order program. Finally, we got a large order program today, and it's $15.99 for 10.9 miles. The only caveat is it's heading to my exit. So, and that leaves me 155 just before 8 o'clock, which is kind of where I wanted to end up. So when we get up here, I'm pausing my dash, and we'll see where we're at, and we'll see what we do, because the danger now is I don't really want to head off my island. I call it the island, but I don't want to head off my little zone. And since I'm accepting every single order, that puts me in a situation where, you know, if I get an order that's going to take me a distance, then I got to go. Now I'm at 155. You know, we're an hour and 15 minutes away from 9 o'clock, which is 10 hours. So where I'm tracking, I'm going to figure out where I'm tracking. I know I'm tracking somewhere probably in the range of $17 to $18, which is a huge victory compared to the fact that when we were at the 6-hour mark, we were tracking at around $12 an hour. And it was only through a Spark and an Uber that we ended up turning this around, because we ended up making $60 between two orders. We had a $35 Uber order and a $25 Spark order. And what I'm inclined to do now is see if Spark's got something for me that I can make some money on real quick when I get up here, and do a final order before 8 o'clock, and then call it. And then I, you know, if Spark had a $20 or $25 or $30 order, I could fall somewhere around 185 for you today. Maybe even reach up and use Uber and Grub to try to get to 200, or use Spark to get to the rest of the way to 200. I've only got to make $45 more. So in theory, it shouldn't be that difficult, especially right now, because Spark will be heavy on shops. But I don't know how busy my Walmart will be. It's the only downside right now to coming up here. Now let's just see if there's anything in there right now. Everything's at the other Walmart across town. So the Walmart I was at is the busy one, or at least that's what it appears. And that one's got a red, this one's got a yellow, so that tells you it's not that busy. So for me, with a low acceptance rate and having just done my first Spark order in 2 weeks, I'm probably not going to really get much action up here. I'm still at a 0% acceptance rate, in fact. Our 2 Spark orders we've got sitting in queue are for the Walmart that we just left. $13.92 for 8.2 miles and $11.95 for 7.8 miles. One of them is a 2-drop, $13.92. The other one is a 1-drop, 7.8. Neither of them are very good. Neither of them are orders that I would take. It's negative miles to money, essentially, when you factor in the return back to that Walmart, which is what you have to do. Or at least it's what I do. You don't necessarily have to do that, but we have a $14.92 now for 7.9, 2 stops. That one's getting into doable territory, but the other problem is we're not there. Now it's delivering to an apartment. Oh no, sorry, that's a different one. That's the $13.92. So right now there's just 3 garbage orders in Spark. Not even ones that I would really seriously even consider, unless it was really super duper slow. We did move our on time up from 97 to 98, so that's good. Or at least I think we moved it up. Maybe it was at 98. So now we're getting off the exit here. Let's go get this delivered. Drifted over a little too far too soon. It's a truck. Alright, there we go. I was trying to get over around this truck that was in front of me, and I ended up in a rumble strip, jacking up my tires. Sucks. Man. Alright, so let's go get this delivered, and then I'll have to make some hard decisions. Do I want to gamble a little bit and see if we can get, it is still the heart of dinner. There is restaurants up here that we could get nice orders from. We have to think that they bring us up here for a reason. Do we check out one more order and see if it's going to toss us around the market a little bit? So far, Spark is not delivering anything of substance to us. Spark is pretty much crap, so I think we might gamble and see. Hope and pray they send us somewhere nice with a good order. Or do we just turn it off and say, alright, Spark or nothing? Adults is taking a dump right in the middle of the street. That's like a German Shepherd. That thing's got horse turns. All right, guys. So $3 payout, $12.99 base pay. It's a large order program. I'm betting that was a 10% tip. Probably was $130 for all that food. Now the question. Question of the day. And the other thought came to mind. Yup, if you were talking about the Spark order where I did interact with the customer at the door, maybe you guys heard it because I was parked just a little bit around the corner. Um, that's always recorded on my little, I don't know, I call it my body camera, but it's my um, just part of my normal workflow. All right, so here we go. Hagerstown offer from Spark 1253. All right, we're gonna go and see what they want to do with us. Oh boy. Oh man, do we wish we left it? Should have just left DoorDash off, man. I'll tell you what. You come with a decent order, and you come with that coverage. $6.75 for 8 miles. Crap. We'll hit accept. We'll see what the deal is here. What is it? Couple of blizzards. I mean, what is it with DoorDash and their blizzards? 2 blizzards for $6.75. Maybe their blizzard machine will be broken. That would be exquisite. It's 8 miles up the road. Literally, it's 8. Every mile of one of those is one we're going to drive because there's no miles driven to this store. Order's still being prepared. And just as luck would have it, not a damn thing at that Spark store over there. I think I must have missed a bunch of orders because it looks like Grub took me offline. Which is a shame. go see if this order's ready. It's just ridiculous. So how far away are we from this order? So round trip right now, 12 minutes. So 24-minute round trip to get back up here. Man. Garbage order. 675. So we're at $1.51 a mile, everyone. 155, 54, or 44 for earned. Before we go, I just want to go over where we're at before we go and damage ourselves with this stupid DoorDash order. 7:53 p.m. Which means we've worked 8.97 hours, almost 9 hours. We're at 17.34 an hour, 24.16 average delivery value, or what we would say active time. So we pretty much rebounded and got ourselves back to about better than last week. Last week we earned at $16 an hour. All right. All right, guys, I'll be back. guys, I almost got in the wrong car. All right, guys, I think we're going to end our day the way we began our day, with a complimentary, because there's a big long line in there. The order ain't going to be ready. It's ridiculous. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to wait a little bit. So we're getting a notification from Spark. We're going to have some incentives upcoming. Hit each milestone of trips and get an incentive up to $24. So this is 8 trips, Hagerstown, only for shopper orders. Ooh, okay. I like this. 8 trips, basically shops. 7 shops gets me paid $20. And 8 gets $24. So what is that? I don't know. Maybe $3 at order, basically $2. I don't know, 2 something. So yeah, not bad. All right. Only for shops. So they know I like my shops. So they're giving me now. It looks like we're red now. This Walmart is. So we are going to probably just end our DoorDash today, because, like I said, it's just unacceptable what's happening. We'll start fresh tomorrow. I'm going to see if there's any type of Spark action. Oh, there it is. Won't be effective. Worry free on a sign. I don't know. The store is not yet starting to prepare the order. At least they had not when I was in there. No kill. Very satisfied. Support is easy to access. And I think we got to just cut our losses here. This was just an unacceptable day on DoorDash. It's just a miracle that we went up on our acceptance rate, but we should have gone way down. I can understand how people go way down. And if you're not multi-apping, this would have been a debacle of a day. This would have been a day you end up in your car, yelling and screaming at your camera, telling everybody it's impossible to make money on gig work. Remember, we were down at, following DoorDash, we were at 82 cents a mile. We've ended the day at $1.52. Okay, that's from my front door to the front door of the customer we were just at, which is about a half a mile from my house. We recovered because of 2 orders, because we were multi-apping, and we got it ourselves. We got lucky, or whatever you want to call it, but we basically had the apps on, and we were able to do it. We were able to adjust. Now, I'm still out here seeing what can be done at this Walmart over here, and the thing I don't trust is I don't trust that DoorDash won't just screw me over and try to give me that order again. They probably will. So we're ending our dash. That was just garbage, man. So DoorDash gets credit for 24 minutes, active time for $15.99. Now they get to accuse me of hard-breaking ones. So on DoorDash today, I made $91.15. Well, sorry, $95.15 because I made a $4 tip, cash tip. So I made $95.15. I worked active time 4 hours and 45 minutes. Actual dash time 7 hours and 55 minutes. Look at the difference in those numbers. Well, what DoorDash would report in what it actually was, and then the miles of those orders were absolutely horrible, horrible. And we did 11 deliveries total today for DoorDash. But remember, add in 4 more now for the complimentary cancel, so we did 15 as far as counting towards the acceptance rate calculation. We are now at 96%, 99% completion rate, and it does not have me looking forward to tomorrow at all. So DoorDash is done for today. Finished. Done. It's lost its privilege to work today. Grub, let's see what we got. Nothing on Grub. Remember, we did acquire that pickup on Wednesday at 11:48. So that's going to be a nice way to begin the day. It's $22. It's an XL order. So that'll be really nice. All right. So we're about to probably call this here. It's where I'm leaning towards, at least, unless something jumps off the page. So $1.51 a mile. Let's just see here, where are we at? How many more miles do we drive after that? Yeah, 1 more mile. So $1.51 a mile. 103 miles driven today. We worked 10:55 to 7:53. We made 155.44. And we made 17:34 dash time. 24:16 active time. We got offered at $2.30 a mile for 61.2 miles. So we created nearly 42 miles. Not good. Our average offer size was $12.95. We waited 13 minutes on average to accept an order. Our average on order time was 45 minutes per order. So, yeah. So just not good. Not good at all. And we lost about 79 cents every mile we drove due to dead time miles. All right, so let's see what this is. See, Spark, you got one shot, and it's giving me a Walmart $27.90 curbside for $14, 2.6 miles. If it was here, I would probably do it, but it's not. So reject is where we're going to go with it. 25 items. I don't really care the items or no items. It's not a big deal to me. Pack them up in my catering bag. So now we're down to nothing. We didn't have Instacart on today at all. So no Instacart factored in. Thank you. So Instacart was not a contributor today. I'm turning it on now just to see if it comes up with anything decent, but it probably won't. Let's see. 7682. Like I said, for DoorDash, it was a brutal day. So hopefully this isn't the tone for the week. It's not a great tone for the week, in my opinion. But tomorrow, I think we're going to go back at it. We're going to attack things from an earn by time perspective. I think that's the better way to do this. And once we get our decline rights back, we'll go back on the earn by offer, see if we can move some of this garbage out of the way, and get to the good stuff, and then see where we go. The prognosis is not looking good, in my opinion. Well, I guess my personal device died. Jeez. Presley 007. I'm sorry, my chat was not recording. I apologize. It was not updating, so I don't know what's going on with the live stream here. I guess YouTube is struggling today. I had to reset it to see because I suspected that might be going on. When I go up, I hold it like this, yo. And then let me show you. I'll show you what I do here. Sorry, I was just resetting it because I'm up here in bad cell phone area land. So, and my T-Mobile device just died. It's just a mess. So I think we're going to end things. Now, I have it closed, but what I do is this. So, if you see, there's a little camera, and you can hit record. I'm going to show you. I'm hitting record. So there it is. I'm recording. Oh, hold on. Let's see what we got here. All right, good. Now I thought a second Dairy Queen order came through. Anyways, back to the demo. So then what I do is I will hit record right here, so it's recording, and I'll take it and dock it right over there. So now it's out of the way, and it's recording everything I'm doing with it, every customer I'm with. It's out of the way. They're not seeing it. And then I'll swipe up and start screen recording as well, so that it records. Then I'll pull it back up, and it'll have the address that I'm at, and you'll be able to see it. I'll kind of have the dock up here, so you can see where I'm at. Matches up with the address. See? That way, if DoorDash were to say, "Oh, you delivered the wrong address," I can say, "No, I have the GPS. I'm right there. It's telling me I'm there, and there's the address below it." And then I dock that right over here. Like I said, it docks right over there. And then when I want to bring it back up, boom. That way, right before I take the picture, I'll have it up, and I can just slide it up, and it'll see, and I'll be screen recording, and I'll take the picture. And you can see, you can start screen recording. Hold on. And I'll do media mic. Well, I'll just do media, because the mic will be recording on there. Sorry. So, and then you can dock it, and then there it all is. Of course. Oh, nice. Oh shit. God damn. Oh, there we go. Okay. Woo. There we go. $35 spark to end the day. That's what I'm talking about. Right there, right at this store. It's 9.6 miles, but I'll do it. 25 items, 6 items, and 21 items. It's not bad at all. We will do that. Oh, maybe we won't. Hell no, we're not doing that. Damn it. There's always one order that's got to get in the way of a good one. Maybe we'll do it. There's this hotel I don't like to deliver to, and it's going to make me deliver it to that hotel. Damn it. There we go. I dropped out of it. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to where they want me to go. It's a mess, and I don't like going in that hotel. I'm not going in there. So that was too good to be true. It always is. See my metrics. I probably am now. My drop rating is like 7%. Oh, 4% drop. What the hell? All right. So now they follow me up with an $8.99. But anyways, so you can record, and then the screen recording, when you want to get done with it, you can still take your picture. It's still recording. And then if you go in here, photo or gallery, hold on. And I don't think I'm seeing any of your responses yet if you're doing it, because, all right, let's just see. Let's see if you have. All right, we're back up now. I don't know what's going on with the stream. But anyways, there's a demo. If you're watching. And there's the recording in my car I took while we were doing the screen recording. So anyways, it's unfortunate that that had to be the order. That that was a nice order, $35, but it came at the price that I wasn't willing to pay. So that could be in 20 minutes when I would have to pick that up. They could just give me something simple like a shop, But that would have put me at $190 for today. Man, I probably should have just bit my upper lip and took it, but I really do not like going. And I've had to deliver, and what I've had happen is they don't come, out. There's nowhere to put the stuff, and you can't just go in because it's a lockdown hotel. It's one of these places that says, you know, no active drug use in the hallways. You know, pretty much restrict your drug use. I mean, there are signs up, and please don't leave your syringes around. And everybody that's in there, you go in there, and it's just really a rough spot. And a lot of people don't want you leaving their groceries just outside their door because there's people walking around that'll take stuff. So you sit there and wait. And you have to wait for 16 hours for them to finally come. So it's just not in my opinion worth it. And I don't know how many items. You can't tell which ones are which. But if it was like 20 something items, I don't want to get trapped with 20 something items. Now, if you're still there, do you have one of those strap cases for your Z Fold where you can grip it? I don't like to have it open because I feel like it's just too much to have open in my hand, and I don't want to risk it dropping. So it's just easier for me to have this thing closed up. I have it open when I'm navigating. That's the best. That's really, for me, when it makes sense to have it wide open like that. So Uber looks like he's getting upset with me because my battery's running low. I got to figure this out. I've got to get some more cords in here because this is not going to work. After all my cords are apparently broken. I don't know how that happened, but it did. All right, let's see. So, all right, it's about 8:30, guys. I think I think it's time to call it. We almost had a good order to do. There's nothing else popping out here right now on Spark. I think we've given it a try. We're at 155. We're at, a half hour from now we'll be at 10 hours. We're at 9.5 hours. It's been a long day, brutal day. DoorDash had its way with us. Definitely not a good day on the DoorDash front, but we're hopeful that this is not the tone that's being set for the rest of the week. But given the battery issues I'm having with my regular, I don't even know why my regular phone won't even charge. Let's see if I can charge it using this. Hopefully that'll work. I don't know. Alright, it appears to be charging. So, wait a minute, here we go. Nope, nothing here. This is in Hagerstown. So Spark is just dead up here. I'm not turning DoorDash on right now. Just not. And it looks like Grub is off. Let's turn Grub on over here. I think Grub turned itself off. I don't know why, but maybe it's probably because there's not a good cell phone connection up here, to be honest with you. That's what I think's going on. And I don't have the ability to hotspot into my main phone because my main phone is dead. So it's just not the best of situations. And I'm not really interested in going back down for a 6 for 8 or a 5 for 12, so I'm not willing to turn DoorDash on under these conditions. I really don't want to go ride around and do 12-mile earn by time orders. So, it is what it is. And I guess I should have maybe just stuck with the Spark order, but probably Spark for all practical purposes. A lot of times when you cancel an order like I did, they're gonna punish you a little bit. So right now on Spark, we're 94%, 98% on time, 4% drop trips, 2% accepted offers, 97% found. And right now, that gets me nothing. So, it is what it is. Alright. Oh my. So, anyways, I think we're gonna end it. And then I'll have to call my wife on one of my work phones because my personal device is deader than a doornail. And this Walmart's cooled down. It's just a yellow circle. So not good enough, man. Not good enough. Not good enough. All right. Let's power them down right now. Do it online. Powering down Uber. Appreciate that, Uber. Uber boober. Turn off Spark. There we go. Instacart I don't think ever turned on. I was trying to turn it on. I'm logged in. Alright, let's see. Let's see if Instacart gives me anything. We're giving one shot to send me some. Martinsburg is busy right now. DoorDash says, we want you. We want you. We want you. Oh, well, it's busy because guess what? There's a bunch of shitty orders out there that aren't being delivered. and dashers are turning them down, and they want me to sign on so they can hit me up with one that's gonna just shoot me right off the island for $5, guaranteed. All right, close. And close. All right, so we're off. So final numbers of the day, guys, before we end this live, this very sad day of where we did not make our $200 goal. I'm just not willing to stay out any longer for it. I could stay out for another 3 hours. I mean, if I was willing to stay out and go earn by time right now, we'd have it. We'd have it in between probably an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on what they gave us. But I'm not willing to do that. I mean, if I would have taken the $35 crazy spark order, we would have had it. But the final numbers stand at 103 driven, 103 miles driven today, 8.97 hours worked, $1.51 a mile, 1734 dash time, 24:16 active time, 12:95 average per order size, average of 13-minute wait. We worked 72% of the time, believe it or not. And again, dead miles, we had 3.48 dead miles per offer. So, horrible day. Anyways, so, babe, I'll be giving you a call on one of my work phones because my personal line is dead. So, that is it, guys. Total made today, again, 100 and this is including $4 cash, 150, 144 in the apps, and $4 cash tip. So, there we go. Came short $44.56. So with that said, yeah, I did reply. Oh yeah, yep, I replied. I was I don't know if you guys could see it. I don't know what you could see, but I was showing you. I go up like this, and I'll do the demonstration again. I was demonstrating to you what I do, and what I do is I always have my camera up, if you see right there, and then I dock it. Well, I hit record, so I'll hit record, and I'll dock it, and then that'll start recording everything. That way, it's off the screen, so if I come up, it's not uncomfortable with me and the customer, you know. And if it's nighttime, I'll have my little flashlight on, so you know I can see, and then that'll record and document everything, and then I'll go ahead and turn on the screen recording. Sometimes, depends, but a lot of times, if it's like a handed to me order or whatnot, I'll have the screen recording going as well. But that'll also allow me to have the address up, you know, as it'll be right up on the screen, and you can see right here where the GPS is there showing where I'm at, and then the address there, so it'll show matching. That way, if anybody says you delivered in the wrong place, you can say nope, there's the address. Yep, I recorded every interaction today. It's right here on this phone with the customer. Every single interaction or drop off, whether there's a customer or not, as soon as before I get out of the car, I record, you know, I have the recording going. So I'll have, if you go in here, and you'll see all throughout the day, you'll see my different recordings that I have, and you'll see the offers, and then recordings in each one, and then you see right after recording the screen. So I'm able to record every single interaction. Of course, I have my dash cam, so it's very easy then if somebody makes a claim against me, I can pull up my recording for the order, I can pull up the dash cam, and I can show the dash cam, which also shows GPS and records GPS for me as well. So I can show the dash cam, which will show what I'm doing outside the car, you know, from its perspective, or show that my car's there. And then this will show me leaving, and I'll keep it recording until I get in the car, start the car, and pull off. And then that way I have the recording to show, hey, I never went back and got the food. I didn't pull any stupid stuff. I'll do a shot just to show the food's still up there. Sometimes if the customer comes out, I'll even return, I'll turn it over. Yeah, oh no, I definitely will, yup, because it is. It's like I said, to me, it's the ultimate gig device because you can do so much with it. You don't need, I mean, you really don't need any other phone. I mean, you really don't. I have a couple phones because I was experimenting with phones, and they're free and, well, sort of free, kind of free. I have to pay for the service on the line, but um, they're free for the way I got them. I had old phones and traded them in and did different things to navigate it. So the way I look at it is obviously I'm paying for the lines, and that's all potential. That's all, you can write off a portion of that. So, um, but it's the best device. I mean, now I have the Z Fold 4. I used that the other day, and it's still keeping up. It's still doing actually nicer, but this still operates much better than the Z Fold 4. There's more glitchiness and more lag and things that are going on, but it's overwhelming with the features because there's so many customizations you can do. There's so many things you can do, swipes you can do and set up. So you can. I have it set up so I have one swipe, I'm screen recording. So as soon as I get there, it's like swipe, screen record starts, and I use the audio on that. So the audio is being captured on the screen recording, and then I'll record, swipe up and get my camera up. So then that's up, and then the camera will be recording the video, not the audio. And the audio is inside the screen recording, which is what I would send off the DoorDash anyways. Actually, I'd send all of it off to DoorDash. And that's how I've gotten out of, knock on wood, I don't want to have another one, but that's how I've gotten out of all, I've never had one stick where they said the order didn't get delivered, because I sent off all of the footage, and it's, well, exactly. It really does. It evolves constantly. Like, I'll think I have the perfect setup, and then I'll discover something else, and then it'll be like, oh, I'll add this in. And there's a good setup if you're just doing one app for today, and then if you're doing multiple apps, and then, it's quite vast. Well, I like the iPhone. I mean, I go back to the iPhone and use it every now and again. I really enjoy the iPhone too. But there are some things on here that it's like you can do on the Z Fold that just you can't do on here, and I feel like it leaves you exposed sometimes because it's not as efficient in doing those things. Now, on the iPhone, I just use screen recording. So I'll start screen recording, and then I'll flip up the camera when I'm walking up because I'm going to have it up anyways. And, well, it is. It's the king for multitasking. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, there's no other device out there right now, in my opinion. And there are other fold devices. The Pixel Fold, it's because of the good lock and some of the things that Samsung lets you do. The Pixel Fold doesn't even let you do that because it's a Pixel. It's not well, I might say optimized. It might be a better, more fluid experience for a user, but when you're doing gig work with a Fold, it can't be beat. This is the, it's like some weird name, but it's basically I got one for my S23 Ultra or S24 Ultra, because it adds the, what do you call it, MagSafe, and then it has like a little stand, but it's basically just meant to be a skeleton case, basically, is what it is, and then it lets you kind of enjoy more of a naked feel on your phone. Because it's just a bumper. It's got bumpers up here, oh, no protection on the sides. Gotcha. Yeah, I thought about doing that. But this one I found this one using this because I wanted to add MagSafe to it, and then I liked it so much I said, well, I'm going to get it for the iPhone too, and I like it. But the only thing is, I'll warn you, this does add weight to it. And that's the only thing I don't like about it. And then it's kind of a little pointy. So it's like, what I really liked about this iPhone version is it was like very thin and very light. And then I added my screen protector on it, which you can't probably tell it's on there, but it's on there. And that added a little bit of weight. And then I add this thing on it, and now it feels heavy like an iPhone Plus would. Whereas when you take all this off, then the screen protector, and Apple did a super light phone. Now they're going to make it thinner, supposedly. Which brand carbon fiber phone did you get, or case did you get? Because I thought about doing a carbon fiber case. Yeah, because I typically like carbon fiber cases, but this I was just like I said, I got brought in because I thought, oh, how cool, that's really neat. Because this really I liked it because it brings that MagSafe to it, which Samsungs don't have, and I liked it, but you know, there we are. All right, so let me send my money around here. Cash correct. But there we are. So, anyways, that's. Nope, I have not received a new card yet. I hope I do receive it. So I gotta move my money around, man. I'll tell you what. Like I said, today was a bad day on DoorDash. It's funny because it's like I got saved, but boy. Well, yeah, who cares if it's real? The real stuff is. How much did it cost you? Because the real ones cost like $120. It's ridiculous. It's not even worth it. And then but anyways, all right, man. I'm gonna jump off here. Everybody, thank you for watching. Everybody that hit the like button, thank you very much. And I will see you guys tomorrow. And let's pray for a better day. Oh, $20. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, send me the link for it, please. Especially if it's decent. Well, it might be a little bit more, but it ain't gonna be like $100. You know? I can't. I mean, I hear what people say when they're like, "Yeah, you're buying a, you have a $1,200 device and you don't want to protect it with," but it's like, damn, man, that's a lot of money, you know. All right. So there we go. The only thing I'm waiting on now to finalize is that tip on Spark. See if anything, if that actually comes tomorrow. Hopefully it does. And tomorrow. Yeah, definitely. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate it. You guys have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow.